In the bustling, crowded city of Jiangcheng, a young man suddenly tapped a stranger on the shoulder. "Listen, miss, I can see that your house of virtue is pitch black. You're facing a life-threatening disaster today. The only way to prevent a future tragedy is to shed some blood now." The woman, completely bewildered, gave him the middle finger. "You creep. I'm not that kind of girl, and I'm not looking for a date." This young man, Ye Chen, had just come down from the mountain. After years of grueling training, he never expected the women in Jiangcheng to be so cold and abrasive. I was originally born into the Yi family here. Even though he was bullied by peers as a child, his family of 3 lived happily until 5 years ago when everything was destroyed. The head of the Yi family had offended some powerful people from Beijing just to save a little girl, and a few days later, at a banquet at the Cloud Lake Villa, the entire Ye clan was wiped out. Only Ye Chen survived. Those who once toadied up to the Ye family just watched blink of an eye as the whole clan was annihilated. Ye Chen carried his burning rage, wanting to kill those who attacked his family, but his meager strength was no match for them. In the end, Ye Chen's mother had to personally push him into the East Money Lake to save his life. Later, Ye Chen met his master and went up the mountain, training in martial arts so fearsome that even demons and ghosts would tremble. Now Ye Chen has descended from the mountain, returning to Jiangcheng to fulfill his master's mission. He intends to use this opportunity to settle every single debt of blood from the past. Thinking of this, his murderous aura leaked out, unintentionally causing everyone around him to suddenly feel weak and unable to move. He quickly pulled back his killing intent. The passers-by looked at each other confused, while in that moment, Ye Chen had already seized the chance to leap up to a high floor. First, he had to complete the task his master gave him. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and besides, he wasn't even of age to get married yet. The Huame Group is one of the leading enterprises in Jiangcheng, and its CEO is a beauty named Xia Rushu. 3 days ago, his master calculated her destiny using the heavenly secrets, and discovered that in 100 days, Xia Rushu would face a catastrophe with a very high probability of death. Coincidentally, his own fate is that of the crouching dragon of death. To prevent this disaster, he had to be sent out. Ye Chen heard from his master that back in the day when the master was wandering the world, he knew Xia Rushu's grandmother. Who knows, she might even be his master's granddaughter. Ye Chen arrived at the Huame Group but was stopped by 2 guards at the door. Ye Chen tried to chat in a friendly manner. "Is there someone named Xia Rushu here? I need to find her." "Looking for CEO Xia. Do you have an appointment? Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in." Sure enough, Ye Chen's disheveled appearance got him blocked immediately. He truly had something very important that he needed to say directly to Xia Rushu. If it wasn't convenient, he could just sit on the sofa and wait until he could see her. Seeing Ye Chen calmly walking inside, the 2 guards shouted to stop him. "Hold it! Is CEO Xia someone just anyone can see?" Ye Chen didn't say a word, just turned and glared at the 2 guys. Immediately, both of them collapsed to the ground, terrified, not knowing what had just happened. For a split second, they felt like they were on the verge of death. Ye Chen sauntered inside, warning the 2 of them to watch their mouths. "Next time, just wear a sign that says, 'I'm an idiot.' It would save everyone the trouble." He walked straight to the sofa, sat down, and invited everyone to clear out of the area. Just as Ye Chen was deploying his aura of killing intent, thunderous footsteps suddenly echoed through the hall. "What's going on here?" A man in a sharp suit walked up, claiming to be the head of the security department. He asked if he had considered the consequences of coming to cause trouble at Huame Group. Ye Chen was annoyed at having to repeat himself. He was just here to see their CEO. As he spoke, he radiated a killing intent that made the security captain break out in a cold sweat. The captain even sensed that if they messed with this guy, everyone present would die. So he instinctively hunched his back and gave Ye Chen a nervous smile. "I'm sorry, sir, CEO Xia is not here today. Please leave your contact information and I'll call you as soon as she arrives." Seeing Ye Chen seemed to believe him, the security captain rejoiced, thinking he could send him away peacefully. But to his surprise, Ye Chen just sat back down on the sofa to keep waiting, simply because he was a relaxed guy with plenty of free time. Such a dangerous person sitting there stuck like a plant made the security captain fear for his job. Since Ye Chen was alone, he decided to have his men swarm him. Wait. Just as the tension was reaching its breaking point, another beautiful woman appeared. Despite the life-threatening situation, the men around couldn't help but admire her beauty. This was the new director of the group, Tongji. The only one who could compare to her in looks was CEO Xia. "Rux director, it's dangerous here, you should know that. Stay back." Tongji stepped forward and introduced herself to Ye Chen. Is there anything I can help you with? Ye Chen was stunned as he faced Tongji. She was one of the people whom he couldn't let go of from his high school days. Ye Chen and Tongji were classmates, but after a year they drifted apart due to the difference in their status. After the Cloud Lake Villa incident, Ye Chen was saved and returned to his home once more. The Yi family compound had been sealed off and became a subject that no one in Jiangcheng dared to mention. All the families declared they had broken ties with the Yi family and would have no further contact. The Tianjing group, founded by his father, was also seized. Almost everyone was protected by the shadow of the man in the capital, but Tongji defied her family's fear, went to the morgue, and brought the bodies of his parents for cremation. Afterward, a tomb for Ye Chen's family of 3 was erected on Mount Zhangtian. To this day, he still couldn't understand how Tongji dared to do that and make such a sacrifice for him. He never expected that today they would meet again here. In his eyes, there was only the image of Tongji. She suddenly spoke up, startling him. Sir, you're getting a bit too close. Ye Chen awkwardly made an excuse, saying she looked like an old friend of his, which was why he had been so distracted. Tongji laughed. That pickup line is from the 90s, don't you think? She then signaled for the Godslayers to wait there a moment, promising that if anything happened, she would compensate for him. It had been many years, and Tony was certainly not the person he used to be. She wasn't just a single orange anymore. She had evolved into 2. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. That thing had appeared again. When Tongji got into the car, Diepthan was already sitting comfortably in the back seat, making her jump in surprise. She asked if something was wrong. Diepthan begged for a ride, but Tongji was annoyed and confused. Wasn't he supposed to be waiting for Hanyu Tuyet? What's your name? I can't let someone whose name I don't even know into my car. Diepthan squinted at her. Tongji's forehead was gray and murky, showing traces of blood. It was an omen of a major event about to occur, and Diepthan knew he had to protect her at all costs. He followed Tongji to a lavish party at the Dongho Hotel. Tongji wore a black dress with a deep-cut neckline, drawing the gaze of every man in the room. However, they were all confused as to why someone like Tongji would bring a man dressed like Diepthan to such a party. After sitting at a table, a group of men hovered around to chat with her. Director Ton, I'm Quach Hai, founder of the Van Sin Corporation. Director Ton, my name is Tiandong, and the Haidong Hotel belongs to my family. They competed to introduce themselves and flex their wealth, then shoved glasses of wine into Tongji's face, putting her in a difficult spot. Suddenly, Diepthan snatched a glass from one of their hands. Using the excuse of accompanying Tongji, he offered to drink for her, the men furious at losing their chance to toast. The beauty did a complete 180. Who the hell are you to drink with us? Damn it, what's your name? Diepthan's mouth twitched when they asked for his name. Tongji stepped in to stop him before he accidentally sent them all to the underworld. That's not how you stop me from drinking. Leave this to me. With that, Tongji took the glass, her eyes shimmering as if they held the entire galaxy. I'm not good with alcohol and can only take a sip. I hope everyone understands. The men, mesmerized by her face, were already satisfied. They agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a man with a vampire-like appearance approached Tongji. No one knew what kind of background this Tranfong character had that made Tongji look so wary. How was the second young master of the Tran family? Last time, Tongji had splashed wine in his face, successfully infuriating him. Tranfong held a bottle of wine and pressed in on her. You left without saying goodbye last time, showing me no respect. Now you'll finish this whole bottle to apologize. This isn't a request, it's an order. Tongji offered a strained smile, trying to lower her voice to refuse. Last time she had sensed something wrong with his drink and feared he had drugged her, which is why she threw it in his face. This time, Tranfong didn't even bother to hide his depravity, even booking a luxury room in advance. Even if she got drunk, she would have a place to stay. Tongji broke out in a cold sweat, unsure how to handle the situation. Everyone knew his character. If a woman caught his eye, even if she was under 18, he would dare to do anything. Seeing Tongji just standing there stunned, Tranfong lost his patience and turned violent. You dare refuse to hold my drink. You filthy bitch, don't put on an act in front of me. Even if Hanyu Tweet were here today, she'd have to drink. Tongji was born into an ordinary family and had to drop out early to hustle in society, working extremely hard just to reach this position as a director. Even though she was a superior in the eyes of others compared to these wealthy elite types, she was nothing. Suddenly, Diepthan grabbed the bottle from Tranfong's hand, causing him to roar like a beast. Before he could react, Diepthan smashed the bottle right into Tranfong's face, sending him kneeling to the ground, clutching his head. Arg, it hurts like hell. What the hell are you doing? His eyes bulged, wine and blood streaming down. Not even my father has dared to hit me. How dare you do this to me? Who are you to force her to drink? Just then, the head of the Tran family, Tran Chan Kwok, rushed over furious to see Diepthan bullying his son. The onlookers worried for Diepthan, because it wasn't just Tran Chan Kwok. He had also brought an old man with him. I had an extraordinary aura. Tran Phong looked up, tears streaming down his face. Dad, save me. Meanwhile, Tanji was losing her mind trying to figure out how to save Diepthan from this mess. If you want it, you got it. Diepthan let go of Tran Fong's head and the boy scampered toward his father to whine. Diepthan, however, kept his eyes locked on the old man accompanying Tran Chan Kwok. Anyone radiating such blue energy was likely what people called an ancient martial artist. Tran Phong screamed for his father to bring him justice. Tran Chan Kwok darkened his face and barked for him to shut up and get behind him. Then he turned to the old man, his voice becoming much softer, showing this old man was no ordinary person, Master Min. Could you check this kid's background for me? The old man showed off his freshly manicured nails, his voice dripping with arrogance. In his eyes, the boy was just an ancient martial artist who had only recently entered the scene. Well, do you like what you see? Diepthan asked directly. Tran Chan Kwok, humiliated by the boy, clearly wasn't just going to apologize and leave. Tran Chan Kwok put a hand on Master Min's shoulder. Both old men clearly wanted the boy dead. Master Min strolled calmly toward Diepthan. You're young and have a long future ahead. Cultivation is not easy, but you've touched someone you shouldn't have. Suddenly, Master Min lunged at him like a bullet, placing his hand on Diepthan's shoulder. His face was 100% arrogance, acting like he was the main character. Kneel and beg me, and I might leave you with a body in one piece. Tanji, standing outside, couldn't keep up with Master Min's speed and didn't know what had just happened. Diepthan showed no fear at all, and instead grabbed a handful of hair on Master Min's head. He spoke in a mocking tone to the old man. I wonder if you've picked out your coffin yet. Do you need someone to deliver it for you? You really managed to piss the old man off. Elder Min, no longer holding back, lunged at Diepthan with his claws, after dodging the old man's strikes. Diepthan landed a clean punch right in his mouth. Respect your elders, to hell with that, especially for some old geezer who acts like a reckless punk. Diepthan held nothing back. With that one punch, Elder Min was out cold on the floor. Everyone there stood with their jaws on the floor. Before their eyes could even process what happened, it was all over. Looking at Diepthan, calmly stuffing his hands in his pockets as if nothing happened. The only word that came to mind was, overpowered. Tran Chan Kwok and his son went pale. Elder Min was after all a big name in the circle. Yet he'd been knocked out cold by a single punch from Diepthan. 5 minutes later, the old man scrambled up, clutching his bleeding mouth, and gasped, Who are you? How do you have such strength? Since you're so desperate to know, I'll tell you. But as for who I am, you aren't worthy of knowing. His voice boomed with a sonic intensity that made Elder Min shudder in shock. The onlookers clutched their ears in pain, having no idea what the hell was happening. Diepthan suddenly appeared right in front of the Tran father and son. Tran Phong instinctively raised his hands to cover his face. Remember, just a moment ago, Tran Chan Kwok said he'd take one of Diepthan's arms. Now who do you think should be saying that? Seeing the murderous glare in Diepthan's eyes, Tran Chan Kwok backed away a few steps, ordering his bodyguards to stop him. The guards shoved each other, terrified, not daring to step forward. But fearing they'd lose their jobs, they grit their teeth to face the Reaper. Boss, run. Just remember to give us a raise. As soon as they spoke, Diepthan sent them all flying through the air with one punch. Those who aren't martial artists should really stay out of the way before they get dragged into this. Seeing no other way, the Tran duo pulled their final card. They knelt down to beg for mercy. Big brother, please spare us. I'll go home and discipline this idiot son of mine. Seeing these guys drop to their knees at the speed of light only made Diepthan's killing intent spike. But there was one more issue he had to deal with immediately. Just as things were at a breaking point, a voice rang out, Stop! A policewoman leading a SWAT team appeared and ordered Diepthan to back away from the two men on the ground. But when she saw that the ones kneeling were the Tran father and son, she froze. She wondered to herself what on earth he had done. Tran Chan Kwok was overjoyed to see someone coming to rescue him. He acted tough, thinking that a martial artist is nothing in front of official authority. The policewoman glanced at Elder Min, recognizing him as the Tran family's martial arts expert. She put two and two together and guessed that Deep Than was behind this mess. Suddenly, Deep Than grabbed Tran Chan Kwok by the head and hauled him up, making the man wince in pain. "Officer, this guy was harassing innocent women. I'm just doing a public service. You need to see things clearly." The policewoman raised her gun and demanded Deep Than let him go. Deep Than smirked at how stubborn the captain was. "This is a personal vendetta. You'd be better off not getting involved." The policewoman was speechless. Even if she didn't want to interfere, it was her duty. Even if she had to argue, she had to handle this. Holding her head, she gave him a second warning. This time, the entire SWAT team pointed their weapons at Deep Than. Annoyed by the interruption, he let his intense aura flare. Just as he was about to make a move, Tanji immediately rushed over and grabbed his arm. "Sorry, everyone, he's a bit quick with his hands. He must have just slipped up." She whispered into Deep Than's ear, telling him to leave it at that. If he didn't stop, she'd have to break ties with him. Break ties over people like this. Even though Deep Than was annoyed, he obediently listened to Tanji. Tanji told him to rest easy and listen to her. Once they got to the station, Deep Than just needed to explain what happened and everything would be fine. After all, it was a clear case of self-defense. Deep Than smirked, saying what happened didn't matter, because even if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. That evening, the captain personally reviewed the hotel's security footage. Her subordinates reported that after checking the footage over 10 times aside from the deleted content, everything showed Deep Than acting in self-defense. The captain only focused on the deleted segment the minute Elder Min was talking to Deep Than before collapsing. During that time, the camera didn't record anything, so they didn't know what had happened. The policewoman let out a sigh. They arrived at the scene so quickly, yet someone still managed to delete the footage. More importantly, she guessed that there was a powerful entity backing him. With insufficient evidence, she could only conclude it was self-defense and had to let him go. That night, Tanji left the police station feeling relieved and proudly saying, "See, I told you listening to me was the right thing to do, didn't I?" Watching her act like she was totally fine made Deep Than think. The Tran father and son were definitely a threat to Tanji. Once he left Jangthan, they would surely come after her. He had to find time to deal with those two once and for all. Tanji felt that Deep Than was constantly radiating a dangerous, indescribable aura, but she didn't dare ask about it. Seeing Tanji staring at him, Deep Than teased her. Tanji stammered that she just wanted to take him home. Deep Than scratched his head. He was new here and had nowhere to stay. If he couldn't find a place, he'd have to sleep in the park tonight. Man proposes, God disposes. Tanji suggested a place her own home. It wasn't big, but it was better than the park. Deep Than heard this and teased her even more. "Could it be that since I played the hero today, you want to repay me with your body? Humph, who wants that? Are you coming or not?" Just then, the two passed by the policewoman's car. She really didn't understand how the Tran family's bodyguards, all retired special forces, acted like powerless infants in front of him. Just relying on herself, it was going to be hard to get to the bottom of this. The policewoman picked up her phone to call someone she called Senior Brother to ask for a favor. Meanwhile, atop Mount Uran in Siberia, this muscular young man was lifting weights while sleeping. Getting harassed by those annoying calls, he realized this was the Grand Senior Brother. The policewoman had begged for help. He couldn't wrap his head around why she, with her background, had to go running to the police station for help, and why she made him waste his days helping her crack cases. What a waste of his talents as the captain of the Dragon Soul strike team. Even though he grumbled about it, Kin still helped the policewoman. He looked through this video recording of Deep Than causing trouble at the hotel and noticed those bodyguards. They moved exactly like retired special forces, yet they were picking on a young man like Deep Than. But when he saw Deep Than push back the whole group with one hand, Kin's expression changed. Looking at Deep Than, no one would guess he was a martial arts practitioner, let alone a master standing at the very peak. Immediately, Kin's face darkened and he demanded the policewoman to provide every bit of information she had on Deep Than. That night, Deep Than returned to Tanji's apartment in Zhangcheng City. After taking a shower, Tanji came out wearing only a bathrobe. She really had zero guard up against this young man. Deep Than walked into the bathroom revealing a solid six-pack physique that only the readers were lucky enough to see. While showering, he fell deep into thought about 5 years ago. He had thought being saved by his master was the luckiest moment of his life, but little did he know it was just the beginning of his nightmare. The first day, the old man threw him into a cage to fight a starving tiger with his bare hands for 3 days. Naturally, Deep Than survived. But because of that, his master's training methods became increasingly brutal. Every day the training location changed, but the one constant was that they were always incredibly dangerous places. Every single time, he faced near-death situations. What drove him every day was an endless, bottomless hatred. He swore he would hunt down every single person who was there at the Manhwa Villa banquet that year and make every one of them pay. Outside, Tanji was cutting fruit for dessert when she suddenly realized she didn't have any spare clothes for Deep Than. Thinking of clothes, an image popped into Tanji's head, of her padded bra, the one that added several centimeters sitting right there in the laundry basket. She couldn't let him see that. Panicked Tanji rushed to open the bathroom door. Deep Than, wait, I'm grabbing something. Grabbing what? Deep Than coldly opened the door, leaving Tanji flustered. The only towel wrapped around his waist slipped, causing Tanji to blush, turn around and scramble away. She ran to her room and climbed into bed. She tossed and turned, telling herself, I didn't see anything, absolutely nothing except for that thing. Outside, Deep Than knew Tanji wasn't opening that door again tonight. That was fine by him. He had a few matters to take care of anyway. I don't know what it was, but Deep Than's killing intent filled the air. That night at the Tran family villa, Tran Chan Kwok was pacing back and forth anxiously in front of Tran Fong, making him dizzy. As soon as Tran Fong opened his mouth to whine, he was shut down by Tran Chan Kwok and the steward, who took their anger out on him. If it weren't for a useless piece of trash like you, why would Eldermin have become a cripple? Now that Eldermin is gone and the old man isn't here either, the Tran family is in danger. Tran Fong, who had a head injury and was seeing stars, didn't dare talk back. Tran Chan Kwok felt a sense of dread he couldn't explain. Even with his grandfather backing him, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly until Deep Than was eliminated. After hearing Tran Chan Kwok say they would go to Mount Wudong tomorrow to ask the family patriarch to come out of seclusion, Tran Fong cheered, thinking his grandfather would take care of Deep Than. He was determined that when that time came, they would definitely break the boy's limbs and then slowly torture Tanji to death in front of him. You dare to touch my woman, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hearing Deep Than's voice, the two Tran father and son felt as if they were hearing a call from hell. Deep Than calmly sat down, ready to discuss things with them. Tran Chan Kwok was still arrogant, assuming Deep Than wouldn't dare to finish them off. Since he wanted to provoke him, Deep Than decided he needed to show them some real power, through some unknown method. Deep Than released an invisible purple wave of energy. Tran Fong, who was mid-sentence, instantly stopped breathing. I wouldn't dare kill anyone, you said. Well, do you still feel that way now? Deep Than coldly tossed Tran Fong's corpse to the ground. Tran Chan Kwok was a mess of tears and snot, unable to understand why he would attack them when there was no enmity between them. Deep Than, hearing the words no enmity come from his mouth, let out a mocking laugh. Let me ask you, Tran Chan Kwok, do you remember the party at Manhwa Villa 5 years ago? The deaths of the Diep couple, and that filthy venomous mouth of yours. Only then did Tran Chan Kwok realize that Deep Than was that very child from back then who had fallen into the river and was presumed dead. Deep Than squeezed his face tight with one hand. Before sending Tran Chan Kwok to join his son in the afterlife, he whispered a secret. Actually, I was never the martial artist you thought I was. I am a cultivator. Hearing this, Tran Chan Kwok was struck with even more terror. In their eyes, martial arts might be supreme, but in the eyes of a cultivator, even if there was a martial arts master or an entire sect backing him, Deep Than could cut them in two with a single sword stroke. With that, Deep Than slammed his head down, shattering the floor. Both father and son were dead on the spot. At that moment, on a cliff in Mount Wudong, Tran Nguyen Le, who was in deep seclusion, suddenly vomited blood. The old man glared eyes wide, because this was the signal that Tran Chan Kwok and Tran Fong had passed away. Tran Nguyen Le roared like a beast. I swear to heaven I will personally find the one who dared to kill my kin in Zhangcheng and destroy your very foundation. Early the next morning, Deep Than woke up after a night of cultivation. He took a deep breath and stepped off the bed. He felt the spiritual energy in Huaxia was far too thin. It couldn't even compare to where he had trained before. If he wanted to break through further, he needed to refine some supporting pills. In 1 week, it would be his parents' death anniversary, and he had to make a trip to Mount Tiandang. The black stone in his hand was the gift his father gave him for his 5th birthday, calling it some sort of family heirloom. As it turned out, until now, it had just been a plain pitch-black rock. Suddenly, Deep Than noticed a line of red characters carved into the stone. The inscription said only 2 words, drop blood. Curious Deep Than tried placing a drop of blood on the surface. Instantly his body felt heavy. His vision went dark and he couldn't resist. Deep Than seemed to have been teleported into the middle of a war-torn graveyard filled with graves and swords. He held his splitting headache and scrambled to his feet. Black smoke swirled all around him. Once his vision cleared, he realized where he was, the graveyard of reincarnation. In a place you have never set foot in, the swords, stuck in the ground, suddenly rose into the air, accompanied by an increasingly thick purple mist. Two glowing red eyes appeared in the sky, resembling the face of a demon. And it even spoke. A mere late-stage Earth Realm cultivator dares to step into the reincarnation graveyard. You cannot even trigger the obsession of the weakest tombstone here. If you don't want to die, get lost. Then a swarm of demons lunged at Yachen as if to devour him. Yachen jolted awake from the nightmare. I was drenched in sweat. He picked up the stone, and based on what he had just experienced, this seemed to be the ancient artifact his master had mentioned. Listening to the sounds those spirits made, it seemed that if Yachen reached a certain level of strength, he would be able to trigger the obsessions of the powerful beings in those tombstones. But Yachen didn't really believe it. There were 100 tombstones in the reincarnation graveyard. Could there really be 100 powerful beings? While he was daydreaming, Tongyi knocked on the door to invite him for breakfast. She had woken up early to make a very elaborate dish for him, specifically homemade hamburgers. Yachen teased her while munching on his bread. You're so good to me, it makes me not want to leave. Should I offer myself to you? I can wash the dishes, cook, and even keep your bed warm in the winter. Tongyi laughed. My house has a heated mattress pad for the winter. You don't need to do any of that, but if you want to stay, you'll have to pay next month's rent and you'll be doing the chores. Mentioning money, Yachen didn't have a single cent to his name. Hearing that, Tongyi thought he wanted her to support him, but suddenly Yachen pulled out a napkin and scribbled something down frantically. He handed her a paper with the words, Elementary Beauty Refining Pill, written on it. Yachen held his head high and said, This is the formula for the Elementary Beauty Refining Pill. Although it's low grade, it's enough to support a company in the market. Rent will be no problem at all. Tongyi's mouth twitched. This thing can support a company. Do you have some misunderstanding about what a company is? Of course not. The Hua Mai Group specializes in beauty products. As long as you take this prescription to the technical department, you'll know its true value. Just then Jiruksha called Tongyi. Tongyi nervously answered the phone, not expecting to be urgently summoned to an S-class conference. After hanging up, Tongyi turned to say goodbye to Yachen, not forgetting to tell him to stop talking nonsense and to go find a real job. Yachen was speechless. It seemed the rumor that traditional medicine was no longer popular was true, but since Tongyi had told him to find a job, he had no choice. Yachen set up a street stall selling rejuvenation wine. For the grand opening, he offered a 20% discount guaranteed to cure 100 diseases with consultation fees starting at 100,000. No cure, no fee. Passers-by gathered around, not because they wanted a checkup, but because they were curious which mental hospital had let Yachen out, hearing them talk about calling the police. Yachen planned to bolt, but just then a young woman pushed through the crowd toward him. You swindling scammer, come with me. Yachen hopped into a Mercedes and followed her home, only to find it was a massive mansion in the heart of the capital. Realizing he had caught a big fish, Yachen started bragging, Young lady, don't worry. With me, Yachen, I guarantee you'll be cured immediately. But to his surprise, she wasn't looking for him to cure a disease. This caught him off guard. She was Shen Mengjia, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She had sought out Yachen today because of his talent for lying without even needing practice. Seeing his words dismissed, Yachen turned to leave, but when Shen Mengjia pulled out a $100,000 check, he did a 180-degree turn. Young lady, what are your orders? I can scale mountains of knives or dive into seas of fire. I will not refuse, even if it means death. Only then did Shen Mengjia explain the whole story. Her father was truly ill, and even the doctors had given up telling them to prepare for the funeral. Her parents were very close, and she was afraid that if one passed, the other would lose the will to live. So Shen Mengjia invited Yachen to pose as a half-immortal to guide her father before he passed, pretending to go up the mountain for a cure. She believed that as long as they got through this period, her mother would eventually accept that her husband had departed. Yachen was speechless at her story. Filial piety shouldn't be used like that. But with you, things will be different. Yachen patted his chest. Young lady, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission perfectly. Shen Mengjia cheered happily. That's great. At least I don't need to call the police anymore. It seemed if Ye Chen had refused earlier, he would have been behind bars by now. After leading Ye Chen inside, she kept muttering reminders, telling him to remember the script she had given him and to watch her expressions to act accordingly. Entering her father's hospital room, she couldn't help but show her vulnerability. "Dad, it's me. I'm here. I've returned." Ye Chen observed for a second and saw the situation was critical. The patient was stepping into the gates of death. No wonder modern medicine couldn't save him. Death energy was filling his chest. Once it reached the top of his head, even the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara couldn't save his soul. According to Shen Mengjia last month, her father Shen Haihua was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Even the best hospitals abroad had no way to save him. Later they invited the divine Dr. Ko from the capital, but yesterday he concluded that her father only had 3 days left to live. Thus the family had no choice but to rely on Ye Chen so her mother wouldn't know the truth. Money was no object for the Shen family. Just then her mother walked in, tears streaming down her face. "Jajia divine Dr. Ku said your father won't make it through today. Is that true?" Shen Mengjia had previously colluded with divine Dr. Ko to keep this a secret together, but for some reason, he had betrayed her. At this moment, a blond young man leaning against the door spoke up. "Mengjia, one must be honest. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are only natural. How could you lie to mom like that?" Tham Mong Long is the older brother of Tom Monggia. He even bragged about having already arranged the funeral, claiming he would give Tom Hai Hua a grand burial. Tham Monggia turned to look at her brother with deep resentment. "Doesn't he know how poor mom's health is?" Tham Mong Long, acting like an extreme optimist, said that death was just a way for her to find relief. "Being this filial, I can't bear to watch Dad suffer any longer. Just wait until I take over this house. I absolutely won't treat Mom and Dad badly." But clearly Tom Monggia's mother couldn't handle the shock. "Wait after Tham Hai Hua passes away. She's going to follow him to the grave." Deep Than watched this whole scene sneering. That guy Tham Mong Long is clearly just aiming for the inheritance Tom Hai Hua left behind, wanting to monopolize all the assets. Tham Monggia wondered if that guy was even her brother anymore. Just for a little bit of money, he wanted to stress their own mother to death so he could get a bigger cut. Tham Mong Long turned hostile, cursing his sister. "You useless brat. She wants to die on her own, so why should I stop her? Try cursing one more time and see if I don't rip that mouth of yours to shreds." Just as Tham Mong Long lunged forward, Deep Than kicked him with a punch straight to the face. The man was still alive, but the whole house was already in absolute chaos. Expert Dr. Kao stood by, angrily shouting at Deep Than, "Who the hell are you? Don't you know this young master is going to be the head of the Tem family soon?" Deep Than held up one finger. 10 million. You pay that and I can cure Tom Hai Hua immediately. Then everyone get out and wait." Tom Monggia was shocked that he was taking advantage of the situation to extort 10 million. Now she wondered how he planned to get past her mother. Tom Mong Long continued playing the role of the filial son, grumbling and blaming Tom Monggia for hiring a quack doctor just because of the inheritance. "If Tham Hai Hua dies, she will take full responsibility and I'll make sure Deep Than rots in prison." Then only Deep Than and Tom Hai Hua were left in the room. "As long as you've met me, it'll be a long time before you actually die." His master had taught him medical arts, so profound they could pull Tom Hai Hua back from the gates of death. Deep Than made hand gestures, summoning golden talismans that swirled around him in a circle. Heaven, earth, void, desolation, spirits, ghosts, and demons returned to the living. As he finished, the talismans flew from him onto Tom Hai Hua. He could clearly see the dark energy lingering. It was surrounding him, refusing to let him live. All his meridians were blocked with only one faint pulse remaining, but that was the final glimmer of hope. Deep Than pulled out all his acupuncture needles and thrust them into the active meridians on Tom Hai Hua's body. The dark energy inside him was forced out, and Deep Than firmly clenched his fist, making the dark energy dissipate until not a trace remained. Tom Hai Hua slumped onto the bed, and Deep Than had exhausted a great deal of energy. Killing is easy, but saving lives is hard. Looks like I still need more training. Deep Than walked out calmly to demand his payment. Tom Hai Hua was just about to wake up inside. Tham Monggia's mother happily handed a card containing 10 million to Deep Than. The password was 6 zeros. Suddenly, Tham Mong Long snatched the card and protested, "Mom, wake up. Dad is in the final stages of cancer. How could he possibly be cured? Kid, this 10 million isn't so easy to take." Tham Mong Long pointed a finger at Deep Than's face, but Deep Than gripped his hand tightly, causing him to blush involuntarily. Deep Than twisted his hand back and grabbed the card. This money is mine for the medical treatment. Tham Hai Hua will definitely wake up, but he can only live for 3 days. After 3 days, if he doesn't have my medicine, even the heavens can't save him. Tham Mong Long clutched his aching arm and cursed. Damn it, this guy dared to hit me and rob me. I'm calling the police. Expert Dr. Cao reassured him, saying he had connections at the station and would definitely help him deal with Diep Than. Just then, Tham Hai Hua opened the door and walked out, leaving everyone stunned, especially Tham Mong Long. He wondered if he was looking at a man or a ghost and how he was still alive. Hai Hua stepped out, constantly asking for Deep Than. Seeing his wife and daughter had brought a divine doctor to save him, he couldn't help but feel happy and proud. Conversely, looking at his wretched son, Tham Hai Hua's face darkened. Don't think I don't know what you animal have been doing while I was sick. From today on, don't expect to get a single cent from me. Meanwhile, at the Whole My Corporation, an emergency meeting was held regarding their stock prices, which were plummeting. They didn't know how they would survive the coming days. Their rivals had released a new beauty product. It had miraculous effects. If Hoa Mai didn't launch a new product soon, they would be crushed in this cutthroat market. Tonji sat in the middle of the meeting, her heart burning with anxiety. She didn't know what to do to manage this situation. Whether it was from nervousness or something else, her chest felt itchy. Tonji secretly reached in to check. Unexpectedly, she pulled out the paper Deep Than had written that morning. Even more unexpectedly, she had no idea when she had tucked it between her breasts. Putting that aside, Tonji suddenly remembered him saying the formula was worth 10 million. Maybe there was a chance. Just then a woman jumped out of nowhere and snatched the paper from Tonji. Let me see what kind of treasure you're hiding in your bra. Tonji was startled. It was Tona, the most unpleasant woman in the company. Tona read the name Primary Bamboo Beauty Pill and laughed mockingly at Tonji, asking if she had been scammed and why she valued it so much. Is that why you slept with him? Tonji's face fell at her venomous words. Not every woman uses their body to trade for money like you do, Tona. Tona not only refused to return the paper, but she heartlessly tore it into pieces right in front of her. Tonji couldn't take it anymore. She lunged forward and shoved her. Don't you go too far. Even if it's just a piece of paper, it's still mine. The others in the office looked as if they saw this kind of scene every single day. The two women grabbed each other's hair, neither one afraid. Just as everyone was wondering how to stop these two lionesses, CEO Hanyu Tuyet walked in, her whole body blazing with fury. Tonji, Tuna, you two seem very free, don't you? After calming the chaos, the CEO began the meeting. I assume everyone here knows the purpose of this emergency meeting. The neighbors are producing advanced health drinks while Hoa Mai's products have had no progress for years. The people in the room looked at each other confused, unable to provide a valid reason. Hanyu Tuyet slammed the table. For the past 3 years, don't you know how much money the research department has swallowed and for what? The research department staff didn't sit still either. They said they had tried their best but still couldn't find a better substitute. That's right, the research department. Our R&D team has spent a fortune traveling all over the world just to find formulas, but ancient beauty recipes have always been incredibly rare, and even after reading through 6 entire ancient books, we've found nothing. We still haven't found a suitable one. Hearing their excuses, CEO Ha lowered her voice a little. It wasn't entirely their fault, but she had spent so many years building the biggest beauty conglomerate in Jiang City, only for her parents to abandon it just like that. Right now, could she really afford to give up? Suddenly, Tona spoke up, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Isn't it just a beauty formula? CEO Ton has plenty in his hands. Just a moment ago, he was holding something called Truck Non Dan or whatever. A researcher heard the name, a formula passed down from the 7 great clans, and exclaimed joyfully, CEO Ha, if CEO Ton truly has that formula, the company is saved. Hanyu Tuyet was visibly delighted, but Tonji didn't dare to claim it immediately because he knew the formula was just something Deep Than scribbled down that morning. How could she believe it? CEO Ha was impatient and demanded to see the formula. Tonji gathered the scraps of paper that Tona had torn up and placed them on the table. I'm sorry, CEO Ha, this was just my friend messing around. And now it's turned into this. The people in the room saw the formula written on torn napkin scraps and doubted its credibility. Tona smirked, thinking Tonji's performance was like treating Hanyu Tuyet like a total fool. Wait a minute. A researcher picked up a scrap and examined it closely. This formula, this is the real deal. He slammed the table in anger even louder than CEO Ha, because he had seen Tona tear up the very formula that could save the entire corporation. CEO Ha immediately ordered Tona to be demoted. If she couldn't restore this formula, she would definitely hold Tona accountable. Tona, who was laughing just a moment ago, was now being laughed at. She honestly claimed she didn't know the formula was that important. Of course, I knew our company's first formula was developed based on this. The researcher acted all cool and confident, promising a breakthrough in quality once the paper was restored. Ha! Nhu Tuet felt her hope for life restored. She immediately ordered everyone to collect all the torn scraps in the room. Tona's face turned pale. She never expected such a coincidence to happen in real life. The moment CEO Ha called her name, Tona jumped. Ha Nhu Tuet's gaze was like a laser scanning her from head to toe. It seemed the formula was real, but some crazy person had been blind enough to tear it up. If you're that free, the store happens to be short one assistant to help customers shop. You go there and help out. Tona froze on the spot. She never imagined one impulsive moment would lead to a lifetime of regret. That evening, Tonji went home to look for Deep Than but couldn't find him. She couldn't believe the formula he gave her was actually real. Feeling guilty, she sat on the sofa and replayed everything in her mind. Tonji suddenly realized she knew nothing about Deep Than. He had single-handedly taken on a bunch of retired Special Forces soldiers and casually written down an ancient formula. Tonji felt a chill down her spine. The most ridiculous part was that she had been keeping a man who was both a stranger and dangerous in her own house. She was terrified that if she exposed Deep Than's true nature, he would silence her right away. Suddenly a hand placed itself on Tonji's head, making her jump. Deep Than had heard her call his name, but since she didn't say anything else, he was a bit curious. After they sat down and calmed their nerves, Tonji tried to speak, but she kept stuttering, which was frustrating for the audience to watch. Deep Than looked at her puzzled. He had already cleaned up the house properly, hadn't he? Tonji took a deep breath and said every word clearly. Actually, I want to apologize. The formula you gave me was torn up by someone. If that's all, then. Deep Than was speechless. What he had written for her was just the most basic introductory formula. Was she complaining that it wasn't effective enough? If so, he could just write 80 more for her to gawk at. Seeing Tonji stay silent, Deep Than made an excuse about being sleepy and headed to his room. She chased after him and grabbed his arm. Finally, she confessed she needed his help. Deep Than broke into a sweat, unsure what she was going to ask, but even if she asked him to strip, he would probably agree. She remembered how Deep Than wanted to meet Han Yu Tuet, and now Ha Tuet really wanted to meet him too, so she offered to arrange it. Deep Than's expression turned to one of disgust. He wasn't the man he was yesterday anymore. You need me to go see her. Is she worth it? He was confused. Just the other day, he had stood up to an entire security team just to meet Han Yu Tuet. Deep Than crossed his arms. He had his standards too, since Ha Tuet hadn't bothered to pay him any attention the other day. He wouldn't bother with her now either. Tonji carefully chose her words to coax Deep Than, and finally he agreed to meet CEO Ha. But on one condition: tell your CEO Ha to come and see me in person. Whether I decide to meet her after that depends on my mood. With that, Deep Than walked straight into his room, not giving Tonji a chance to say another word. Afterward, she called Han Yu Tuet to report the news. Despite being asked to come in person, Tuet didn't seem angry at all. On the contrary, she found Deep Than extremely interesting. Only a few days ago, he was making a scene at the reception desk to see her, and now he was acting all high and mighty. She wanted to see what kind of man he really was. The next morning, Deep Than arrived at the biggest pharmacy in town. Nandakdung was indeed a famous store. The line of people waiting to check in was as crowded as a bar. Deep Than walked around looking at things, and he stopped in front of a painting of a white tiger in the middle of the shop. Compared to the fakes nowadays, this is decent enough. His remark reached the ears of Chow Nan Dak, the shop owner, and his granddaughter Chow Tu Uyen. Tu Uyen immediately spoke up with a snide tone, saying, Deep Than must be some country bumpkin who just arrived in the city, just as he dared to call her shop's inventory knockoffs. Chow Nan Dak quickly shut his bratty granddaughter's mouth, then turned to ask Deep Than why he called them fakes. Because this painting has already been studied by many collectors and researchers alike. Deep Than sighed, noting that if such a blatant fake could fool so many people, it just proved that those so-called experts were practically blind. Still, if this painting could fool that many specialists, he might as well keep it for show. He had hoped to find something genuine in this shop. Looks like I was overthinking it. Chow Tu Uyen, having endured enough, couldn't sit still any longer. She was determined to teach Deep Than a lesson for his arrogant attitude. Shonandak stood by and said she shouldn't lay a hand on a civilian, but it seemed they really were blind. Chow Tu Uyen lunged forward and kicked at Diep Than. Her grandfather didn't even have time to stop her. She had trained under powerful people and could kill a man with a single kick. But unexpectedly, Deep Than caught her petite leg with just one hand, leaving her completely frozen in midair. "What is this? Is that all you've got?" Cho Tu Uyen had once kicked through 2 heavy-duty sandbags in one go and couldn't believe she'd been stopped so easily. "Little miss, are you done playing around yet?" Deep Than's question brought her back to reality. Deep Than's expression turned properly roguish. Bad kids need to be taught a lesson. And with that, he grabbed her leg and slammed her down to the ground. Deep Than didn't expect to run into ancient martial artists here, but it was a pity this style was meant for men. If a woman like her kept training in it, in a few years she'd likely end up crippled. Being tossed like a rag doll severely bruised Chow Tu Uyen's ego, and she immediately turned to whine to Chow Nandak. Chow Nandak told her to stop immediately. "Can't you see who is standing in front of you?" Deep Than hadn't even used any internal energy to block her kick. If it weren't for him holding back, her cat-scratch kung fu would have left her bones shattered. Tu Uyen, still defiant, turned to challenge Deep Than to another spar. Deep Than laughed. "Then what counts as using internal energy?" A dense, deep purple aura erupted from Deep Than. It surrounded her, making Chow Tu Uyen instinctively stumble back, her legs going so soft she fell to the ground. She teared up and told her grandfather they needed to run. Shonandak coughed a few times out of embarrassment, then turned to cup his hands and apologized to Diep Than for Chow Tu Uyen's attitude. Having witnessed Diep Than's true power, Nandak wanted to ask him about the painting on the wall. Since the old man was sincere, Diep Than decided to open his eyes. Deep Than used his aura to reveal the hidden inscription on the painting. "I wonder what fool will buy this fake. Lungayan 2002. This painting was truly hard to distinguish from the real one, which is why the forger dared to sign it so brazenly. You only need to channel internal energy to make the writing appear. As dusk fell, Chow Tu Uyen brought the medicine. Diep Than had requested even having to respectfully call him Mr. Diep. Deep Than took the prescription and offered a thank you that sounded more like teasing. Chow Tu Uyen twitched her mouth, replying, "It is my honor to serve Mr. Diep." She added, "These herbs are very rare. I wonder if you brought enough money, Mr. Chow. You're quite sharp, but I still prefer that look of obedience you had earlier." Deep Than's comment made Chow Tu Uyen show her true colors. If her master were here, she'd definitely make him pay. At this point, Chow Nandak had to knock some sense into his granddaughter. He could tell Diep Than's strength was not inferior to her master's at all. I then turned to ask Deep Than to overlook his granddaughter's foolishness. He noted that they had all the herbs on his list in stock, but because the quantity was quite large, it would take a few days. To apologize, he insisted on not charging him, but Deep Than said that wasn't necessary. He had recently acquired a card with 10 million, so he wasn't worried about starving, and besides, he didn't want any young lady saying he took things for free from her shop. After Diep Than left, Chow Nandak's expression darkened. If he was truly from the Deep family, he feared that this city wouldn't know peace for much longer. On his way back, Deep Than realized a few ants were crawling after him. It was a good time to blow off some steam. Back at the shop, Chow Tu Uyen still couldn't believe Diep Than's strength, and couldn't fathom how he was not inferior to her master. Actually, I misspoke. Shonandak corrected himself. It wasn't that Deep Than was just as good as her master, but that he was far beyond him. His appearance meant a new grandmaster had emerged. Legend says a martial arts grandmaster can take down an entire trained heavy infantry unit with their bare hands, viewing modern weapons as toys. In their eyes, ordinary people are just ants. Tu Uyen broke into a cold sweat, but Deep Than is so young. How could he possibly be a martial arts grandmaster? Exactly, but Deep Than's existence is even more terrifying than a grandmaster. If he lives another 20 years, I fear there won't be anyone left in this world who can stand against him. He told her the Chow family must never under any circumstances become his enemy. Returning to the man tailing Deep Than, he was certain this was the miracle Dr. Tam Hai Hua was looking for. As long as he followed him, the reward would definitely be his. Suddenly, Deep Than turned into a small alley, making the stalker worry he'd been spotted. When he chased after him, the alley was empty. While he was panicking, Deep Than dropped down from above and grabbed him by the head. "Looking for me? Behave and give me one reason not to kill you, let's see." Unexpectedly, the guy spilled everything. His name was Pham Dong, a private investigator. This month he helped some rich guys find cheating wives, followed neighbors to remote places, blah blah blah. Jeepthan shouted angrily, "Stop the nonsense, who sent you?" Pham Dong immediately confessed it was Tom Hai Hua who had placed a bounty across the entire Jiang city. "Anyone who finds you gets 1 million. Jeepthan finally remembered he had only given the old man 3 days to live. No wonder he was so desperate to find him. Pham Dong then invited Jeepthan to go back with him, offering to split the reward money. Yet Jeepthan simply turned his back on them. "I told him to go back and tell Tom Hai Hua that if she wants to stay alive, she should stop playing these games." Pham Dong looked stunned. Since Tom Hai Hua didn't know where to find Jeepthan, she had to resort to hiring detectives. She begged him to set up a meeting, insisting that this was a matter of life and death. When Jeepthan returned home, he found Tonji meticulously applying her makeup. Turns out she wanted to take him out shopping because he had been wearing the same clothes for several chapters now. She also insisted on buying him an iPhone so they could stay in touch. Even though Jeepthan found it troublesome, Tonji didn't mind. She told him not to worry about the money, she would pay for everything. Upon arriving at the mall, Jeepthan tried on several outfits at once. Each one radiated his cold, domineering aura. Tonji stood by, clapping and praising him, saying that if Jeepthan walked around the university campus now, girls would definitely be lining up to talk to him. Jeepthan smirked. He didn't make a living off his looks after all. Tonji then deliberately asked if he had a girlfriend yet. She offered to introduce him to some beautiful single women, but Jeepthan had never even thought about that. For the past 5 years, he had been obsessively training, barely surviving, let alone thinking about dating. But 5 years ago, before his family was destroyed, Jeepthan did like someone. She was the school beauty, so Thuknyen chased by everyone. Back then he was so lovesick that he gave her a love letter, but to his surprise, she actually wrote back. She said that if he confessed his feelings in front of the whole school during the morning assembly, she would agree to date him. The naive Jeepthan of that time actually did it only to be humiliated and rejected by her in front of everyone. It was all just a trap to mock him. Since then, Jeepthan became insecure and fell into a slump. Perhaps back then he really was a loser, but today, even with the So family among the 4 great families, the city of Zhongthan was nothing in his eyes. His rage caused his killing intent to surge, and Tonji felt it too, fearing that her words had wounded his pride. She quickly tried to make amends, saying that being single didn't mean anything, and that she herself had never dated anyone yet, was still doing just fine. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jeepthan flicked Tonji on the forehead and told her to keep shopping, wondering what kind of image of him her mind was cooking up next. While walking, a couple blocked their path. The woman had red hair and looked rather flirtatious, clinging to a man around her father's age. "Isn't that Tonji? Haven't seen you in years, and you already have a boyfriend." Jeepthan recognized her. It was Ha Thien, a follower of So Thuknyen. Ha Thien looked him up and down before sneering. "Tonji, back in school you used to hang around that loser Jeepthan. Now your boyfriend is still wearing cheap thrift store clothes. Do you only like losers?" Ha Thien's eyes were sharp. She suddenly thought Jeepthan looked a bit like that guy from years ago. Her older companion chimed in, eager for gossip. Ha Thien recounted the story of how Jeepthan had confessed to So Thuknyen in front of the whole school and was rejected. The guy was so ashamed he didn't dare show his face at school again. Then his family got wiped out. He must be dead by now. Otherwise, Thuknyen would have kept playing with him. Jeepthan clenched his fist, his killing intent already thick in the air. That woman's filthy mouth should never be allowed to open again. Just as he was about to strike, Tonji held him back, suggesting they keep shopping instead. Ha Thien, seeing them wandering around, brought up money to look down on them again. She turned to the old guy beside her and whined, "Ah, Tuan, I want to buy those clothes too, can I? Tonight, if I wear them for you, it'll be a blast, and I can even bring a friend along." Ignoring this obnoxious couple, Jeepthan and Tonji walked away. Jeepthan could have dealt with them, but for some reason she stopped him. Tonji pointed to a suit nearby to distract him. "This would look perfect on you." The sales clerk immediately jumped at the chance to pitch it, saying it was the highest-end item in the store and cost 360,000. Hearing that, Tonji gulped. She had heard this store was expensive, but not that expensive. She only had 300,000 left on her card. Tonji tried to brush it off, saying, "It doesn't really seem to fit him that well." For some reason, Ha Thien reappeared to provoke them. Dying of laughter here, Tonji. If you don't have the money, just say so. Doesn't fit. Who are you trying to fool? Tonji felt humiliated but held her ground, refusing to lose. Hathien kept walking back and forth, bringing up how Tonji's younger brother didn't even finish middle school because her family was broke. You want to hit me? Do you know my friend is so Thuknien don't even think about staying in Jangthan later? Go ahead, hit me if you dare. Her face looked increasingly vile. Unable to hold back any longer, Deep Than delivered a slap straight to her face, sending her flying several meters. His entire body reeked of killing intent. I should have shut that mouth of yours a long time ago. Hathien lay on the ground after Deep Than's strike. Everyone watching was frozen. Tonji looked at Deep Than, sweating profusely, her mouth trembling, unable to speak. Tuan looked utterly stupid, his face pale as he fumbled for his phone to live stream the drama, only for the drama to go way beyond his imagination. Hathien clutched her swollen cheek. She looked up at Deep Than with teary, hateful eyes and screamed, "You dare hit me! Do you know that So Thuk Nyen and the So family are my close friends? Do you know who my boyfriend is?" At that moment, she just wanted to dig up the graves of the Deep family. Deep Than replied coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" He stared straight into her furious eyes. Octon pointed at Deep Than's face and said, "I am the operations manager of the Bakdan Group, earning 5 million a year. High-quality men like me are way out of the league of a loser like you." Right now, all she wanted to do was tear that whole Deep household apart, graves and all. Deep Than just replied coolly, "What's that got to do with me?" as he stared straight into her furious eyes. Tuan pointed at Deep Than's face and said, "I'm the chief of operations at Bakdan Group, pulling in 5 million a year. A high-quality man like me is someone a broke loser like you could never hope to mess with." Hearing Tuan speak up to intimidate, Hathien, whose cheek was still swollen, he crawled over to hug Tuan's leg. Well, he was talking tough, but Tuan's face had already gone ash-gray. Tuan's body was trembling with fear that Diep Than would come to hit him. A deep voice suddenly rang out, sounding extremely arrogant, cutting through the noise of the couple. A man wearing a luxurious suit walked in, followed by a young man crouching behind him. The man said angrily, "Tum Hai Hua, today I want to see." Hearing the name, Tum Hai Hua, that wretched couple froze solid. "Who dares to use the name of the Bakdan Corporation to bully Dr. Diepthan?" Tham Hai Hua's voice boomed powerfully. The young man behind him bowed his head even lower, sweating cold sweat, looking at Tuan with reproach. Seeing Tom Hai Hua appear before his eyes, Tuan began to stammer. Stammering, "Chairman." He was incredibly confused now. Isn't the chairman suffering from a terminal illness? Why is he appearing here? Tondai looked at the big shot in front of her in astonishment. Why would a big shot like this show up here? If they were backing Hathien, the consequences were unthinkable. Tuan started to soften his tone, rubbing his hands together and saying, "Uncle Tham, my family often mentions you. I really admire you, sir." Hathien also chimed in. "Uncle Tham, why did you come here? Are you here to inspect the new project?" Tham Hai Hua didn't even bother to answer them, walking right past the two of them. Ignoring Tuan, who kept calling out Uncle Tham, he walked over to Deep Than. President Tam grabbed his hand affectionately and said, "Master Diep, you have made me search so hard. If you hadn't shown up, my heart would have practically died." Hearing the earth-shattering, heartfelt thoughts that Uncle Tam had for Deep Than Ton, Dai stood completely stunned, not believing her eyes. Hathien leaned over to Tuan's ear and asked, "Am I seeing things? President Tham is showing such a low posture, it's like he's trying to please Diep Than." Tuan also kept his mouth agape, unable to answer anything. Tondai was currently extremely surprised by Deep Than. This guy, didn't he just arrive in Jangthan? How could he know a big shot like Tam Hai Hua? Deep Than didn't care at all for the sweet words of President Tham. He glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "I once gave you a chance to live. It was your family that didn't cherish it." Tom Hai Hua smiled, placing his hand over his heart, and said sincerely, "I apologize, Master Diep. My wayward son offended you that day. I have already punished him. Now let him apologize to you." After speaking, he glanced behind him and shouted in a deep voice, "You wretch! Are you not going to crawl over here and kneel down for Master Diep?" Tham Mong Long hurried over, trembling. In front of Deep, then the son knelt hard on the ground. He said clearly, word for word, "Master Diep, that day was my fault. I apologize. Please forgive me." Tuan watched this scene with his jaw hitting the floor. "I have followed Tham Mong Long for so many years. I understand his personality better than anyone. He is very arrogant. Now he is actually kneeling." He looked at Diep Than with fear. What kind of background does this kid have? Could it be that he comes from Jiangnam province or an even bigger family? Jeep Than didn't give any face to that father and son. He turned to Ton Dai and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the women's clothing store to take a look. I'm buying you clothes next." Jeep then held Ton Dai's hand and squeezed past those two wretched people. Mr. Tham saw this and called out in surprise, "Ah, Master Diep!" Tuan looked at Diep Than's retreating back, unable to believe that he had ignored Tom Hai Hua. It was the first time he had seen someone dare to snub Tom Hai Hua, looking sideways as if he meant nothing. Tuan thought about this and grew weak at the knees. It seems Deep Than must belong to a very big family. Whose ancestor have I offended? Behind his back. Tam Hai Hoa kept kicking. Tam Mong Long cursing. "Look at the good work you've done today. If Master Diep doesn't agree, you will kneel here for the rest of your life, you idiot," seeing Tham Mong Long's miserable state. Tuan felt extremely pained. He turned to plead, "Uncle Tham, I think everything must be a misunderstanding. Mr. Tam growled. He turned around and slapped Tuan in the face, shouting loudly, "Misunderstanding my foot, daring to rely on the company's name to offend Master Diep. Starting from today, you and your father pack your things and get out of the corporation." Tham Hai Hoa's face was dark because Deep Than didn't care about him. In his mind, there was only one thought: my life is still in that person's hands. I don't want to die. So Tom Hai Hua turned and left. Tuan looked at the president's retreating back and called out desperately, "Master Diep, wait for me." Ha Thien came over to support him and whispered, "Tuan, it seems we have offended a big shot." Tuan whimpered, it's over. Now I have nothing left." In the late afternoon, Deep Than and Ton Dai left the shopping center. Ton Dai nudged Deep Than and said, "It's clear that you can't even afford the rent. Yet you're giving me clothes," looking at the bags from luxury clothing shops in her hands. Ton Dai looked at Deep Than happily. "With this gesture alone, I'm already very happy." Deep Than sighed internally. She probably thinks I'm still as poor as before, only buying discounted clothes. She had no idea that in his hands he still held over 10 million. He looked at Ton Dai with emotion. She was truly a good girl. Behind the two of them, a voice called out, "Master Diep and this young lady, please stop." It was Tom Hai Hua, who had been chasing them for a while. He raised his hand to greet them. "Did you two have a pleasant stroll?" Behind him, two bodyguards were holding gift boxes from luxury brands. Deep Than saw him and found him an eyesore. He glanced at him sideways and asked, "What do you want with me?" Tham Hai Hua softened his tone and said, "You misunderstood. The person I want to find isn't you. It's the young lady beside you. My company's employee spoke insults to her earlier. It was my poor management. I came specifically to apologize. I hope you will accept this small gift." Ton Dai looked at the two piles of gifts and awkwardly exclaimed, "Oh, how can I?" She remembered. This clothing was all things I tried on earlier and was very satisfied with, but because they were too expensive, I couldn't bear to buy them. Deep Than laughed internally. This Tom Hai Hua, knowing he couldn't win me over, he's looking for a breakthrough through Ton Dai. Interesting. So he called out, "Tom Hai Hua, President." Tham immediately replied respectfully, "Master Diep, do you have any instructions?" Deep then walked past him and said, "I'll give you one last chance. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will come to the Tem family to treat your illness. You must remember I can save you, but I can also take your life back." Hearing this, Shen Haihua's eyes lit up. He thanked him profusely. Thank you, Mr. Yi. From now on, whatever you need, I Shin will do everything in my power to help," Hathian said anxiously. "Thuk Nien, I'm telling you the truth. It really is Ye Chen. Even though his aura has changed, his appearance is identical and he has the same name." In contrast to her panic, Thuk Nien was calm and relaxed, watering her plants as she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, really, is he back?" Her tone rose instantly, and so Thuk Nien's face darkened. "I've dealt with Shen Haihua before. He's a wily fox and cares deeply about his reputation." She rubbed her chin in thought. For him to bow before a young man, the other party must have an incredibly high status or immense power. Hearing this, Ha Thien grew fearful. "No way, right. Then doesn't that mean I'm dead for sure?" So Thuk Nien sneered, "That piece of trash from back then, even if he survived, is just a wanderer. How could he possibly make Shen Haihua bow?" Ha Thien asked timidly. "But Thuk Nien, what if? What if he really is that Ye Chen?" So Thuk Nien said confidently, 5 years ago, he and his Ye family could only bow before my So family. 5 years later, our family is still a force he can only look up to." So Thuk Nien held up her little finger, looking derisive. In her eyes, Ye Chen was as insignificant as a pinky finger. He was nothing compared to her. Inside the Daidu apartment building, Tondai and Ye Chen brought back their belongings. As it grew dark, Tondai laid out the gifts Shenhaihua had given them and said joyfully, "Ye Chen, tell me the truth. Do you really know President Shen? Since when? That's amazing, so many clothes. These are all brands I usually can't bear to buy." Ye Chen laughed faintly. "Ha ha, as long as you're happy." Tondai suddenly remembered something and asked, "Right, what about Han Yu Tuet? Are you really not going to see her?" Ye Chen's face darkened at the mention. Unhappy, he said, "Why bring up that buzzkill for no reason? You play with your stuff, I'm going to watch some TV." Tondai nudged him, teasing, "Come on, she's the eldest daughter of the Ha family in Jiangnan, a total beauty. You can really resist that." Ye Chen didn't answer, silently turning on the TV to watch the news. Tonight, in a local villa, 2 male bodies were found, the son of Tran Fong. Police initially confirmed this was a targeted murder. Tondai's face fell as she heard the report. Tran Chengquok and his son are both dead. Oh my God. I've been worried these past few days that the Tran family would seek revenge, but who would have thought? Ye Chen laughed mockingly. Some people do too much evil and make enemies everywhere. It's perfectly normal for them to die. He turned his back, boasting, "Of course I did it. Actually, I'm a high-level assassin. Scaling walls and jumping over roofs, nothing is impossible for me." Tondai immediately cut off his nonsense. "Stop spouting nonsense. What if you get caught?" She thought to herself that while this guy might be okay at fighting, he definitely wouldn't dare to kill anyone. Then Tondai turned away, grabbed the bags, and stuck out her tongue at Ye Chen. "Whatever I'm going to try on my clothes, don't you dare peek." Ye Chen sighed. "Truth is, nobody ever believes me." Afterward, Ye Chen left the apartment and casually bought a few things from a nearby pharmacy. Barely enough for tonight's cultivation. Suddenly, he stopped, narrowing his eyes as he looked ahead. A woman with white hair stood in front of him. "Good evening, Ye Chen. We meet again." She looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Ye Chen recognized her and muttered to himself, "This woman is a real pain. Best to stay away from her." He brushed past her. "Goodbye. Sorry, I'm a police. I'm very busy right now." She asked, "The Tran family business, that was you, wasn't it?" Ye Chen kept walking. She added a lethal remark, "The Yi family deserve to die, Ye Chen." Ye Chen stopped and turned around, his face full of rage, spiritual energy surging intensely. The white-haired woman, seeing this, was thrilled. "I never expected a powerful master like you to be him. That piece of trash from the Yi family." She said those 4 words with complete contempt. Ye Chen reached out, grabbed her by the throat, and growled, "What is it you want to say?" The white-haired woman couldn't smile anymore. She was terrified now, thinking, "How is this possible? I've practiced martial arts, yet I can't even resist him." The white-haired woman struggled to speak. There are some things I can't explain right now. I just wanted to have dinner with you." Seeing that she was scared, Ye Chen let go and turned to keep walking. Before leaving, he politely added, "Don't bother. The homeowner is having dinner with me." The white-haired woman didn't listen. She was currently struggling with the pain in her neck. As Ye Chen walked away, she pondered, "At his age, he's long past the prime window to cultivate internal martial arts. Even if he spent these 5 years desperately training, there's no way he could be this strong." The white-haired woman's eyes darted around, full of suspicion. She wondered to herself, what on earth did he go through in those 5 years? Ye Chen had been out for a long time. When he returned to the apartment, he headed straight for the kitchen. He had brought back some herbal ingredients and organized them on the kitchen shelf. Ye Chen decided that while Tondai was asleep, he would borrow her microwave to refine pills. He worked for a while. Smoke poured out of the microwave as he muttered, "This is so hard to use, I should have brought the old man's cauldron." Taking the pills out of the microwave, Ye Chen looked at them in his hand with disappointment. "I only succeeded with 5 of them." Afterward, he thought, "But for treating Shenhaihua, this is more than enough." The next morning at the Daidu apartment, Tondai had just woken up, yawning and rubbing her eyes as she walked out of her room. She saw Ye Chen already putting on his shoes to head out. Tondai asked, puzzled, "Ye Chen, where are you going so early?" Ye Chen replied, sounding extremely noble, "Healing the sick and saving lives. If you need anything, remember to call me." With that, he left and closed the door. Tondai pouted, "Always talking nonsense. His image is a far cry from a real doctor," she thought, "but he has the recipe for the beauty pill. Maybe he really does know a bit of medicine." She sat on the sofa, lost in thought, calculating the time. The anniversary of the Yi family's death is almost here. I guess I'll be going to pay my respects alone again this year. The more she thought about it, the more she pitied the Yi family. They were living peacefully. Why were they suddenly wiped out? Uncle Diep is clearly as upright as his name, and Deep Than is truly kind-hearted. Outside the apartment building, Tam Mangia stood waiting next to her luxury car. Since it was her first time at a middle-class apartment complex, she felt a bit out of place looking around, her delicate, noble aura making her stand out. She caught the attention of two scruffy-looking guys standing at the gate, whispering to each other. "Hey, brother, do you think that little beauty is waiting for a man or a woman?" The fat guy replied, "Obviously waiting for a sugar daddy," and started analyzing. A rich young miss like that would only wait for a man. If she were a beauty looking to be kept, she'd wait for whoever drove that luxury car. She's definitely too high class to debase herself for some guy. Wow, you really know your stuff, man. What a load of loser talk, assuming every pretty rich girl is a sugar baby. You guys are full of it. Deepthan chimed into the conversation. "I think your analysis is dead wrong." The fat guy was confused. "Why do you say that, brother?" The other guy, amused, said, "Oh yeah, tell us more then." Deepthan smirked. "I just know she isn't here waiting for you two." The two guys got riled up. The fat guy introduced himself. "I'll have you know I'm the god of love. I've conquered hundreds of beautiful maidens. In games and stuff." The guy in the red shirt puffed out his chest. "And I, you loser, am the prince of heartbreakers." They pointed at Deepthan. "And who are you? What's your game here?" Deepthan calmly replied, "I admit I don't know much about women." He pointed to himself with a smug grin. "But at least I know that girl is waiting for me." The fat guy laughed mockingly. "Waiting for you, maybe look in a mirror before trying to hit on girls. I'm handsome as hell and I wouldn't even dare approach her." The guy in the red shirt clutched his stomach laughing. "A beauty driving a luxury car waiting for someone like you. You're killing me." Tham Mangia heard the commotion and turned around. Seeing Deep Than, she exclaimed, "Mr. Deep." The two losers looked at each other stunned. "Mr. Deep, is he named Deep?" The fat guy sheepishly muttered, "Not me, I'm named Ngu." Tham Mangia ran over overjoyed. "Mr. Deep, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for so long." The two guys turned to stare at Deep Than. Could it be? Deep Than just looked up, arrogant and smug. Tham Mangia ran up and took Deep Than's hand, apologizing. "I'm so sorry I'm late." Tham Mangia shook her head. "I'm just glad you're here." With that, the two of them happily walked away. Tham Mangia whispered to Deep, "Then, Mr. Deep, were those two friends of yours?" Deep Than intentionally spoke loudly. "Never seen them. Think they called themselves some love saint or heartbreaker prince." Tham Mangia covered her mouth, looking at the two with disdain. "Ah, Mr. Diep, you have to be careful. Lately there have been a lot of strange people hanging around this area." Seeing that the two guys' faces turned dark, humiliated in silence. The clowns had been themselves all along. They arrived at the Tem family manor. Tham Mangia kindly led Deepthan inside to meet her father. Deepthan handed Tam Hai-Hua 5 pills he had made yesterday. The CEO held them, looking skeptical. "Mr. Deep, are you sure? Do I really only need to take this medicine to recover, no acupuncture or other treatments?" Madam Tham thought Deepthan was worried about the fragile body of Tham Hai-Hua, afraid to perform special procedures, so she said, "Surgery is fine too. Old Tam can take it." Deepthan spoke clearly and firmly, "Take all 5 at once." Tam Hai-Hua's eyes went wide with shock, but after a moment of hesitation, he swallowed all 5 pills. As soon as he swallowed, it started taking effect. Mr. Tam stood up shouting, "Ah, ah, ah!" Golden spiritual energy poured out of his body like a Super Saiyan. Madam Tham trembled, calling out to her husband. Mr. Tam felt incredibly warm and light inside, closing his eyes to embrace the sensation as it took hold. The rich medicinal aroma exploded within his body like a warm current wrapping around him. It was a comfort he had never felt before. Tam Hai-Hua clutched his chest, looking up at the sky, humming to himself, "This feeling is even more intense than life itself." Madam Tham looked at her husband's bizarre behavior and warned him, "Don't talk nonsense." Tham Mangia wondered, did he take some kind of stimulant? Tham Hai-Hua walked over and grabbed Deep Than's hand, saying emotionally, "Mr. Deep, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me, Tham Hai-Hua will never forget." Seeing her father in such high spirits, Tham Mangia smiled, relieved. Afterward, the CEO handed Deep Than a bank card with both hands and generously said, "This is 1 billion for the treatment. I hope you accept it." Taking the money. Deep Than smiled and said, "Taking money to save a life is just a transaction. No need to thank me." Tam Hai-Hua continued, I have a vacant house near the Daido apartment complex. It's a waste sitting empty. An assistant brought over a gold tray to his side. The CEO added, "Here is the key. Please accept it, Mr. Diep, and I hope you'll do me the honor of having a meal with me." Deep Than held the key thinking, I do need a place to store my medicinal herbs. Regarding the meal, he hesitated, then reconsidered. Wait, if Tom Hai Hua is in the business world, he must have a lot of intelligence, for instance, on the Tianqin Corporation. Tianqin Corporation was founded by my father. It was his life's work. After the tragedy with the Deep family, it was stolen by others. I've tried searching for clues about Tianqin, but I couldn't find a thing. If it's Tom Hai Hua, he might actually know something. After thinking, he said, I'll take the house. As for the meal, I'll join you. I'll set the time for tomorrow evening. Are you free? Tham Hai Hua was overjoyed, shouting, Yes, being invited by you. Mr. Deep is my honor. I will definitely be there. Deep Than nodded in satisfaction and headed out. All right, see you tomorrow. Above the wooden door, the words Nan Dak Duong were clearly carved. Inside Nan Dak Duong, 10 bags of raw materials of various sizes were stacked in the corner. While Deep Than was examining the materials, someone called out to him, Mr. Deep, you've arrived. Chow Nandak walked in from outside. Yashin held up a piece of the herb to inspect it. With a chuckle, he remarked that this batch had just arrived, they were incredibly fresh, and the medicinal potency was top-notch. After grabbing a handful of another ingredient to check, Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction and praised, Not bad. Whether it's the age or the freshness, it's even better than I expected. Let's settle the bill. He thought to himself, Zhu Danren actually has some real capability. Zhu Danren generously replied, Mr. Ye, I would love to just give these to you, but I know you wouldn't accept. We'll just take the cost price 5 million, Ye Chen calculated in his head. Based on his research into the traditional medicinal market over the past few days, this wasn't the cost price at all. It was clearly a loss. This batch of herbs was worth at least 10 million. Recalling the arrogant look on the old man's granddaughter's face, he sighed inwardly. I'll let him pay off this favor then. I shouldn't owe anyone. With that decided, he replied, All right, I'll accept your kindness. By the way, where is your granddaughter? How come I don't see her today? Hearing the question, Zhu Danren answered with a hint of concern. Zishansha went hiking with her master today and won't be back until later. I was actually hoping to have her come over to serve tea and apologize. To you, Mr. Ye. But Ye Chen didn't seem to mind much. He picked up a small notebook and scribbled something down. Ye Chen dismissed it casually. That won't be necessary. Then he tore off the piece of paper he had just written on, handed it to Zhou Danren and said, Take this. Ye Chen carefully instructed, When your granddaughter gets back, give this to her. If she doesn't understand it, give it to her master. This is very important for her. Zhou Danren smiled happily as he took it and replied, Understood, I will make sure she gets it. He thought to himself, Is Mr. Yi trying to pay me back for that favor? What on earth is on this piece of paper? Suddenly remembering something, Ye Chen turned back and asked Zhou Danren, Right, old Zhu, I have a question for you. Do you know where in Jiangcheng I can buy a pill-refining furnace? Recalling the terrifying memories from before, he suddenly shivered and lamented, A pill-refining furnace is truly hard to come by. Zhou Danren stuttered as he asked the young man in front of him, Mr. Ye, could it be that you know how to refine pills? He recalled everything he knew about pill refining, and the more he thought, the deeper he frowned. In legend, the pill refiners of China had long since vanished for over 1,000 years. Chou Daknan couldn't help but think about the terrifying consequences of this. Although some medicinal pills circulate in the market, they are all precious legacies from thousands of years ago, with some even selling for billions, truly priceless. He continued to analyze it inwardly. Alchemists surely still exist in reality, but they are absolutely rare for any martial arts family in Huaxia. Just having the support of one alchemist would allow a family to rise to become the top family in Huaxia within 3 years. Chou Daknan started breaking into a cold sweat when a thought flashed through his mind. Why would Mr. Deep buy so many medicinal ingredients? Could it be for alchemy if that were really the case? His value is far beyond my imagination. Deep then heard this and was suddenly startled by the direct hit to his secret. He rolled his eyes, looking for an excuse. Old Chow, what are you joking about? How would I know how to practice alchemy? I just like collecting alchemy furnaces, that's all. It was an excuse that not even a dog would buy, yet Chou Daknan actually believed it. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Is that so? If you are truly interested, Mr. Diep, you can join us at a major auction in 5 days. There might be one there. Deep Than pondered for a moment. An auction, huh? Feeling satisfied, he turned to walk outside, not forgetting to wave at Chow Dak-nyan and set a meeting time. Contact me when the time comes. I'm leaving now. Have the medicine delivered to the Daido apartment building later. A long while later, Tan Vian-min and Chow Tu-uyen finally returned home. She greeted her grandfather cheerfully. Grandpa, we're home. Chow Dak-nan turned his head to tease his granddaughter. Tu-uyen, did you cause any trouble for your master today? Chow Tu-uyen pouted and replied, What trouble? Why do you always say such things? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Old Tan, standing beside them, could only laugh it off. Ha ha. Chow Dak-nan was not satisfied with that answer and scolded, Humph, you offended Diepthan last time. I told you to stay and apologize to him today, but look at you. You ran off first thing in the morning. Cho Tu-uyen grew angry at the mention of that annoying name. She shouted, Humph, Diepthan, all you talk about is him all day. My master is much better than him. He can break a large tree with just one palm strike. Tan Vian-min was very pleased with his disciple's praise, but he still humbly taught her, Ha ha, Tu-uyen, don't talk like that. There is always someone better than us. I think that Mr. Diep definitely has extraordinary qualities. Ignoring his granddaughter's grumpy attitude, Chow Dak-nan took out the piece of paper he received earlier and said, I'm too lazy to argue with you. This is what Deep Than asked me to give to you. He said it would be useful for you. Chow Tu-uyen looked at the paper with half an eye and asked skeptically, For me? After staring at it for a while and using all 10 of her brain cells to try and make sense of it, she felt helpless about her own intelligence. Chow Tu-uyen frowned and said, What is written here I don't understand. After saying that, she tossed the paper aside and curled her lip in disdain. The handwriting is ugly too. I'm not looking at it. Chow Dak-nan shouted angrily. This child! Tan Vian-min was quick-handed and grabbed the paper to take a look. Old Tan said with a suspicious expression, This paper. Tan Vian-min repeated Chow Dak-nan's words with a puzzled look. Useful for Tu-uyen. He then carefully read the contents on the paper. Old Tan's eyes suddenly widened in shock and amazement as he blurted out each word. This paper. This was definitely written by an expert. Tan Vian-min hurriedly called out to Chow Dak-nan, who was still bewildered. Old Chow. The usually calm Old Tan was now acting frantically. Old Chow, hurry, let me meet this expert. He is a great benefactor to both me and Tu-uyen. Chow Dak-nan, not understanding what was happening, asked in confusion, What's wrong, Old Tan? Seeing Tan Vian-min's serious expression as if he had lost his life savings, Chow Dak-nan asked worriedly, What exactly is written on it? Chow Tu-uyen was also a bit frightened and chimed in, Master, that Deep-than guy, he doesn't want to hurt me, does he? However, responding to their panic. Tan Vian-min, who had now calmed down, began to explain, There is something you don't know. Old Tan continued gently. The cultivation technique that Tu-uyen and I practice, the 7-yang heart technique, is something I stumbled upon when I was young, but it is a flawed technique. Tan Vian-min recalled the past as he practiced. Back then, and from the moment I started training, it really made my internal power increase significantly, and my realm progressed rapidly. Then Old Tan lowered his voice and continued. But the more I practiced, the bigger the problems I discovered, even affecting my internal organs. Hearing her master's story, Chow Tu-uyen also realized a few things. She carefully recalled the recent days. She guessed with some anxiety. So that's why. No wonder I've always felt uncomfortable while practicing lately. Could it be the backlash from the flawed technique? Tan Vian-min reached out to pat Chow Tu-uyen's head to reassure her and gently explained, Tu-uyen, you don't need to be afraid. Your technique was only given to you so you would have a self-defense skill. Your cultivation is not yet deep, so the impact is not significant. But Old Tan's voice turned serious when talking about himself. On the contrary, for me, if I keep practicing, it is very likely that my internal organs will degenerate and I will die, unless I abolish my cultivation. Hearing Tan Vian-min say this made Chow Dak-nan extremely worried. He asked, Then what should we do? Inside Chow Dak-nan's mind began to churn with messy thoughts. Old Tan had always protected the peace of the Chow family. Once something happened to him, the Chow family would definitely be affected. While Chow Dak-nan was consumed by negative thoughts and jumping to conclusions, Old Tan laughed happily. Ha ha, that was only before Tan Vian-min was as happy as a child given a piece of candy. Old Tan said loudly with joy. Now this piece of paper completes the technique perfectly. This is truly the work of a god. From now on, I won't have to worry about backlashes anymore. Ha ha ha. To Uyen we have met a noble benefactor. Ha ha ha. Old Tan's words sparked a rare sense of fear and confusion in Chao Tu Uyen's heart. She thought uneasily, a noble benefactor, even master says so. Chao Tu Uyen asked fearfully, Deep, then who on earth are you? At this very moment, at the Daidu apartment complex, while looking at the magnificent villa in front of him. Deep Than couldn't help but sigh. I thought Tom Hai Hua was only gifting me a house. I didn't expect it to be one this big. Seeing the extremely spacious kitchen with full equipment for cooking made him feel a bit surprised, so he exclaimed in admiration, and then he walked out to check the living room, nodding in satisfaction and muttering, not bad, as he saw the place was decent. It was fully equipped with everything needed for hosting guests. After looking around for a while, he suddenly stopped next to a distorted, poorly drawn painting of Pikachu and murmured in surprise, it's got all the essentials. That guy was quite thoughtful, saving me the trouble of preparing, but it's so big living here alone feels a bit lonely. As he said this, Deep Than suddenly felt a wave of sadness and thought to himself, if only. If Tondai were here, that would be perfect. I then recalled what she had said, hello. Deep, then I have to go back to my hometown for a trip. I'm probably not coming back. After remembering that, he suddenly rubbed his chin and continued thinking to himself, I'm a bit worried about that girl. Back then, my home was smaller than this place, but it was great because the whole family was harmonious and lively. Now there's only me left. After thinking that, Diepthon couldn't help but feel sad and whispered, tomorrow is the death anniversary of my parents. Parents, I will definitely take revenge for both of you. I will drag that guy out from the dead and shine in the night just to bring that man's head myself to, in front of your graves. One day, I Deep then will make Jiangcheng tremble and make this Huaxia land submit. Just as he finished speaking, a ringing sound suddenly echoed from outside the door. Hearing the noise, he called out, is the medicine here? He quickly opened the door and stepped out, seeing that the delivery company was carefully unloading boxes of medicine for him. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, luckily there's this little mansion. Otherwise, there'd be nowhere to put all this medicine. Suddenly, someone called out, Mr. Deep, making Deep then jump slightly as he glanced over. He saw it was Chao Nan Dak. He continued, the medicine has been delivered. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Diep? Just say the word. He quickly replied, no need, old Chow. Then he glanced at the man standing next to him and thought to himself, this guy is a martial artist. The man quickly cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Mr. Deep, greetings. Deep Than smiled lightly and replied, you've worked hard delivering this. Please come inside. He turned to the man, so you are. Hearing him ask, the man was surprised and blurted out, oh! Then he suddenly dropped to his knees and said gratefully, I am Tan Vien Min, thank you so much for saving my life, Grandmaster Diep. Chao Tu Uyen was startled and shouted, Master, get up! Tan Vien Min wiped his sweat and explained, I won't hide it from you, he is Tu Uyen's teacher. He fixed my 7-yang technique. Not only did he help me break through my bottleneck, but he also prevented me from suffering the backlash. From now on, you are the benefactor of me, Tan Vien Min. Deep then seriously replied, that was just a small thing, but there is one thing I'm curious about. He scratched his head, wondering, why do you call me a grandmaster? How powerful is a grandmaster anyway? Hearing him say that, the man thought to himself, he is a martial arts grandmaster, yet he doesn't know what grandmaster means. He truly is an expert who can release his inner energy. It's the entry-level ranking for all martial artists. He pretended to cough, then shyly explained the reason. Ahem. I just came down from the mountain not long ago, so I'm not familiar with the rankings of Huaxia martial arts. I hope you can enlighten me. The man laughed awkwardly and continued, so that's it. If Grandmaster Diep has been cultivating in the mountains without entering society, it's understandable you wouldn't know. I dare say to Grandmaster Diep, in the Huaxia martial arts system, there are 4 tiers, external force, internal force, half-step mastery, and grandmaster. Each tier is divided into 3 stages, early, intermediate, and peak. Like Tu Uyen, she is currently at the stage of just entering internal force, while Grandmaster Diep is definitely a grandmaster at the mastery level, someone whom countless martial arts experts look up to. Deep then heard this and thought to himself, the classification of these levels is different from what the old man told me, but that's normal. The techniques I cultivate and the surface-level martial arts of Huaxia are not in the same league. Body Tempering Realm Foundation Opening Realm Key. Movement Realm Separation Unity Realm True Essence Realm Spirit Wandering Realm. Each realm is divided into 9 layers. Of course, there are even more terrifying realms beyond the Spirit Wandering Realm. It's just that I haven't come into contact with them yet. Right now, I am at the 5th layer of the Foundation Opening Realm. According to Tan Vian Min's description of a Huaxia martial arts grandmaster, I'm probably somewhere between the Foundation Opening and Kai Movement realms, much stronger than I imagined. Thinking that Deep Than asked, "Are there many grandmasters in Huaxia?" Then he thought to himself, "I wonder what level those people in the capital are at grandmaster or above." Tan Vian Min replied, "I don't know the exact number, but I can confirm that most grandmasters have connections with Huaxia's prestigious families. Although this is an era of science, technology, and legal systems, the people who truly hold power all have martial arts experts by their sides." Chao Nandak quickly added, "Like the 4 great families of Zhangcheng ranked from strongest to weakest. The So family, the True family, the Luk family, and the Tran family. Even the weakest, the Tran family, their old master who lives in seclusion, is a grandmaster." He sighed with regret. It's a pity that a few days ago the Tran family was wiped out by someone and removed from the 4 great families, replaced by the Van family. Deep Than lowered his head and pondered to himself. Trinquook used his old master to threaten me before he died. I wonder when that old master will return. Among the other families, the one that makes the deepest impression on me is So Tuk Nien, back then. If it weren't for her humiliation, I wouldn't have failed completely and been labeled a loser. So Tuk Nien, this time I return, I will make you understand. Who is truly the existence beyond your reach. Seeing Deep Than's murderous look, Tan Vian Min couldn't help but be startled. Why is the aura of death on Grandmaster Diep so terrifying? How much blood has he spilled to have developed such ability at this age? Walking on the busy, crowded street, Deep Than muttered, "That girl Tondai, what on earth is she doing? Calling her several times and she doesn't answer." Deep Than was so worried he started overthinking. Did something happen at home? If there's no news by tomorrow, I'll have to find a way to look for her. Suddenly his stomach growled like a kettle. Grr. Deep Than, embarrassed, clutched his grumbling stomach and thought to himself, "Anyway, let me find a restaurant to have dinner first." Just then his eyes caught a roadside food stall with 3 large characters on the sign, Deep Than Seafood. He reminisced about this place. It was the restaurant owned by his good brother from his school days, Wong Vu Hong. He still remembered the taste vividly. It was amazing, and they used to eat there all the time. He couldn't believe it was still open after all these years. Back then it was because they often ate there that he became friends with Wong Vu Hang. Deep Than thought to himself, even when I was at my lowest, he was the one who stood by me. He walked inside. He noticed the restaurant was completely deserted. A question arose in Deep Than's mind. Back in the day, this place was always packed. "Why is there not a single soul here now?" Deep Than called out softly, "Uncle Wong, can I get some of your signature BBQ skewers and a soda?" Just then, an older woman approached and said in a low voice, "I'm so sorry, young man." She hesitated, then added, "Young man, it's just that we have to close down today. You should go eat somewhere else." Deep then realized this was Auntie Truong. She continued, "We have to move out today. If you have the chance, please come support our new shop." Hearing this, Deep Than couldn't help but be surprised. A shop that had been around for over a decade was suddenly moving. Suddenly, he noticed a bandage on Auntie Truong's face. Deep Than guessed to himself, she's been hurt. It looks like someone hit her. Just then, Uncle Wong spoke up. "Leave it. Don't chase the customer away." Auntie Truong hesitated, but Uncle Wong quickly brought out a plate of food and he cheerfully said, "This plate is on the house, kid." He smiled and continued, "Young man, if you want to be our last customer, then I'll grant your wish." Looking at his bruised face, Deep Than couldn't help but be shocked. Uncle Uong was hurt too. Uncle Uong and Auntie Truong were very loving. It couldn't have been domestic violence. Looking at the delicious food, Deep Than couldn't help but drool. He forgot about the incident and excitedly exclaimed, "Whoa!" Uncle Yung said softly, "Eat up, then go. We won't charge you, but you need to eat quickly. You really have to hurry." Holding the skewer, Deep Than was overjoyed to realize this was the taste of his childhood. Just as he opened his mouth to take a bite, a wooden chair flew straight toward him. With his current strength, he sensed it in time and quickly countered. With just a few simple moves, he shattered the chair. He stood up forcefully, his entire body glowing with terrifying power. Uncle Wong behind him looked visibly worried. The thugs sneered, "Not bad, buddy. Your moves are pretty good." Seeing their mocking attitude, Deep Then was extremely furious. The lead thug shouted, "But today I'm not here for you. This shop is closed. Get lost before I lose it." Their faces looked like gorillas. Uncle Wong and Auntie Truong nervously stuttered. Before the two could even speak, the red-haired thug aggressively scolded them. "Hey, Uncle Wong, you aren't paying our protection money properly, yet you still dare to take customers." He grabbed Uncle Yuong's shirt and growled, "Do you want to lose this shop or what?" Uncle Yuong worriedly said, "Hoka, please spare us." He continued, "Please spare us. We're just a small business, we can't take any more trouble." Hearing this, the thugs burst out laughing. "Ha ha, don't think I don't know anything." He smirked and asked, "Trying to run away, huh? I've already found out all about your new place." The red-haired guy threatened in a low voice, "If you don't bring 50,000 in protection money tomorrow, I'm going to smash that new shop to pieces too." With that done, he turned to leave casually. "Ha ha ha. If you don't pay within 24 hours, I'll make sure you have no way to make a living." Walking past Deep, then he didn't forget to mock him. "Hey buddy, I'm done with my business here. You don't have to get lost anymore, ha ha ha." His 500 goons behind him echoed the laughter. "Ha ha ha." "Now," Deep Than growled, "did I say you could leave?" Hearing that the red-haired guy was startled, he turned to look at Deep Than as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "Are you talking to me?" Deep Than smirked. "If I'm not talking to you, am I supposed to be talking to a dog?" The red-haired thug flew into a rage and shouted, "Do you know who I am, you little brat?" Before he could finish, Deep Than gave him a powerful slap. He said coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" Seeing the red-haired guy collapse to the ground, the lackeys worriedly called out, "Hoka, boss." They were so scared that their faces turned pale as sheets. "He's so fast. We didn't even see how he did it." Hoka had. Just then, Deep Than casually crossed his arms and asked, "Is that it down after one slap?" The boss, furious, gritted his teeth. He shrieked, "Damn you!" He jumped up fiercely, clenching his fist fueled by hatred toward Deep Than. "Go to hell, you little brat." The red-haired guy only managed to say one word, "You," before Deep Than continued to pummel him. His strength sent the boss flying high into the air, crashing face first through the ceiling. The lackeys were so stunned they couldn't speak. "Hoka! That was too intense." Just then Deep Than growled, "Hey, you guys over there." He threatened them, "Get out of here yourselves." The whole group began to tremble, sweat pouring like rain down their ugly faces. Deep Than glared with murderous intent and continued his threat. "If you dare to come back and cause trouble again, I Deep Than guarantee the next time won't be this gentle." Watching the 500 goons shaking like autumn leaves, Deep Than mocked them. "What? Are you all scared out of your wits?" After receiving a beatdown, everyone obediently begged, "Please, big boss, have mercy, we won't dare do it again." Deep Than asked coldly, "And then what?" The boss immediately replied, "We're sorry, we won't dare bother Uncle Wong again. Please have mercy and let us go." His gorilla face was now covered in messy wounds, blood dripping steadily. Deep Than grabbed the gang leader by the head and growled, "If I ever see you show your face on this street again," before he could finish. The gang members stammered, Yes, we'll get out of here. We're leaving." Deep Than glared at them with murderous intensity and shouted, "Get lost." Hearing that the 500 gang members scrambled to help each other flee, they didn't forget to frantically thank the big boss for sparing their lives. Looking at the wrecked scene, Deep Than felt a bit awkward. The shop was a total mess because of him. He thought to himself that he should have made that trash clean up before leaving. Just then Uncle Wong spoke up. "Could it be? Are you then?" he shouted with joy. "It really is you, then you're actually still alive." Aunt Truong was so moved she teared up. Then Deep Than was quite surprised, recognizing them. Deep Than said, "Uncle, I owe you so much money." "Uncle Young, how could I ever forget you?" Aunt Truong chimed in, Then it's really you. You've grown so tall I almost didn't recognize you," they said happily. "It's good that you're back. It's so good to be back." Deep Than choked up, calling out, "Uncle Wong, Aunt Truong." He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yeah, I'm back." After a while, Deep Than returned to the Daido apartment building. He opened the door, walked in, and called out, "Tondi, are you home?" seeing her. Deep Than started, "You didn't answer your phone. I found a decent place to eat. Let's go later." However, the long-haired woman just gasped, "A man!" hearing the unfamiliar voice. Deep Than realized he'd mistaken the person. looking at the blonde woman in front of him. Deepthan asked, "Who are you?" The woman glared and asked, "Deepthan?" Deepthan persisted, "Who are you?" The blonde girl retorted, "What are you kidding me? We caused such a scene at the company reception desk when we met before, and now you don't recognize me." Deepthan was stunned. "Han Tweet, why are you here?" Han Tweet explained, "Tondi is my best friend. I used to come over all the time, and since it's convenient, she gave me a key. What about you? Why are you living with her?" Deepthan replied awkwardly, "I didn't have a place to stay, now she's my landlord." He thought to himself, "So this is Han Tweet. The old man told me to come and save her." She looked perfectly normal, not like someone facing a death-defying disaster. Just then, Han Tweet gave a mysterious smile. "That girl Ton, Jiki's way bolder than I thought." Deepthan turned to pour some water and said coldly, "As you can see, Tondi isn't home right now. Is there something you couldn't have just talked about at the office?" Seeing his casual demeanor, Han Tweet couldn't help but get annoyed. This guy really thinks he owns the place. Setting that aside, Han Tweet asked anxiously, "I can't get a hold of her. She wasn't at the leadership meeting this afternoon either. Do you have any idea where she is?" Hearing that, Deepthan was shocked. "You mean Tondi is missing?" He panicked, thinking, if even Han Tweet can't reach her, could something have actually happened to Tondi? Could she be targeted by my enemies? No, I have to go find her. Seeing his intense expression, Han Tweet asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Deepthan replied coldly, "That's none of your business." Han Tweet shouted angrily, "What, didn't you want to find me? Now that I'm here, you're just going to leave." Deepthan turned his head and whispered, "Don't follow me." Then he marched out, leaving Han Tweet standing in the small house confused. She thought to herself. He's really got some nerve. Han Tweet was burning with anger. Deepthan was the first person to ever talk to her like that. He's nothing but someone who happens to have a certain formula in his hands. Worried, she chewed on her nails. Han Tweet thought, "I had a private investigator check him, but his file is completely blank." She concluded that this proved his information was being protected by someone else, making it impossible for ordinary people to find anything. Someone like him would be very useful to the corporation, but why did he treat her like the plague? Even though Deepthan was incredibly dismissive, Han Tweet told herself to endure it. No matter how much frustration there was, she had to bear it. She left the Ha family and came to Jongthan to prove herself. She couldn't act on impulse. His formula was too important. Being brushed off like that only made Han Tweet angrier. It was clear he wanted to find her before. Outside, Deepthan didn't know where to go. Jongthan was so big. He didn't have his own intelligence network, and searching for Tondi alone was a long shot. He thought anxiously, "Even if I find her, I might be too late." Deepthan pulled out his phone and muttered, "I really didn't want to have any more dealings with him, but it looks like I have no choice. There's no time left." Deepthan pulled out his phone and muttered to himself, "I really didn't want anything more to do with him, but it looks like I have no choice now." At the same time, at the theme-long building, sunlight shone onto the tall, vertical structure. A man in a black suit was looking out over the bustling city. Suddenly, his phone rang. The man used a blue magical energy to summon the phone and muttered, "There are less than 6 people in the entire world who know this number." The man answered and asked, "Who is this?" The voice on the other end replied, "It's me. First, don't try to trace this number." Hearing the familiar voice, the man was stunned. Deepthan stood casually with his hands in his pockets and continued, "If I find out you've got people watching me, I'll destroy everything I gave you, including your life." Deepthan got straight to the point. "Investigate someone for me. Her name is Tondi, the CEO of Hallmai Corporation. She's been out of contact for 10 hours. I need to know where she is right now, if she's in danger, and what happened at her place. You have 5 minutes. I want to know everything." After Deepthan hung up, a beep sounded. The man still couldn't believe his ears. 3 years, he thought. 3 years I've been watching this phone, waiting every single day. He finally called me back. The man smirked and made a quick call. In just 1 month, he'd been reporting the situation regularly. Cough, cough. "I've managed to track down some news about Toji," he said, relaying the information he had gathered. At 11:35, she left her apartment driving a car with license plate Jang 180TS heading to Jiangcheng 5th People's Hospital. The car is still parked in the hospital lot. "According to our investigation, the situation in Jiangcheng is critical. He needs emergency surgery immediately. The cost is 700,000. During that time, Tondai made calls to 3 people. The first one was a mortgage company. She sold her car for 50,000. I've dug up even more detailed information. Do you want me to send it over? Jeepthan replied coldly. No need. He felt a sense of relief inside, thinking, as expected, something happened. He muttered to himself, but now that I know where she is, it'll be easy to handle. At that same moment, Tondai was standing outside the patient's room at Zhangcheng 5th People's Hospital. She couldn't hide her hesitation as she whispered to herself, I've already emptied out all my savings. The car is sold too. We're still 300,000 short for Hao Chiet's surgery. Mom-Dad is there, really no other way. Facing her was her father, Ton Vin Kui. He said anxiously, we've already taken out every penny we had at home. We have no choice but to ask your third uncle for help. He's made quite a bit of money in business over the last few years. Next to him, Tondi's mother, Trong Van Lan, started tearing up as she added, I already called him. He should be here soon. Tondai worried, thinking, so it really comes down to asking the third uncle's family. The third uncle was the wealthiest relative they had. For years, he'd always looked down on their family, and she really didn't want to beg him. Just then a voice rang out, making Tondai's whole family jump. Vin Kui! From a distance, 2 figures were walking toward them. They shouted loudly, with such a major thing happening to Hao Chiet! Why are you only calling us now? Tondai said softly. Third uncle, third aunt, thank you both for coming to help. The man wearing a leopard print jacket, his arms covered in gold bracelets, was Tondai's third uncle. His name was Ton Vin Phuc. The stylish woman in red stockings with a high pink-dyed ponytail was Tondai's third aunt Dong Sak Chow. After looking closely at their niece, Ton Vin Phuc couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, I never expected this brat Tondai to have grown up to be so beautiful after all these years. Ton Vin Phuc's eyes lit up. He hadn't noticed that before. At this moment, Ton Vin Kui spoke up. Vin Phuc, you know the situation. I really have no other way now. Truong Van Lan, standing nearby, added, That's right, Vin Phuc. Please save Hao Chiet. We'll sell everything we have to pay you back. Taking a drag of his cigarette, Ton Vin Phuc let out a long, dramatic sigh. Oh, that's a shame. Ton Vin Phuc put on a troubled face and said, if only this had happened a little sooner. Business isn't doing well right now. I don't have any spare cash. Deep down, he judged them, thinking, look at how pathetic you people are. Can you even pay me back? If I, old man, take out this money, won't it just be a waste? At this point, Tondai, eyes welling up with tears, said, but third uncle, if he doesn't get into surgery soon, Hao Chiet will lose his life. Dong Sak Chow then chimed in, honey, remember that dinner with President Lai last time? Ton Vin Phuc asked, confused. Dinner. Dong Sak Chow adjusted her sunglasses and said sharply, didn't you joke about wanting to introduce a partner for President Lai's slow-witted son? Dong Sak Chow continued, smiling cryptically. A beautiful girl like Tondai would be absolutely perfect. Once the marriage is set, don't you think President Lai will promote you? Hearing this, Ton Vin Phuc raised his voice. That could work, he thought to himself. Why didn't I think of that? Even though that boy's brain isn't quite right, he's a lecher, and Tondai is definitely the right fit. Dong Sak Chow asked softly, Tondi dear, do you have a boyfriend? Tondai replied awkwardly, no, I don't. Dong Sak Chow chirped, well, that makes things easy then. Dong Sak Chow tilted her head and said, even though your third uncle's business is struggling, Hao Chiet's life is what matters most. There is a way to come up with the money. Tondai asked, confused, what does third aunt mean by that? Dong Sak Chow got straight to the point. I heard that the son of President Lai from the construction firm is looking for a match recently. If you marry into the Lai family, they, Dong Sak Chow continued, won't just cover your brother's medical bills, the whole Ton family will be able to rely on you. Tondai couldn't help but worry. She was stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. Get married. Dong Sak Chow said, if you marry into the Lai family, let alone your brother's illness, the entire Ton family will be able to count on you in the future. Ton Vin Kui immediately stood up to protect Tondai. Sister-in-law, what kind of talk is that? Do you want me to sell my own daughter? Truong Van Lan stood by and added, little Dai sacrificed so much to drop out of school and go to work for this family. I cannot fail her anymore. Dong Sak Chow pushed up her glasses and said, don't put it so harshly. How is it selling your daughter? Everything comes down to Tondai's choice. Who knows, maybe she'd want to marry him herself. Dong Sak Chow started playing mind games. Think about it. Hao Chiet is only 14. He has his whole life ahead of him. Can you bear to watch him die? Dong Sak Chow whispered in Tondai's ear, you're his big sister. You watched him grow up. Seeing Tondai's expression darken, Ton Vin Kwai blamed himself. I am such a failure as a father. Why didn't I risk my life to earn more money? Now my daughter has to suffer. Truong Van Lan said helplessly, Is this the fate of our family? Seeing this, Dong Sak Chow thought with delight. This is getting good. Ton Vin Phuc pressured them. Marrying into a wealthy family is a good thing. Your family won't be short of money from now on. Dong Sak Chow added, You know, Ho Chit's future treatment costs will also be a huge sum. Suddenly a voice rang out, making the whole family jump. Who wants to make my girlfriend get married? A spark of hope flashed in Tondai's eyes. Deep Than. He shoved his hands casually into his pockets and said, Silly girl, why would you hide it from me when your brother is sick? Diep Than projected the aura of a high-powered CEO. 97. Aren't you being a bit too formal with your boyfriend? Ton Vin Quy asked in surprise. He's Tungi's boyfriend. Trong Van Lan was also incredibly confused. Why, I've heard her mention him before. Deep Than generously reached out and put his arm around Ton. Deep smiled and said, What's wrong? You know what Tu Di is like. She's just shy. Tondai started letting out a gasp. Seeing her plan falling apart, Ton Vin Phuc angrily shouted, Nonsense! Just a moment ago she said she didn't have a boyfriend. Dong Sak Chow pointed at him angrily. You brat! Where did you come from? Why are you pretending to be her boyfriend? Deep Than turned to look at the fake girlfriend, then pointed at his own cheek. Look, she doesn't believe it. Why don't you prove it to her? Tondai felt shy, thinking to herself, This bad guy came to solve my problems. I have to play along. After a moment of silence, Tondai gently pulled Deep Than's shirt and planted a kiss on his cheek. Ton Vin Phuc couldn't help but be stunned. What, I thought they were just normal friends. Are they really boyfriend and girlfriend? Dong Sak Chow stammered, unable to speak. This is all just too sudden. Ton Vin Phuc immediately played a psychological card. Tondai, you have to know that the surgery fee is a huge amount. Not every man can just come up with that. Deep Than calmly replied, That 40-something thousand I paid it on the way here. The surgery can be performed at any time. Dong Sak Chow, not easily convinced, retorted sarcastically, 40,000 just paid it offhand, you've got a big mouth. Ton Vin Phuc immediately demanded proof. Where's the receipt? If you paid, you'd definitely have a receipt. At this moment, Diep Than started breaking into a cold sweat. Man, this guy really cares about the details. Why was I in such a hurry to get here? When would I have had time to pay? If I had waited to pay 2D, would have already agreed to you two dogs. Deep Than crossed his arms and said, Cough, cough. The money wasn't paid to the hospital but given to the best miracle doctor in Jiangtan. He will cure Ho Chit. Dong Sak Chow pushed up her glasses and said, A miracle doctor. There's no such thing as a miracle doctor in Jiangtan. Why haven't I ever heard of one? Miracle doctor. Don't tell me that's you, kid. Facing that sharpness, Deep Than was momentarily flustered. Is this woman a detective? She's hard to fool. He stammered, It's actually me. Ton Vin Phuc angrily shouted, If you're a miracle doctor, then I'm an immortal. Dong Sak Chow burst out laughing at the baseless claim. You a miracle doctor? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Just then, the doctor sternly reminded the two family members, Please don't be loud and disturb the hospital. Recognizing the other person, Ton Vin Phuc couldn't help but be shocked. Miracle Dr. Cao. Ton Vin Phuc sidled up to strike up a conversation. Miracle Dr. Cao, long time no see. Do you remember me? I'm Ton Vin Phuc. We even had a meal together last time. Suddenly, Miracle Dr. Cao widened his eyes as if he realized something. He brushed Ton Vin Phuc aside and excitedly exclaimed, Miracle Dr. Diep! Miracle Doctor! Cao shook hands warmly with Deep Than and said enthusiastically, I never expected to run into you here. Last time at the Tem residence, it truly opened my eyes. Witnessing this scene, Ton Vin Phuc could only gape in shock. That kid, Ton Vin Quy and Truong Van Lan were frozen stiff. Tu Dai's boyfriend is actually... Even Ton Dai couldn't help but be amazed. Miracle Dr. Cao at this moment Deep Than still hadn't remembered, the doctor standing in front of him. He asked himself, Who is this guy again? Deep Than twitched his mouth. Then he said softly in greeting, Is that Little Cao? Deep Than asked lightly. Little Cao, where did we meet before? Miracle Dr. Cao replied, flustered. This. He spoke softly, reminding him, It's me last time at the Tem residence. Only then did Deep Than remember the chubby-faced doctor who appeared at the Tem residence. Ah! At this moment, Ton Vin Quy still couldn't believe his eyes. Miracle! Miracle Doctor! Truong Van Lan felt a glimmer of hope. She silently wondered why Tu Di hadn't told them earlier. Deep then praised him warmly. So you're not a fraud. I thought you were a quack who only knew how to cheat rich people. Suddenly, Ton Vin Phuc loudly asked, Miracle Dr. Cow, you're not joking, are you? A poor brat like that deserves to be called a miracle doctor by you. Ton Vin Phuc sneered contemptuously. No matter how you look at it, he's a fraud. Miracle Dr. Cow had only been polite, but this kid was so disrespectful this time they were done for. Just then, Miracle Dr. Cow asked disdainfully, Mr. Deep, who is this? Deep then immediately replied, just some noisy stranger. Hearing this Miracle Doctor. Cow snapped his fingers and called for security. He continued, These two have been noisy since earlier disturbing the treatment of other patients. Immediately, two large, muscular security guards grabbed Ton Vin Phuc and Dong Sak Chow. Miracle Dr. Cow glared and said, I suspect these two might be infected with rabies. To prevent the virus from spreading, I suggest putting these two patients into quarantine on humanitarian grounds. Following the order, the two guards quickly picked up the obnoxious couple like they were pigs. Dong Sak Chow shouted loudly, Let me down! Ton Vin Phuc kicked and screamed as he called after them, Miracle Dr. Cow, don't at this moment. Deep Than put his arm around Miracle Dr. Cow's shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. I didn't expect your medical skills to be ordinary, but your methods for dealing with people are quite ruthless, eh? Miracle Dr. Cow replied, I've made a fool of myself in front of Miracle Dr. Diep. Who told them to dare to be disrespectful to Miracle Dr. Diep? At this moment, Tondai tugged his sleeve and called out to Deep Than. Tondai said weakly, Please help us. We will definitely make up the difference in the surgery fee. Seeing this, Miracle Dr. Cow suddenly realized that Ton Hao Cheat's sister was. He snapped his fingers and ordered his subordinate, Prepare the medical records for the patient named Ton Hao Cheat later. I will personally take charge of his surgery. The other doctor replied, Yes, teacher. Miracle Dr. Cow turned to Deep Than and asked, Miracle Dr. Diep, what do you think of this arrangement? Deep then says with satisfaction that they did a great job. Tondai is overjoyed and thanks the Miracle Dr. Cow. Deep Than puts an arm around the Miracle Doctor and asks about Hao Chiet's future surgery. Are you capable of handling it? Then you fix this? Facing the pressure. Miracle Dr. Cow replies, Dr. Diep, please rest assured. I will perform the surgery myself. It absolutely won't be a problem. Deep Than then hands him a piece of paper. This is a basic set of needle techniques. It can help your medical skills advance further, Miracle Dr. Cow exclaims in astonishment. What? Deep Than says in a low voice, letting him hold the paper in his hand. Miracle Dr. Cow cannot stop his amazement. This is the 7 blood Kai needles passed down through the ages. With his guidance, my medical skills will definitely see a huge improvement. At this moment, Deep Than pulls out his card and says, Oh, that's right. He asks, How much is the hospital fee? I'll pay you right now. Miracle Dr. Cow quickly says, No, I'm the lead surgeon. Why would I take money? He acts professional and says, Leave everything to me. Tondai is a bit surprised, as is Truong Van Lan, regarding the surgery costs for Hao Chiet. They can't believe it. It's really settled just like that. Tondai's family wonders, who on earth is Little Dai's boyfriend? After leaving the hospital, Truong Van Lan says softly, Little Dai, you head back first. Your dad and I will handle things here. Tondai replies, Ma'am, okay. Before leaving, Ton Vin Quai speaks up. Oh, right, Dad has one thing to remind you of. He says sternly, Even though you and Diep Than are in a relationship, living together can be inconvenient. As long as you aren't married, you must pay attention to protection. Hearing her father mention such a sensitive topic, Tondai's face turns as red as a tomato. Ah! Tondai shouts shyly. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? At this, Deep Than gives a thumbs up and chuckles. Ha ha, I didn't expect your dad to be so open-minded. Tondai flustered yells, How can you eavesdrop on other people's conversations? Deep Than answers calmly, Who told you my hearing was so good? Tondai has no choice but to turn and leave. You really have a lot of excuses. Let's take the car home. Suddenly she remembers, oh no. Tondai stammers, my car, it's been pawned. I'll ask for leave tomorrow to see if I can redeem it. Deep then says, Oh, didn't you drop your car keys at my place? He twirls the keys in his hand and teases, When did you pawn it? Tondai realizes in shock, This is my car key. Even the keychain is the same. Could it be you? Deep then happily explains, I happened to see you driving to the pawn shop. As your boyfriend for the time being, of course, I had to get it back. Remember not to lose it again next time. Unexpectedly, Tondai is so moved that she hugs Deepthan. She says softly, thank you so much. Deepthan gently strokes Tondai's hair and says, actually, I'm the one who should be saying thank you. He smiles. Tondai's car speeds down the dark road. While sitting in the car, Tondai asks, Deepthan, there is one thing I'm very curious about. Why did you help me like that? Why should you thank me? She asks, confused. Just because I let you stay at my place? Hearing this, Deepthan says quietly, perhaps tomorrow you will know. Tondai curiously asks, tomorrow, what are you up to again? Deepthan just chuckles. Ha ha ha, please just wait and see. At that moment, Tondai asks anxiously, Deepthan, I suddenly feel so cold. Is the car's air conditioning broken? Hearing her, Deepthan realizes this is killing intent. A powerful force is following them both. Deepthan says sternly, don't ask why. From now on, you must listen clearly to every single word I say. Seeing him hold the car door, Tondai yells anxiously, Deepthan, what are you trying to do? Deepthan opens the car door and instructs first. After I get out, you immediately drive at full speed to the apartment. Absolutely do not stop the car. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear or what images you see, do not stop. Just keep driving. Tondai replies, okay. Deepthan continues. Second, once you arrive home, immediately take my phone and hide in my room. Third, use my phone to call the contact closest to the top of the list. He adds, after they answer, tell them to send their strongest people to your house within 30 minutes. If anyone breaks in within those 30 minutes, do not resist. Just obediently surrender and wait for me to come save you. After speaking, Deepthan leaps out. He lands forcefully and watches Tondai's car pull away, feeling somewhat relieved. He thinks to himself, the battles of martial arts experts are too much for ordinary people to bear. Tondai is only in more danger staying by my side. Deepthan puts his hands in his pockets. He stares toward the black car behind and mutters, it seems I can't keep going solo. It would be more convenient to have my own forces. His eyes flash with intense killing intent. Next time to greet my opponents. At this moment, two figures step out of the black car, radiating great energy. Deepthan glances over the man in the sharp suit with an undercut haircut. Not bad at all. This driver has trained, but he's nothing. Deepthan thinks sternly, the only one who could pose a threat to me is him. The guy next to him is a man wearing traditional clothing with long flowing hair. He growls, Deepthan, this name. It's been a long time. 5 years, it's been 5 years. To think there is still someone from the Deep family alive, Deepthan says calmly. If I'm not mistaken, you had a hand in what happened 5 years ago at Van Hon Mountain Villa. Did you come here today to kill me and silence me? Ju Kim Kok opens his mouth and laughs. Ha 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 ha, kill you, a piece of trash like you is worth me coming to silence. You think too highly of yourself, ha ha ha. After that, he ordered his driver to attack. The driver immediately replied, yes, sir. He charged forward with murderous intent while Huin Kang stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. Then he ignited with a fire of hatred that scorched the memories of us both and lunged rapidly toward Deepthan, roaring aggressively, die. However, Deepthan remained calm and dodged the attack. Huin Kang, flying into a rage, lashed out repeatedly, clawing here and there, screaming, die dee dee. After watching the opponent flail around in the air for a while, Deepthan spoke his judgment. You are truly... He threw a direct punch at Huin Kang. Deepthan sneered loudly, pathetic. His powerful force sent Huin Kang flying back 10 meters, and he landed face first on the ground. Ju Kim Kok scolded him irritably. Useless trash, I gave you a chance, yet you're good for nothing. At that moment, Deepthan took a stance and said sternly, don't think you can die as easily as your driver, Ju Kim Kok. Ju Kim Kok, intrigued, recognized the opponent's technique, blood slaughter. He smirked and said, a kid who has only practiced for 5 years already has such an achievement. What would you become if I let you grow? Today I, Ju Kim Kok, will make you die. Deepthan coldly retorted, you talk way too much, Ju Kim Kok. He bared his teeth ferociously. 5 years ago, it was I who led the men to slaughter your entire family. A fierce battle broke out under the moonlight. Ju Kim Kok smirked and said, Huin Kang was a half-step grandmaster, yet he was killed in 1 hit. That proves you have some skill, Deepthan. Ju Kim Kok growled, but that's as far as you go. Deepthan, face hardening, asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Ju Kim Kok spoke with a mocking tone. How about you come and be my dog? His eyes flared with intense murderous intent. Huin Kang was a good subordinate. If he's dead, then you can take his place. Hearing these words, Deepthan nearly vomited. You really think too highly of yourself based only on that cheap parlor trick of yours? Seeing him talk tough, Du Kim Kok became extremely furious. Deep Than growled, "You surnamed Du! Since when did you start having the illusion that I am weaker than you?" His eyes ignited with the resolute flame. A powerful force created pressure like countless monsters charging toward them. Du Kim Kok started to feel a hint of fear. What is this pressure? Look at those monstrous illusions. He finally realized the terrifying strength of the young man he had looked down upon. He had actually reached the level of a Grandmaster Diep. Then smirked. "Don't think you can die as easily as your subordinate." Du Kim Kok still couldn't accept it. No way. It's impossible for Huaxia to have a Grandmaster this young, he thought in shock. I spent 45 years wasting countless rare treasures just to barely step into the Grandmaster realm. Ju. Kim Kok's body trembled violently, sweat pouring down his gaunt face. Du Kim Kok noticed, "My hands are shaking." He roared, "Don't get cocky." Du Kim Kok quickly took a stance and said, "Although I don't know what dark arts you used to reach such a realm in just a few short years. Even so, you can't make up for the gap in experience." The force he exerted created a powerful green-tinted tiger illusion. Deep Than asked scornfully, "Oh, this gap." Du Kim Kok flew into a frenzy and charged aggressively. "Today I, Du Kim Kok, will take your head." He stomped hard on the ground to leap high. In Deep Than's pupils, the opponent's sharp claws became clear. Du Kim Kok yelled wildly, "Die!" facing someone like Du. Kim Kok Diep Than did not shy away. He quickly found an opening and countered directly. No matter how agile Du Kim Kok was, Deep Than was just as capable. This battle was truly evenly matched. At that moment, Du Kim Kok's claws left scratch marks on the back of Diep Than's hand. After a moment of intense attacking, the two retreated to catch their breath. Du Kim Kok smirked and said, "Not bad, kid, to take all my techniques, but those fragile hands of yours." Looking at Deep Than's hands, which were now covered in wounds, Du Kim Kok mocked, "How many more hits can you take?" At this moment, Diep Than thought to himself, "To be able to cause surface wounds on me? You're stronger than I thought." Afterward, he lifted his head and said lightly, "Let's see about that. It's just a few scratches on my hand, so what?" Within Deep Than's field of vision, Du Kim Kok was still acting tough, cursing irritably. Suddenly, blood vessels started popping in his eyes, turning them blood red. Du Kim Kok suddenly realized, "My finger. It was broken during the exchange with him." At the same time, fresh blood kept streaming from his eyes and mouth. Deep Than smirked and thought, "That gap in experience you were talking about," he asked smugly, "is that really all you've got?" Deep Than growled his name, Du Kim Kok. Then he charged forward actively, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Today I want you to pay blood for blood." Seeing Diep Than leap high, Du Kim Kok was briefly stunned. "You dare to attack me in midair?" He bared his teeth, scornfully assuming he had the upper hand. "You're still too young." Du Kim Kok used his internal energy to recover his clawed hand, thinking to himself, "In the air you have nowhere to run. I just need to focus all my internal energy into this arm, and then..." He quickly struck, successfully slicing across Deep Than's lower leg. Du Kim Kok crowed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha, you brat, your leg is broken. Let's see how you fight me now." Suddenly his eyes revealed sheer shock. What is this? What Du Kim Kok had just attacked was merely a monster illusion created from Diep Than's internal force. A fake. It was all an illusion formed by murderous intent. Du Kim Kok could not believe his eyes. Such a high realm. Before he could recover, Deep Than lunged at lightning speed. Swish. After a roar from Deep Than's monstrous phantom, he landed on the ground with murderous intensity. The powerful pressure caused the ground to shake violently. Deep Than said in a low voice, "Not bad for a Grandmaster." Looking down at Du Kim Kok, who was sprawled on the ground, Deep Than sneered in judgment. How stubborn. By now, Yao Jingu's face was completely battered. He stammered, unable to even speak. "No way, this is impossible." A hand reached straight for Yao Jingu. Ye Chen grabbed his silky hair with a brutal tug and growled, "Answer my question." "I might consider sparing your life," Ye Chen said, leaning down. "First, how did you find out about my existence, and who else knows?" Yao Jingu whispered, "I already answered you." "Do you really think you can negotiate with me?" Seeing Yao Jingu trying to stall, Ye Chen snapped. He forced Yao Jingu's head into the ground and roared, "Do you think you're in any position to make demands? Do you think you still have the right to bargain with me? Stubborn fool." Realizing he had no choice, Yao Jinggu obediently confessed. A few days ago, I discovered someone digging through the dark web database. I found information on you which made me curious. I sent men to trace the data and we found some clips and photos. By comparing your features to the Ye Chen who died, the match rate was extremely high. I like to nip threats in the bud, so I came for you. Yao Jinggu continued. After all, the Long family specifically ordered that no one from the Ye family should be left alive. Ye Chen remembered that command clearly. That Long family was the very one who had taken everything from him. Ye Chen stepped hard on Yao Jinggu and growled, "What is the Long family's real name? Where are they?" He added, "Does he know I'm still alive?" Hearing this, Yao Jinggu just chuckled. Heh, heh, a person like me wouldn't know the Long family's real name. I only know that the entire martial arts world, even the families in the capital, have to respectfully call him Master Long. As for your existence, even if I wanted to tell him, I wouldn't have the chance. I'm not even worthy of knowing where he is. Ye Chen pressed, "So you don't even have the authority to meet Master Long directly?" Yao Jinggu lifted his head and nodded. Yes, that's right. Ye Chen fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. He asked, "Then why did the Long family have to destroy my family at Yunhu Villa? Was it really just because my father offended him?" Yao Jing replied, "I only remember that Master Long seemed to be searching for something, and the trail for that thing led straight to the Ye family." Hearing this, Ye Chen wondered, could it be the stone my father left me? He thought to himself, if the Ye family had something worth attracting those big shots, it could only be the reincarnation grave hidden within that stone. It has to be the reincarnation grave inside that stone. Ye Chen glared down at the old man beneath his feet. Suddenly, Yao Jinggu laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, it's finally over," he said smugly. "Kid, my men have already reached your little girlfriend's apartment. Try killing me now and see if your little girl survives." He flashed a wicked, toothy grin. Before he could finish, Ye Chen brought his foot down, smashing his head into the ground repeatedly, until blood spurted out. Ye Chen glared at him and said, "Didn't I tell you already?" He turned his back coldly. "You aren't in any position to bargain with me." Ye Chen left Yao Jinggu with his head buried in the floor, unsure if he was alive or dead. At the Grand Metropolitan apartment, a white car pulled up right in front of the building. Sun Yi hurried toward her apartment, telling herself, "I have to be fast. I don't know if I'm just imagining things." She kept feeling like someone was following her. Anxious, she quickened her pace, desperate to get home. Once inside, she panted heavily. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Remembering Ye Chen's instructions, she told herself, "Not yet. I can't rest yet." Even with sweat streaming down her forehead, she thought, "I have to get to Ye Chen's room quickly." She remembered there was more she needed to use Ye Chen's phone. Sun Yi quickly dialed the most recent number in his contacts. The phone rang once, then someone picked up. She quickly explained the situation. I'm Sun Yi at Unit 1003 Building C, Grand Metropolitan Apartment, Jiangcheng. Ye Chen said for you to send your strongest people here within 30 minutes. Hurry, someone is breaking in." Below, the Grand Metropolitan Apartment lights began to flicker on. Several men in black gathered waiting. A man in a mask spoke in a cold, serious tone. "Mr. Yao said take no prisoners. Move fast. If anyone sees you, eliminate them on the spot." The group then crept towards Sun Yi's apartment. Inside, Sun Yi was still frantically making calls per Ye Chen's instructions. Hello, is anyone there?" She hurriedly explained, I am Sun Yi at Unit 1003 Building C, Grand Metropolitan Apartment, Jiangcheng. Ye Chen told me to have you send your strongest people here within half an hour. Hurry, people are already here." By now, the men in black were already lurking outside. The voice on the other end answered crisply, "Understood." The man hung up immediately. Click. Sun Yi was trembling. Why did they hang up so fast? Is this phone connected to the police? She thought to herself. It doesn't matter if it's the police or not. Just come. Please, someone come and save me. At the Theme Long building, a man in a black suit ground his teeth in fury. "Who?" he roared. "Who dares to touch the Lord's people? They are the enemies of the Southern River King." The man shouted angrily, "Where are my men?" His subordinates immediately knelt and said, "Please give us your orders." The Southern River King commanded, "Head to Jiangcheng immediately. If anything happens to that woman, bring me your heads." Two of his subordinates replied, "Yes, sir." The Southern River King then ordered, "Prepare a helicopter. I must reach Jiangcheng tonight." One subordinate hesitated. But sir, tomorrow is the final negotiation for the 6 great families. This concerns the political landscape of the entire Southern River province. The Southern River King raged. Tell them I'm not going. He crushed his phone in his grip. The Southern River King growled. If they don't like it, they can come to the Theme Long building and find Yahello themselves. At the same time, the men in black had reached Sun Yi's apartment. They brutally smashed the door open. He crushed the phone in his hand, then growled at the Namjang King. If they don't submit, tell them to come to Theme Long building and find Deep Long Thien personally. At the same time, those guys in black had already tracked down Tanji's apartment, aggressively smashing the front door open. One guy bared his teeth, poked his tongue out with a twisted grin, and leered, "Found you, that's the scent of a woman." They started teasing, "Hey, beautiful, keep hiding, don't make it too easy for us to find you." Another guy lunged forward, shouting, "She's mine to kill." The leader just let out a booming, "Ha ha ha," at the 3 creeps. Hearing the commotion outside, Tondai couldn't help but feel anxious. Someone's here. Suddenly, she noticed something. Tondai stared at the blue energy aura on the door and wondered, What is this? She was completely stunned. What on earth did Diepthan do to this door? Outside, one guy sneered, "Found you." They whispered, "Sweetheart, come out nicely and I'll make sure it's quick." Another added, No, listen to me. I'll make you suffer slowly." Suddenly, a man spoke up sternly, "Don't kill her." The group was confused. "Huh? Why?" The man continued, "I haven't been able to reach Mr. Dieu for a while. Maybe the situation has changed. Her life might still be useful." He added, "Though you boys can still have some fun with her." Hearing that, the whole group broke into twisted, creepy laughter. "Hey, hey, 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 hey!" One guy licked his lips and drooled, "Hee, beauty, here I come." He quickly threw a punch to smash the door, but even with all his strength, it didn't even budge. That blue energy aura had kept the door solid. The man in black was completely bewildered. "What's going on?" He couldn't believe his eyes. The door was still intact. "How is this possible?" The guy next to him sneered. Move, let me try." One guy noticed the door was imbued with internal energy. He was shocked as his own body began to feel searing pain. "What is?" the guy next to him shouted. "Hey, why is your hand on fire?" The man in black had been hit by Diepthan's internal energy. He panicked, screaming, "The fire, it's so hot!" With the monster's energy clinging to him, the man in black screamed in agony, Save me!" The guy in black wailed at the top of his lungs, Ah! The blue flames gradually consumed his body. The men in black around him scrambled back, listening to him scream, "Save me!" He collapsed to the ground as the rest of the pack panicked. Seeing their comrade lying motionless in the blue flames, they were stunned. He's dead," one of them said solemnly. "I don't know what was done to this door, but I'm afraid brute force won't break it." Looking at the contorted face in the blue flames, they worried that if they kept attacking, they'd be swallowed by the energy on the door. It seemed the person Mr. Dieu wanted to kill this time was no pushover. One guy asked in a panic, "So what do we do now?" The leader suddenly pulled out a set of tools and said confidently, "Give me 20 seconds. He smirked. "If brute force doesn't work, then using lock-picking tools should do the trick right." Seeing this, the underlings were surprised. "Why do you have lock-picking tools on you?" Being a professional assassin, carrying lock-picking tools is perfectly reasonable. One guy jumped at the chance to flatter him. "So cool, boss." Hearing the shouting outside, Tonda was terrified. That sound just now. She was so worried her face turned as pale as a ghost. Someone died. Tondai was tearing up when she was suddenly startled by strange noises. The men in black outside were fiddling with the doorknob, calling out, "Beautiful." Their eyes were filled with twisted lust. "I'm coming in," breaking inside with his expert skills. One guy cried out excitedly, "Yes, I never expected such a beautiful lady." Sitting on the bed, Tondai was beyond terrified. It's over." The men in black started moving toward Tondai, saying, "Just to catch you. We lost one of our brothers, you have to make it up to us." Seeing them about to lay their hands on her, Tondai panicked. Don't come any closer." The leader spoke up sternly, "Hey, don't overdo it, we need her alive." The underlings replied, Got it." At that moment, Tondai thought to herself. Diepthan said, "If I was ever found, I should surrender. I must stay alive." She squeezed her eyes shut silently, praying for Diepthan to come save her. Just then a dagger flew through the window and pierced right into the head of the guy in black. Blood sprayed everywhere. Outside the Namjang King's men had arrived in time to save her. The masked man shouted coldly, "You dare touch the Namjang King's people! You're asking for death!" Inside, the men in black scrambled into a fighting stance. "You dare kill our brother!" One guy was so scared he could only stutter, "Jiang, Nam, the Namjang King." A guy in black screamed, at the top of his lungs, "I don't care who you are. How dare you sneak attack us? Have you no honor in a fight?" Before he could finish, he let out a painful, "Arr!" With agile movements, another person successfully planted a dagger in the guy's head. In the blink of an eye, another one was down. Witnessing this scene, Tondai was stunned. The remaining men in black were just as confused and trembling, thinking, "My God, how did we provoke the Namjang King? He is the most terrifying existence in the entire Changnam province. According to legend, it's better to offend every top family in the province than to offend the Namjang King, the hidden ruler." The leader hurriedly said, I surrender." Before he could finish, the person with the ponytail slashed him down. With a few simple moves, the Namjang King's people had wiped out those punks. Tondai was still in shock, thinking, I was saved. Just then, the two masked men bowed politely. "Ms. Ton, you don't need to worry. We are Mr. Diep's men." Tondai asked in surprise, "You mean Deep Thang?" At the Thiendong Mountain Cemetery, at 3:00 a.m., a gloomy atmosphere hung over the area. Deep Than dragged a corpse with a dark expression. Under the dim moonlight, he remained completely silent. The person in Deep Than's hands was Du Kim Kok. He had been beaten until he barely had a breath left. Deep Than dragged him up the stone steps until they stood before his parents' tomb. Deep Than paused for a moment in deep thought. He looked at the tombstone inscribed with the names of his father, Diepchan Thien, and his mother, Jang Boi Dung. Deep Than quietly said, "Father, Mother, today is your death anniversary. Your son is here to visit you." Deep Than's eyes showed a hint of sorrow. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and then ferociously hoisted Du Kim Kok's body up with his foot. The man's eyes were bulging, his mouth shattered with several teeth missing. Yao Jinko slumped weakly in front of the tombstone inscribed with the names of Ye Shan Tianzhong Peirong and their son Ye Chen. Ye Chen commanded in a stern voice, "Kneel before them," yet Yao Jinku still stubbornly refused. "I, Yao Jinku, am a grandmaster. How could I possibly kneel before mere mortals?" As his body was already battered and broken, he desperately begged, "Just kill me." Ye Chen grabbed him aggressively and spoke, "I told you to do it." With that, he forced Yao Jingu's head down hard against his parents' tombstone. The man trembled and cried out, "Enough!" Ye Chen shouted loudly, "It's not enough!" He commanded, "Keep bowing." Ye Chen repeatedly shoved Yao Jingu's head against the ground again and again until finally Yao Jingu stopped moving. Ye Chen let go. He spoke, his eyes blazing with fury, "Now prepare the offerings." After finishing the deed and packing Yao Jingu's body into a styrofoam crate, Aaron reached out. Ye Chen took a swig of liquor and muttered, "Father, Mother, Yao Jingu is the first sacrifice I offer to you." With eyes full of hatred, he added, "Rest assured, this is only the beginning." Ye Chen gritted his teeth and swore, "Chenner vows that everyone involved with the Yunhu Villa 5 years ago, including that man from the capital, I will send them to hell with my own hands to atone for what they did to you too." The next day, Tongji bought a bouquet of flowers to visit the Ye family grave. She sighed, "So many things happened last night. That Ye Chen, I really don't understand him more and more." Tongji stroked her chin in thought. "At first I thought he was just a wandering con artist. If he hadn't looked so much like that old friend of mine who passed away, I probably wouldn't have taken him in." Suddenly, she jumped in shock at the sight before her. Scattered on the ground were empty liquor bottles, all drained. Tongji was so surprised she dropped the bouquet from her hands. She called out, "Ye Chen." At that moment, Ye Chen stammered, "Mom, Dad." Tongji looked on, unable to believe her eyes. That man was Ye Chen. She sat down and whispered softly, "Ye Chen, I should have guessed sooner." Tongji said, deeply moved, "No wonder you came near me, protected me, and helped me solve every problem." She gently stroked Ye Chen's face and whispered to herself, "That's right. Only you would do something like that. Why didn't I realize it sooner? I'm such a fool." Tongji hugged the man before her tightly. She couldn't imagine what he had been through over the past few years. What could have made you change so much? It must have been a painful journey, Tongji said softly. From now on, you don't have to carry everything alone. Standing before the Ye family tomb, she said quietly, "Uncle, Auntie, It's been a long time. I never expected Ye Chen to return this year. Finally, he's home, she said firmly. Don't worry. I will help you look after him and won't let him do anything reckless. He is very capable now, a truly outstanding man. Just then, Ye Chen was stirred awake by the noise. Tongqi, why are you here? Yershin mumbled. What are you doing? I still want to drink. Tongqi hurriedly stopped him. Don't drink anymore, let's go home. Helping him up, Tongji couldn't help but scold him. You smell like a brewery, you reek. You've been drinking all night, haven't you? Your mom told me to look after you. So now we are going home to take a shower and then get some sleep. You hear me? Ye Chen's face flushed red and he whispered, You're not my wife. Tongji continued. Uncle and Auntie said that until you find a wife, I will temporarily be your wife. Did you hear that? Now follow me home. Hearing that, Ye Chen wore a happy smile. Perhaps compared to revenge, this moment was what his parents really wanted to see. The two left quickly, leaving behind the sack containing Yao Jingu's body. 3 hours later, another visitor came to the grave. Su Shuran's expression darkened. She didn't know why. She had been having nightmares all night and it felt like fate was guiding her here, seeing the sack placed before the tombstone. Su Shuran was momentarily surprised. There were offerings, someone had been here. After opening it, Su Shuran was absolutely terrified. It was the Grandmaster Yao Jingu. She was so scared that sweat poured down like a waterfall. Who could possibly kill Yao Jingu and use him as a sacrifice? Wait, this is the Yi family tomb. Could this be revenge, coupled with the death of the Chen father and son a few days ago? Su Shuran quickly issued an order. Immediately investigate all surveillance cameras near the Tiandong mountain area. I want to know who visited the Ye family grave today. In the city center, the sun began to rise, signaling the start of a new day. A rapid knocking echoed in the apartment. In the warm bed, Ye Chen was peacefully holding Tongji, both fast asleep. Hearing the noise, Ye Chen jolted awake. Ouch, I drank too much, that's rare. Tongji also asked, Who is it? Who's knocking at this hour? Seeing her suggestive appearance, Ye Chen couldn't help but jump in shock, his face turning red like a tomato. Ye Chen asked loudly, Tongji, why are you sleeping in my bed? He pretended to be the victim. Are you finally starting to crave my body? Tongji was annoyed. Crave your head. She angrily recounted, You jerk, you were so drunk. You kept insisting on hugging me to sleep and I couldn't pull away. Tongji felt her own clothes and added, Now I'm covered in the smell of alcohol too. Ye Chen smiled teasingly. What's wrong, aren't you my temporary wife? Can't I hug you for a while? Tongji shyly replied, It's not that I can't, just not when you're drunk. At that moment, the doorbell interrupted their teasing. Tongji's face instantly darkened. She urged, Hurry up and open the door. I'm wearing this outfit, how can I meet anyone? Ye Chen stood up. All right, I'm coming. You casually opened the door to see who had come by, and Ye Chen was a bit surprised to see Shen Mengjia. You asked her, What are you here for? Shen Mengjia cut straight to the point about that Mr. Yi. Weren't you supposed to have dinner with my father today? Since we didn't get a call from you, we had no choice but to come find you ourselves. Inside Ye Chen's sleek body, Shen Mengjia looked on with interest. She hadn't realized this guy had such a good build. Ye Chen scratched his head and replied, Oh, you mean the thing with Shen Haihua? You left a message with the address at 14 West Forest Alley, meeting at 7 p.m. The Shen family's luxurious high-end car sped down the road as Shen Haihua asked, 14 West Forest Alley. What kind of restaurant is that? Does Jiang City even have a place like this? Shen Mengjia, sitting next to him, chimed in, Dad, I've never heard of it either. It's probably not in Jiang City, is it? The driver hesitated and said, President Shen, I know that place. It's just that. Shen Haihua smiled and said, As long as you know where it is, that's enough. Just what is it, too expensive, too extravagant? It doesn't matter, it's worth it to treat Mr. Ye to dinner, no matter the cost. The driver stammered, No, President Shen, that place is probably just a small, unpopular street. There's only a shop that just opened there, and the average cost per person isn't even $30. Hearing this, Shen Haihua was slightly shocked. Shen Mengjia acted as if she couldn't believe her ears. A small street, a small shop. Shen Haihua also raised his voice. Average cost of $30. Shen Mengjia said worriedly. Dad, that guy took over $1 billion in medical fees. And now he wants us to go eat dirty, cheap street food. He's too stingy. Shen Haihua could only say, ahem. Regardless, he's a master. Maybe he just truly enjoys it. The Shen family's luxurious high-end car parked right in front of Uncle Wong and Aunt Zhang's shop. Aunt Zhang muttered, "Even though I can't tell what kind of car this is, it's definitely expensive enough to scare you to death." Uncle Wong thought, "If you can drive a car like this, why would you come to my little shop?" Just then Ye Chen spoke up. "Uncle Wong, Aunt Zhang, these are the guests I invited. Please hurry and prepare something." Hearing this, Uncle Wong was stunned. Chen's guests. Good heavens, just what kind of big shot does Chen know? The polished leather shoes of the Shen family stepped into the humble eatery. Shen Haihua said grandly, "Ha ha ha, I smelled the aroma the moment I stepped out of the car. It's no wonder this is the place Mr. Ye chose." Shen Mengjia critiqued, "Isn't it just the smell of regular barbecue?" Just then, Uncle Wong enthusiastically welcomed them. Come, 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 please have a seat inside." The food was laid out, extremely simple dishes. After tasting them, Shen Mengjia exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's unexpectedly delicious and the price is cheap. It has a very special flavor." Shen Haihua glanced around and thought to himself, "The price is reasonable and the taste is good, but the decor is simple and the location is remote. There's only one table of customers in the whole shop. The situation is dire. Right now, what they need most is foot traffic." He ordered, "Kid, go back and tell the company's PR department to arrange it. Even if I have to make this street the hottest food street, I want this shop to be packed at every meal from now on." The subordinate replied, "President Shen, rest assured that's easy to handle." Seeing this scene, Uncle Wong and Aunt Zhang were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. My God, what is his background? A single word from him can make all this happen. The only reason he's doing this is out of respect for Chen. It's truly hard to believe. Just then Ye Chen spoke. "President Shen, you're very kind. I thank you on behalf of Uncle Wong and Aunt Zhang." Shen Haihua replied, "Mr. Ye, you're being too formal. It was just a small favor." He continued, "Mr. Ye, you invited me to dinner. Surely it's not just to eat, is it?" Ye Chen said solemnly, "President Shen, you are indeed a titan of business. Since you're getting straight to the point, I won't beat around the bush either, President Shen. How much do you know about the Tianzheng Group?" Hearing the name, Shen Haihua was startled. The Tianzheng Group 5 years ago, it used to be an asset of the Ye family. Zheng City's Ye Tianzheng was the manager who had once seen glorious days. But the tragedy at Cloud Lake Villa, the 3 members of the Ye family were murdered and Ye Tianzheng died. The Tianzheng Group was carved up by many factions. To cover their tracks, those forces repeatedly repackaged and reorganized the group under the guise of other assets. It made it very difficult for anyone to know where the Tianzheng Group was. Shen Haihua raised his concern. "Mr. Ye, why are you so interested in the Tianzheng Group? This was the Ye family, back in Zhang City." Saying this, a series of connections flashed in his mind. Mr. Ye Chen Ye Tianzheng, the Ye family, the Tianzheng Group. Shen Haihua was shocked to realize he didn't die, and he had returned carrying life-saving medical skills. Seeing that shock of a lifetime, Ye Chen said softly, "It seems, President Shen, you've already guessed the whole story. The reason I called you here is simple." Then Ye Chen clasped his hands and got straight to the point. "I want to take back the Tianzheng Group." Shen Haihua asked in surprise. "You want to take back the Tianzheng Group?" Ye Chen firmly said, "My father's life's work, of course, I must take it back." He said in a stern voice, "Please, President Shen, tell me where the Tianzheng Group is now." Hearing this, Shen Haihua replied, "I do happen to know a little. 5 years ago, the Tianzheng Group was partitioned. The factions involved are complex, but the one who occupied the largest portion is the Qinghuo Group." He continued, "And the head of the Qinghuo Group is named Zheng Jingming." Hearing this, Ye Chen thought to himself, Zheng Jingming. Even in death, I wouldn't forget this name. He was my father's good friend back in the day. How was the uncle I trusted the most? His eyes burned with hatred. Ye Chen still remembered it clearly. He was the very one who personally handed the invitation to the Cloud Lake Villa into his father's hands. Not only that, even when his father was being murdered, he was standing there smiling and currying favor with that man from the capital. Seeing his expression darken, Zun Yi gently called out, "Ye Chen." Hearing this, Ye Chen snapped back to reality. He quickly changed his expression and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm okay." At this time, Shen Haihua spoke up. "Mr. Ye, I can see that while you may not know much about the business world, I should have some connections. I'm willing to play a part. I'll have my people gather information on the Qinghuo Group, and then we'll think of a way to take them down. How about that?" At this moment, Shen Mengjia looked at her father in worry. He was trembling. Was it nervousness, she realized? No, it's because he wants to tie his fate to Ye Chen's. He was making up his mind. Ye Chen asked softly, President Shen, you said the waters here are very deep. Aren't you afraid the Shen family will be implicated? Shen Haihua quickly replied, businessmen are all profit-driven. If I can acquire the Qinghuo group, I hope to get a 10% equity share without needing actual voting rights. How about it if you are willing, Mr. Shen? Let's get to work immediately. Hearing this, Sun Yi spoke up softly. I am the general manager of Huamei, so I have some understanding of corporate rules. This move by Shen Haihua is not just about profit. It is clearly an attempt to tie himself to Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, then I will have to trouble you, President Shen. Shen Haihua was truly being honest. Right now I am standing alone and could use some support. In the future, if the Shen family faces any trouble, I will lend a hand. At that moment, Shen Haihua's body trembled slightly. He realized this was exactly the feeling he had been looking for. The excitement of expanding his territory. Shen Haihua believed that if he succeeded this time, his family could surely soar to new heights. Sun Yi happily added, if we can reclaim your uncle's life's work, he would surely find comfort even in the afterlife. Ye Chen replied, that is true. He noticed someone was following them, but there was no murderous intent. Ye Chen speculated softly, I imagine it is Ye Lingtian sending someone to protect me. On the way back, Sun Yi spoke up, the snacks at home are running out. I need to restock a few things. She asked Ye Chen gently, is there anything you want to eat? Ye Chen replied, no need, I do not eat. Hearing this, Sun Yi put on a pouting expression. Fine, I will just buy a bit more just in case someone gets cravings later. Ye Chen made a phone call to someone. He muttered to himself, I should probably meet him. On the other end of the line, a voice spoke up. Lord of the Palace, you finally called me, Ye Chen said in a serious tone. If I am not mistaken, you are currently in Jiangcheng. Also stop calling me Lord of the Palace. The person on the other end replied, my lord, your foresight is truly godlike. I am indeed in Jiangcheng. Seeing the other party was stubborn, Ye Chen was a bit speechless. He sighed helplessly. Whatever, call me whatever you want. Let's find a place to meet at 8 o'clock tonight. There are a few things that need to be cleared up. The king of southern Zhong laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Lord of the Palace, you finally agreed to see me. I've chosen the Yuhao Club. It is a business under my management, very trustworthy, and the environment is very quiet. After hanging up, Ye Chen thought to himself, that is a high-end nightclub in Jiangcheng. A membership list that money alone cannot buy. Who would have thought it was a property of Ye Lingtian? Just what kind of background does this guy have? At the same time, the father and daughter of the Su family were heading toward the Yuhao Club. Seeing his daughter's poor complexion, old Master Su spoke up. Shuran, are you still thinking about the incident at Yaojin Valley? He added, that matter was likely just an accident. Su Shuran did not believe things were that simple. The Su family had used almost all of their strength to investigate the cause of death. But just at the critical moment we would lose the trail. It is as if someone is intentionally blocking us. So Thuk Nien pondered deeply, wondering who could possibly lock down all information to the point that even the So family couldn't get a lead. Mr. So told her to stop overthinking, saying he had an appointment tonight with someone from the National Security Bureau, and perhaps through their network they could find some clues. When the attendant asked to see their membership card, the So family showed their black card. The attendant smiled warmly and invited them in. So Thuk Nien then spoke up, noting that today the Yuhao Club seemed different from usual. Everyone around was radiating an incredibly powerful energy. So Thuk Nien realized there were many high-level martial artists present, and Mr. So agreed. Observing the situation, he asked, Thuk Nien, did you notice that hunched-over old man? Looking at the old man, moving sluggishly with his round glasses. Thuk Nien asked, Dad, what's wrong? Do you know him? Mr. So replied, I know of him, but he might not know me. He is the man behind this Yuhao Club Da. He continued, that hunched old man is actually a martial arts grandmaster with immense power. That is one of the reasons no one dares to mess with the Yuhao Club. So Thuk Nien was taken aback. A martial arts grandmaster, Dad. There is one thing I've never understood. The Yuhao Club is flashy, but is it enough to make every family in Jiangthang grovel just because of Da? Just because he is a grandmaster? So he is a grandmaster. Mr. So stared sharply and said, of course not. The real reason lies in the person behind Da. His name is the King of Jiangnam Dieplong Thien. The venue was filled with a warm and bustling atmosphere. Everyone had their own business, not bothering others. However, as soon as So Thuk Nyen heard that name, she broke into a cold sweat, muttering, unable to believe her ears, "The king of Jiangnam Diep Long Thien." She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Although the So family was the top family in Jiangthan, their influence was mainly local. Under the shadow of the king of Jiangnam lay the entire province. Thinking of how Diep Long Thien held supreme power, a chill ran down her spine. Her father, standing beside her, reminded her, "Stop thinking about the king of Jiangnam. The gap in status between us is too vast." As he led So Thuk Nyen down the long hallway, he asked to confirm the person from the National Security Bureau should be here soon. "Behave properly. Can you keep it together with that dazed look on your face?" While her father was asking. So Thuk Nyen was still lost in deep thought. Finally, she gave a strained smile and replied, "Dad, you go ahead and host him. I'll take a stroll around to clear my head." Knowing he couldn't force her, her father glanced at her and nodded. "Fine." Standing alone in the hallway, So Thuk Nyen kept thinking. Even now, when she closed her eyes, the image of the Diep Kim Valley's dagger appeared in her mind. Unconsciously, she bit her thumb deep in thought. The death of the person from Diep Kim Valley isn't important. What matters is that the one who killed him used his own dagger to sacrifice to the Diep family. If someone from the Diep family were still alive. So Thuk Nyen's train of thought was cut off by the appearance of a familiar figure walking toward her. As he got closer, she was shocked. Deep then could it be? She wondered, her brows furrowing tightly. Even if that loser Diep Than is still alive, he lost the Diep family. He should be wandering the streets. How could he appear here? Then she reassured herself, this person probably just looks like him. She thought to herself, regardless of who you are, just because you look like that guy, I might show some kindness, as if I'm pitying that loser. She put on a friendly, cheerful expression, forced a bright smile, and greeted him. Diep Than just frowned and asked, "What is it?" So Thuk Nyen replied, "I mistook you for someone else. You look a bit like an old classmate of mine, which reminded me of the past." Although no one asked, she kept talking. That guy was miserable. His background was quite pathetic. After saying that, So Thuk Nyen pulled out her business card. With great goodwill, she offered it to Diep Than and said, "My name is So Thuk Nyen. You can't be at this club and not have heard of the So family of Jiangthan. This is my personal business card. If you have any trouble, you can come to me for help." Before the card even left, So Thuk Nyen's hand Diep Than swatted it away. So Thuk Nyen was shocked and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" In response, Diep Than stepped on the beautiful business card, grinding it into the floor to show his disdain. The So family couldn't hide the discomfort on her face. Diep Than scolded her, "What is the So family? I don't care. Get lost." Being humiliated, how could someone like So Thuk Nyen stand for it? She said, "Okay, that's a big mouth you have there. Don't you realize that you've just thrown away a bright future?" Diep Than didn't care at all and retorted, "You think you're worthy?" His gaze became sharp and terrifying. "Get lost. I don't want to say it a third time." So Thuk Nyen snapped, raising her hand, and shouted, "How insolent! No matter what power you come from compared to my So family, you are nothing." Before she could even touch a hair on Diep Than Da appeared from nowhere and shouted, "Stop!" He sternly questioned her, "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice like a thunderclap in her ears, So Thuk Nyen froze, turned to Da in fear, and ignored Diep Than. She put on a fawning expression and introduced herself to Da. "Day, I am So Thuk Nyen of the So family." Having heard of Da for many years, he didn't care for logic or want to hear So Thuk Nyen speak. He barked directly at her, "Get lost!" He pointed at her and shouted, "I don't care if you're the So family or the Buffalo family, get lost now. Don't you dare set foot in the Yahello Club ever again." So Thuk Nyen turned pale and stammered, I'm sorry, I'll leave right now, right?" As she turned to leave, she cursed, "Damn Diep, then consider yourself lucky." Conversely, Diep Than glanced at So Thuk Nyen, feeling very annoyed. How unlucky. A month later, the scenery was the same and the people hadn't changed. Only the old man remained. A month later, things were the same and no one had changed except for the old man. Hadai and Diep Than sat there, both remaining silent, waiting for someone else. Losing his patience, Hada spoke up. "The meeting time has passed and Diep Long Thien still isn't here. Shall we consider it a no-show?" Rubbing his hands together with the smug demeanor of a petty man, Lao Chan An replied, "He must have run into some trouble on the way. Don't worry, Mr. Diep, the king of Jiangnan will be here any second." Deepthan didn't even bother to look at him, saying with cold disdain, "I'll only wait 3 minutes. If he's not here in 3 minutes, tell him there's no need to come at all." Seeing Deepthan's bold confidence, it didn't seem like he was just putting on a show. "All right," Hada thought nervously, wondering what kind of status this kid had to be so disrespectful toward the king of Jiangnan. He repeated, "He must have run into some trouble on the way, Mr. Dai. Deep rest assured the king of Jiangnan will be here any second." Inwardly, he was fuming. If the king of Jiangnan hadn't given me orders, why would a man of my stature like Hada have to wait on you? No sooner had he finished speaking than the door swung open. Deep Lang Thien appeared alongside another clan leader, his overwhelming presence radiating an incredibly powerful aura that couldn't be ignored. The moment he saw Diep Lang Thien, Hada was startled, completely intimidated, while Deep Than remained perfectly calm. Without the slightest reaction, Hada knelt down. "Hada pays his respects to the king of Jiangnan." He broke into a cold sweat, sneaking a glance, thinking, "It's been over a year since I last saw the king of Jiangnan. He's still as imposing as ever." Turning to Deep Than, he frowned, clearly annoyed, and openly questioned him without a hint of hesitation. "You're 2 minutes late." But the next second, he relaxed his face and scolded, "Making me wait this long." Hada immediately jumped in to make excuses for Diep Lang Thien. "Mr. Deep, the king of Jiangnan, has many busy affairs." But he was cut off by Diep Lang Thien dropping to one knee. Diep Lang Thien knelt on one knee to apologize to Deep Than. "Lord of the palace, please calm your anger." This action by Diep Lang Thien shocked everyone present, the two clan leaders exclaiming in unison with eyes wide open. They shouted, "What?" While Deep Than was temporarily speechless. Hada broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh my God, can someone explain what is happening? The mighty king of Jiangnan just knelt without a second word. Has the world gone mad?" The other clan leader was no different from Hada. "That's Diep Lang Thien, the king of Jiangnan, a man whose name alone makes all of Jiang City tremble. Even the great families of Jiangnan province have to watch his mood before they act." The atmosphere seemed frozen. No one moved, unsure of how to react. Deep Than spoke up. "What is the meaning of this?" Diep Lang Thien replied. "Lord of the palace, please calm your anger. It has been so difficult for your subordinate to see you again. I couldn't help myself." Before he could finish, the two clan leaders shouted in shock again. "The Lord of the palace." They looked toward the slender young man who seemed so ordinary. "This young man is the legendary Lord of the palace." Everyone knew the king of Jiangnan held the most powerful underground force in Jiangnan province. He controlled the power, the fate, and the rules of the entire province. He was the most terrifying existence. I was no different from a king. Hearing the name Diep Lang Thien was enough to make people wet themselves in fear. But only a few knew that the position of the leader of this force had been kept vacant from the start. The king of Jiangnan had always insisted he was only managing things on behalf of the true master, the actual lord of the palace. Reflecting on the events and looking at the current situation, Hada felt even more terrified. So that's it. The mystery is solved. He stopped thinking about it. Both clan leaders dropped to their knees at the same time, carefully bowing to Deep Than. "Your subordinates pay respects to the lord of the palace." Deep Than poured cold water on them. "I said it before. I am not the lord of the palace." He turned to Diep Lang Thien, who was still kneeling, and ordered, "Diep Lang Thien, you stay. Everyone else get out." He accepted the order. He turned to look at the two old men. Diep Lang Thien glared, "You two keep watch outside. If anyone dares to disturb us, no matter who they are, kill them." The two men already kneeling lowered their heads even further. "Understood, king of Jiangnan." The order was executed immediately. The two clan leaders went out and shut the door tight. Diep Lang Thien stood up and spoke respectfully to Deep Than. "Lord of the palace, with them on guard, nobody will dare to eavesdrop or disturb you." Deep Than asked calmly. "Diep Lang Thien, I really don't understand why you insist on calling me Lord of the palace. Is it just because I saved you at Vanma Valley all those years ago?" Mentioning that name, Diep Lang Thien became thoughtful. Vanma Valley. That was a long time ago. He followed his memory and recounted the life-or-death situation back then. "At that time, my brothers and I were surrounded by a large group of martial arts experts and were severely injured. We were as good as dead," Deep Than thought wearily. "I originally intended not to interfere, but hearing they were from Jiangnan province like me, I felt a pang of sympathy and used the formation talisman the old man gave me to wipe them out," Diep Lang Thien said, gratefully reaching into his inner pocket. but a life-saving grace would only make me respect and appreciate you. The real reason I call you Lord of the Palace. I held out a medallion and said, "It is this medallion." Deep Than picked it up and inspected it, thinking, "It's just a medallion, doesn't look like much." But he immediately looked closer and was stunned. The young man engraved in high detail right in the center of the medallion. No, that wasn't right. The young man on that medallion? Why does he look so much like me? He questioned Dieplong Thien. "Who did you find to make this and carve my likeness into it?" He objected. "Lord of the Palace, you've misunderstood." I explained, "This medallion has 100-year history. It existed before I was saved by you. With your keen eye, you must have realized that." He kept his face calm and pressed, "Where did the medallion come from?" In reality, Deep Than already had the answer in his heart. The question was just to trick him. The pattern on this medallion really does have a 100-year history. Dieplong Thien honestly said, "Lord of the Palace. This is an heirloom left by my great-grandfather. He was a high-level geomancer of that era. His feng shui creation skills were said to be the best. Back then, he predicted the clan would vanish within 100 years, so he used a secret technique to see through the heavens and knew he needed to find a ruler with the dragon lying in wait destiny." He looked straight at Deep Than, clenched his fists, and asserted, "In the end, he traded his remaining 20 years of life for this medallion, hoping to change the clan's fate. My great-grandfather left a final message. The ruler on the medallion is also named Diep. In 100 years you will meet. If I don't seize this opportunity, I, Dieplong Thien, will be the sinner who destroys the clan." Deep Than rubbed his chin, thinking, "This is too exaggerated. What year is this to still be talking about rulers?" But the old man had also said my destiny was special, a dragon lying in wait destiny, which was why he told me to save Hanyu Tuet. Thinking deeper and broader, he reached a different conclusion. Proving those things were true, because the dragon lying in wait destiny could break the laws of heaven and change one's fate. Dieplong Thien was still rambling, "Lord of the Palace. 5 years ago, the tragedy at Vanho Manor. I've heard about it. Over the last few years, I've built up a force, though I admit it still can't compete with the power of the capital. But just give me enough time and I will personally return to the capital to wipe out all your enemies." Yachen cut Yelingtian off. His demeanor completely shifted. "Strict and ruthless. My enemies don't need others to take revenge for me. If you dare to interfere, we are strangers from now on." Yelingtian bowed in fear. "I wouldn't dare, Palace Master. Please calm your anger." He thought to himself, "It seems I was overthinking things. With the Palace Master's strength, why would he ever need my help for revenge?" He coldly held up 3 fingers. "You want to serve as my Palace Master, fine. But you must promise me 3 conditions." Yelingtian quickly replied, "Palace Master, please speak." Yachen said calmly, 1. Do not interfere in my life. Without my orders, you are not to take any action. 2. Help me send people to protect her. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on her, kill without mercy. 3. Do your absolute best to investigate the whereabouts of that man in the capital. At the same time, dig deep into the Vanho Villa incident. This matter is not as simple as it seems. After hearing the instructions, Yelingtian was energized and guaranteed, "Palace Master, rest assured. I can fulfill all 3 conditions." He turned and walked away. "What needed to be said has been said. It's time for me to leave. I will contact you if I need anything later." Yelingtian remembered a report. "Right, Palace Master, there is one thing I must report." He said, "Recently, several forces have been investigating you. The first is from the Su family. They took the security footage from Tianhuang Mountain, but I have already blocked them. The second is from the Ha family in Jiangnan province, but their investigation is very shallow and hasn't dug deep into my forces. The third, which I couldn't stop, comes from the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Strike Team." Receiving the bad news, he didn't react on the surface at first. Keeping his composure, he analyzed it silently. "Ha! The Ha family is easy to understand. It must be that girl Ha Nhu Tuyet doing it because of my medicinal formula. As for the Su family, given Su Thuk Nyen's earlier reaction, it seems they likely haven't discovered my identity yet. But they really are investigating. However, the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Strike Team are state agencies. What are they investigating me for? Could they have discovered the cause of my father's death? Are the Chen family and Du Kim Valley related to me?" Knowing Ye Chen was deep in thought, Ye Lingtian reassured him, "Palace Master, rest assured, about the deaths of the Chens and the Du Kim Valley. I will find people to act as scapegoats. Even if they investigate, those people won't have evidence, so they won't dare to act rashly. But I still hope you remain cautious. He walked away waving his hand, thanks. Yelingtian bowed respectfully. Ye Chen suddenly thought, why is the Su family investigating me? Could it be that my visit to pay respects at Tianhuang Mountain was discovered? It seems that's the only logical reason. Just as he left the building, Ye Chen was blocked. He was surprised to see that it was still Su Thuk Nyen. She crossed her arms and said arrogantly, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I might consider letting you live. Su Thuk Nyen is as persistent as a leech. If you apologize now, I might consider letting you live. Silence was her only reply. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Su Thuk Nyen asked uncomfortably, what? Ye Chen turned his back to Su Thuk Nyen, pretending to think seriously. I should probably buy a car. It's quite cold late at night, and I could change clothes too. This action drove her crazy. Su Thuk Nyen immediately used a technique turning her nails into sharp claws and said viciously, then I'll make you suffer under the crescent moon. Su Thuk Nyen was no different from a predator. She immediately lunged to attack Ye Chen from behind. Yet Ye Chen didn't even need to turn around and still lightly dodged the blow. Furthermore, he used her own momentum against her, catching the arm that was lunging at him. Realizing the situation had flipped drastically, Su Thuk Nyen's eyes widened in fear. Ye Chen delivered a throw, slamming Su Thuk Nyen to the ground. The impact caused the floor to crack. Su Thuk Nyen was completely stunned. She still couldn't believe it. Isn't my strength in the martial arts circle supposed to be quite good? How could he? Ye Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the girl on the ground to come to her senses. Ye Chen looked at Su Thuk Nyen with contempt. Su Thuk Nyen gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, you brat, no matter who you are offending the Su family, don't think you'll get away with it. Unless you hide in the Ngu Hao Club for the rest of your life, you will definitely die. These words really struck a nerve with Ye Chen. He grabbed Su Thuk Nyen's mouth with one hand and lifted her entire body into the air, giving her no time to react. She panicked like a helpless, trapped animal about to be eaten. Su Thuk Nyen cried while screaming, you bastard, I'll kill you. He glared at her. A foul-mouthed woman like you needs to be taken care of. Looking toward the trash can, Ye Chen sneered. Su Thuk Nyen panicked, flailing. No, what are you doing? Don't do this. Of course there was no don't here. Su Thuk Nyen's eyes were wide with terror. Ye Chen just let go, dumping Su Thuk Nyen headfirst into the trash. He brushed his hands off and said, this is the place that suits you best. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and walked away calmly. The trash can tipped over, covering her in garbage. Su Thuk Nyen crawled out of the bin, gritting her teeth in rage. Bastard, I want you dead. I'll tear you apart, Ye Chen. I'll make sure you don't die in one piece. By now it was late at night. The sky was calm. Ye Chen had returned to the Daido apartment complex. Standing in front of his door, he said to himself, Su Thuk Nyen, although hateful, has no connection to my parents' death. Her crimes don't warrant death yet. He thought a bit more. Of course, if she dares to cross the line, I'll kill her if I have to. Even though I don't like killing women, if I find out that the Su family participated back then, the Su family must also die. Walking inside his head was still filled with thoughts. It's 1:00 a.m. now. Tondai must be asleep. Better not disturb her. Yet, Chen opened his bedroom door intending to get a good night's sleep, but suddenly discovered something strange in the room. I broke into a sweat. A woman. He gave a wry smile. Tondai, really? She's usually so shy. But now she's sleeping in my bed. She must still be scared from what happened today. Without thinking much, he carefully avoided making any noise to wake her. Ye Chen took off his outer coat, thinking to himself, well, I'll just sleep first. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. Sunlight shone directly into the room. Ye Chen didn't need an alarm. He woke up and let out a yawn, still lingering in the deep sleep. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, Tondai, what time is it now? Upon waking up fully and looking at the person beside him, Deep Than was stunned. Suddenly, a scream erupted in the apartment, loud enough to shake the entire building. Deep Than was terrified and flustered, not knowing how to explain himself. The person standing right in front of him was none other than Ha. Nu Tuet, wearing a flimsy nightgown, asked in a complete panic, Why are you here? He tried to force a smile, his expression one of disbelief. That's what I should be asking you, why are you here? Before the two could even clear things up. Tondai walked into the room and asked, Deep, then you're back. Didn't you say last night that you wouldn't be coming home? witnessing the scene before her. She suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. The atmosphere plummeted. Tondai's expression shifted as she said, "Deep, then didn't you say you weren't coming home last night? You two? You didn't do anything last night, did you?" Deep then and Hutuet both thought it to themselves, then tried to justify it. "After talking to Dieplong Thien last night, it was late and Tondai called to ask if I was coming home. I thought she wanted to wait for me, so I lied and said I wasn't going home. To get her to sleep early. It seems that's what happened. I drank too much last night and my head still hurts. Otherwise, how could I have let this guy catch me? Of course we didn't do anything. It was just an accident, don't overthink it." Hatong thought of that man and felt frustrated. "Yesterday my mother suddenly came to Zhangthan and said, was facing a crisis, telling me to return immediately within a week. If I really go back, I'll definitely be forced to marry that man. Thinking about it last night, everything came flooding back, so I ran away to find Tondai to have a drink. After that, she went home, and because I drank too much, I just fell asleep. Looking toward Deepthin, she momentarily forgot that she was staying at Tondai's house. I never expected to sleep next to this good-for-nothing guy. Damn it, my chastity is gone just like that." Deepthan raised his hand and gently explained, "Look, since it's already happened, I will take responsibility." He thought with a resigned look. "I didn't do anything excessive. Is there really a need to cry? But when it comes down to it, they did cuddle and sleep for a night. It could be considered intimate, so he should take responsibility." Hatong, with teary eyes, grabbed his arm and said indignantly, "Take responsibility? With what will you take responsibility? You're just an ordinary person. You have no idea what I'm carrying on my shoulders. We aren't from the same world." He stood up and blurted out, "You're right. We aren't from the same world." He stepped outside and slammed the door in anger. Just then his phone rang. "Ring, ring, ring." He answered, "Hello, Tom Haihua, what's up?" The response from the other end took him by surprise. "We have leads on the Thien Chin group." His eyes widened, a dangerous smile forming as he asked, "What's the situation?" Tham Haihua held a stack of papers and said, "Mr. Diep, our legal team has found evidence that the Thien Chin group was maliciously taken over, but we've encountered some procedural issues. It's hard to resolve." "The cause lay in," he replied decisively. "No need for a long explanation. I trust you. Just tell me what I need to do. What result can be achieved?" He continued. "I have a document on my end. Mr. Diep must find a way to get Trin Can Min to sign it." He wasn't done yet, he added. "Besides the Thien Chin group, which is currently the Than Hua group, is being controlled by an evil force called the Than Mon. It needs to be resolved." He replied calmly, "Whatever you mentioned, I can handle it." I was excited. "If these two issues are solved in 3 days, can you reclaim the Thien Chin group?" "As long as you can do it, Mr. Diep. In 3 days I will take it back." He replied, "Okay." But that left the other man slightly stunned. He thought, if Mr. Diep can really do it, it proves that his abilities far exceed what I imagined. He stared at the phone for a moment. My goodness. What kind of person have I actually followed? Scene shifts to the Than Hua building. Deep Than stood in front of the building holding a file. This is the headquarters of the Than Hua group. He thought, based on Dieplong Thien's intelligence, Trin Can Min is negotiating business here right now. Burning with rage, he stepped inside. It's time to make him cough everything up. He stepped into the elevator and went to the 29th floor. Ding! Looking around, he thought. Consistent with Dieplong Thien's intelligence, the building has 33 floors total. The elevator only goes to the 29th floor. The remaining floors require a special pass to access. Thinking about that, he became even more contemplative. Floors 29 to 31 are offices used as a smokescreen. Floor 32 is the hub for the Than Mon's thugs to handle illegal transactions. Looking down at the building, Trin Can Ming is on the 33rd floor. To get up there, I have to use a special method. He emitted energy. Directly breaking through would be easier, but the broken glass shards could hit innocent passers-by. That wouldn't be good. Touching the glass, he decided to use his key to dissolve it. After melting that section of the glass, he huffed, then jumped and flew outward using his ability to ascend. Reaching the 32nd floor. Those guys heard a noise. A thug spoke up. What was that noise? What's going on? Someone's attacking. Or did some idiot accidentally fire a stray shot? One of the men in the group ordered his underlings, go check it out. Yes. Deep then spoke up. Stop looking. I'm right here. The group was shocked. They shouted, who are you? Do you know where you are? He laughed cruelly, radiating energy. I am the last person you will ever meet in this lifetime, Deep Than reported. I am the last person you will ever meet in this lifetime. The guy was furious. Are you crazy, kid? He slashed once, and the man was cut in half. The men behind him panicked and screamed, he killed someone. He killed someone. He thought based on Deep Lang Thien's intelligence, these Thanmon thugs do everything: smuggling, selling drugs, firearms, human trafficking, and contract killing. To them, this is just another Tuesday. As he raises his left hand to strike, he says, leaving one of you rats alive is already a crime. Cut to inside the room. Two men are discussing business. The blonde man speaks up first. Mr. Trin Can Min, there seems to be some commotion downstairs. Shouldn't you go check it out? He replies, it's probably just some of my guys arguing over a card game. It's nothing serious. Besides, this floor is guarded by elites from the Thanmon sect. They're all martial arts masters. Nothing will happen. The other man replies, fine, let's get back to business. This time our Mo Kingdom delegation has come with sincere intentions. Just provide us with the military airport maps for Jiangnam province. In return, all of Mo Kingdom's business operations at the Jiangthan border gate will be handled by you as our exclusive agent. Two of Mr. Trin's subordinates cry out, what military maps if we hand those over? Our national security will be threatened. That's treason. He exhales with a calm expression. He turns to his men and says, so what if it's treason? At worst, it's just the death penalty. You're already trafficking enough drugs and guns to be executed a dozen times over, yet you're worried about this. The two men behind him turn pale with fear and fall silent. The blonde man adds, Mr. Trin, let me add one more item. He explains, our Mo Kingdom is willing to provide 10 high-precision automated devices for your corporation. You know full well that each unit has a market value of 50 million. Mr. Trin stands up and laughs heartily. Ha ha, your country is truly sincere. We have no reason to refuse. The two sides prepare to shake hands on the deal when the wall behind them suddenly explodes, interrupting them. They look over bewildered. Who's there? He walks in with eyes blazing with fury. A true citizen of this land would never become a dog for the Mo Kingdom. You trash dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Mr. Trin trembles as he speaks. This guy looks so familiar. Could it be? Deep Than, that's impossible. That little loser should have died a long time ago. He couldn't possibly still be alive. He screams, where are the guards? Where is everyone? He replies with a sinister gaze. They're sleeping, and they're never waking up. The scene shifts to the hallway littered with bodies. Mr. Trin refuses to believe it and shouts, how is that possible? Some of them were top-tier experts. He calmly puts his hand in his pocket, looking indifferent, and throws a file into the man's face. Thwack. Mr. Trin trembles, asking, What is this? He commands, sign it. Sign it. He stammers, an unconditional share transfer agreement. You're insane. You even dare to touch the stocks of the Manhwa Corporation. The blond man snaps his fingers. He orders his men, kill him. The man replies, yes, boss. Seeing this, he pauses for a second, surprised that the subordinate pulled out heavy weaponry. Mission start, eliminate the target. After activation, bullets rain down like a storm. He uses a barrier to gently block them. As the bullets hit the shield, he controls them to fly right back toward them. He smirks. I've seen plenty of firearms, but I don't like using them. I'll return them to you. The bullets fly across the room, blowing the head off the subordinate. The blond man trembles in fear. What? He closes one eye, opens the other, and says with utter contempt, what's wrong? Is that all you've got? The remaining men don't know fear and charge at him. You think you can act tough after practicing a few years of basic martial arts? He stands still and says, half-step key manipulation in Jiangthan you might count as a local powerhouse. He chuckles coldly. But unfortunately... After finishing his sentence, he rushes to attack the two men. You're still way behind me. Mr. Trin trembles. A martial arts grandmaster. How can he be this young and already at the grandmaster level? He asks in a panic, who are you? The man standing beside him looks at the gun on the floor in a panic. He looks at Deep Than, terrified to the point of turning pale. He curses under his breath, damn it! Then his expression instantly changes into a bright fake smile. He places his hands over his chest, bows slightly, and says respectfully, I will not interfere in your affairs any longer. Please feel free to continue. If you'll excuse me, I shall take my leave. Deep Than glares at him. His eyes are razor-sharp and radiating intense annoyance. He stomps one foot hard into the ground and swings his other leg, kicking the man in the white suit square in the chest. He spits out die. After Deepthan's kick, the man's shirt is soaked in blood. His face turns gray and ashen with drops of sweat rolling down his terrified face. Trin Can Min watches what just happened and screams, "Die!" because he is so terrified his legs give out and he collapses to the floor. Deepthan looks at the cowering old man and coldly waves his hand and says, "Come here." His expression becomes incredibly menacing. He looks at the old man and says, "Sign it." The old man hurriedly obeys. Yes, yes." His face is deathly pale. He grabs the pen and hurriedly signs the stack of contracts. While signing, he trembles with tears in his eyes. I'm signing, please don't kill me." After signing, he respectfully offers the contract with both hands to Deepthan. He takes it, reads it, and says, "Well then, you don't really have a reason to keep living anymore." The old man's eyes pop out in a panic. What? Seeing that Deep then really doesn't plan to spare him, he hurriedly threatens him. "You want to push me to the edge? Do you know that the Thanmon sect is behind the Manhwa Corporation? If you dare kill me, Thanmon will never forgive you." He smirks and clicks his tongue. Tisk, tisk. He squats down with a playful smile and holds up a finger, making a sign in front of the old man's face, saying, "Actually, I only intended to target the Manhwa Corporation, but now I've changed my mind. Tonight, the Thanmon sect will be wiped out." After speaking, his expression immediately turns terrifying. He says coldly, "Do you have anything left to say?" The old man flies into a rage. He gets so angry his face turns red and he screams, "Don't be so arrogant. You really think you're invincible. So what if you're a grandmaster? The sect master of Thanmon is at the peak grandmaster level. If you kill me, not only will you die, but your whole family will be hunted down by Thanmon." His expression turns dark. It seems the unlucky old man just hit a nerve. "My family died 5 years ago. All of them. They died at Vanho Villa." The old man seems to suddenly remember something and stammers in fear. You are really Deepthan." He looks at the young kid before him, panicked in his heart, thinking, this brat is still alive. To save his own skin, he immediately changes his attitude, kneeling down to hug the boy's leg and beg. He looks completely pathetic now. He puts on a flattering tone. Then listen to me. It was all a misunderstanding. I was your father's best friend. How could I ever harm you?" Not letting him finish, Deepthan drives his knee into the old man's face. Blood splatters everywhere. He says in an ice-cold voice, "You don't deserve to speak of my father, and you don't deserve to be called my uncle." Holding his nose and crying, the old man begs, Then please spare me for the sake of all these years." Laughing as if hearing a joke, he let out a loud, "Ha ha 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 ha!" The laughter left the old man bewildered, unsure of what he would do next. Then he lifted his foot and slammed a kick right into the old man's gut. His eyes flashed with hatred as he hissed, "You want me to let it go? Why didn't you let the Yi family go back then? Why didn't you let my parents go? What did they ever do to deserve this from you?" After saying that, he landed another punch to the man's face. The sound of punches and kicks echoed, mixed with groans and pleas for mercy. He continued, "Why did you betray them? Wasn't stealing my family enough? Everything I had. Do you really think I like killing who's born liking to kill? I wanted to study and live a normal life too. Back then, seeing a corpse would have made me vomit." He stopped, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "But now the only thing keeping me going is revenge." Yachen leaned back against the wall, exhausted. He spoke to himself, "I will keep killing until all these animals meet the king of hell." Once finished, he straightened his clothes, walking and gazing at the moon, and sighed. "The king of Jiangnan is quite thorough, saving me a lot of trouble. Not only did he handle the Fu family and clean up the scene, but he even prepared new clothes for me." A deadly glint appeared in his eyes. "Next up, it's time to deal with the Than sect." As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Yachen, why are you here?" Yoshin was surprised she had shown up here. He shrugged and replied, "Officer Bok Li Bang, that's the question I should be asking you." "There's a criminal case lately," she replied with a teasing smile. "It's a classified mission, I can't talk about it." She then turned away, intending to leave. "Well, I don't have any obligation to answer you either." Suddenly, a gut feeling struck him. At the same moment, a series of massive stones plummeted from the building where they were standing. Nearby, a stone came hurtling toward Officer Bok Li Bang. She looked up, her heart. Thump. She thought, "It's over, I can't dodge it." The policewoman's face turned pale. "Am I really going to die here?" Yoshin immediately lunged toward Bang, shoving her out of the way. After the chaos settled and the dust cleared, he turned to check on her. "Are you okay?" She blushed and stuttered. "Yechen, thank you." Yechen hugged Bak Li Bang to comfort her, saying, "It's okay now." She shyly pushed him away and mumbled, "Thank you." Yechen turned his head back calm as if nothing had happened. "Don't mention it," he thought to himself. "This concerns me anyway." Yechen stared at the explosion, happening inside the building. As he walked away, he frowned in thought. Even if they wanted to destroy the evidence, there was no need to blow up the entire building. This is the work of the Than sect leader. People living in the building were rushing out to escape. Only Yechen and Bak Li Bang stood still. At that same moment, two men ran past Yechen. Those two guys were muscular, bald, and covered in tattoos. Their expressions were incredibly panicked as they scrambled to follow the crowd. Yechen had a hunch. He squinted and saw a very familiar tattoo on one of the guys' necks. Officer Bak Li Bang also noticed the two men. She turned around, looking at the tattoo on their necks, and frowned in thought. This tattoo. They're people from the Than sect. Could it be that they caused this explosion? I've been investigating the Than sect, that powerful gang in Jiang City, for days, but the police haven't found any evidence yet. Immediately, she waved goodbye to Yechen and hurried away. "Sorry, I have some business to handle. I'll find you later," she thought. Finally, the evidence is here. He looked at Bak Li Bang's retreating figure, seeing how hurried she was, but didn't question it much. He muttered to himself, "So hasty, whatever. It has nothing to do with me." Yechen raised his hand, starting to channel his internal energy. He smirked. Better hurry up and get rid of the remaining threats. The two tattooed bald guys were scurrying toward an abandoned factory. They went inside. Bak Li Bang approached from behind, hiding behind the walls to track them. She looked at their retreating figures and thought, the place where these two are going is very likely some outpost of the Than sect, perhaps even their headquarters. An abandoned factory, truly a hidden spot. If I can just capture the evidence, I can call in backup to arrest them all. She crept closer to the flickering light of the window and observed from the side. Suddenly, she gathered her momentum and jumped. Thanks to her advanced martial arts skills, she landed softly on the roof of a shipping container. Standing above, she observed a large number of people inside the room. They seemed to be producing or transporting something. She thought, just as I suspected. Peering through the window, she saw people moving goods and others holding guns. She grabbed her phone to report to her unit, but there was no signal. She frowned. She cursed under her breath. No signal here. It's going to be hard to call for backup. She tapped her foot against the container beneath her, thinking, I wonder what's inside this container. I better find a way to open it and take photos as evidence. Suddenly, a piercing scream caught her attention. In that room, a tall, bald man with bulging muscles was grabbing a subordinate by the head. The trembling subordinate said, Master, please spare me. I don't know what happened, but the building suddenly exploded. The leader's eyes widened, his face filled with rage. He roared, I stationed so many men in Manhwa, and only you two losers survived. The leader's gaze flickered elsewhere. He hissed, What's worse is, you two didn't even notice you were being followed. He crushed the subordinate's head, looked toward Bak Li Bang, hiding by the window, and intentionally shouted loud enough for her to hear. This is a grave sin. Death is the only punishment. She was startled, gritting her teeth as she thought. Damn it, I never expected that leader to be an ancient martial artist, maybe even stronger than me. She jumped off the container. She ran to get out of there. She had to run, but it was too late. The leader lunged at her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and said, Now that you're here, do you really think you can just leave the Than sect's door? As soon as he finished, he slammed her down to the ground. Bang! A loud thud echoed and dust flew everywhere. He lifted her up, put his hands on his hips, looked at her, and remarked, Wow, who would have thought a little beauty? I'll have to enjoy this for a while. She suppressed her excruciating pain and revealed her identity to threaten the sub-boss. Listen here, I'm a police officer and my colleagues already know about this place. You'd better stop right now. If anything happens to me, your gang is as good as dead. As soon as she finished speaking, he threw her several meters away and said smugly, The crimes I've committed are already enough to execute me 1,000 times over. Do you really think you can threaten me with a woman like you? His voice began to turn lewd and perverted. Today you boys are going to have some fun. Hearing him say that, her face darkened as she shouted, You're asking for death. Let me tell you, my father is Bak Li Hung from the Southwest Military Region. If anything happens to me, Your gang will die 10,000 times over and it still won't be enough. The sub-boss paused for a second. He thought Bakley Hung. That's a person of command rank. Even the great families in the capital have to show him respect. Why would his daughter come to this tiny Jang city to be a police officer? His henchmen surrounded Lai Bang, who was lying on the ground. The sub-boss took off his fur coat, opposed showing off his bulging muscles. Now he was wearing nothing but boxers. He slowly walked toward Lai Bang and laughed loudly. Ha ha, so what if he's Bak Lai Hung? His eyes showed clear malice. After we're done, we'll clean up all traces. Struggling to sit, she felt regret thinking she shouldn't have acted alone or even come to this place to be a police officer. Wouldn't it have been better to just stay obediently in the family? She felt desperate. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I'm definitely going to die now. Rather than being humiliated by these scoundrels, I'd rather die. The sub-boss laughed lecherously. I won't hold back anymore. Just as he was about to take off his pants, a figure suddenly stood on top of a shipping container and called down, Hey, if she doesn't want to, why force her? Don't you feel shameless? The person standing there was Deep Than. The sub-boss pointed at him and shouted angrily, Who the hell are you, kid, daring to come to the Thanmon gang's territory? Do you want to die? He channeled his spiritual energy, purple flames surrounding his body. He smiled with contempt. Sorry, I don't just want to come to Thanmon. His face was somber, his eyes filled with a murderous, vengeful gaze. He looked coldly at the sub-boss and said, I have to kill every single person in the Thanmon gang. Deep Than stood on the container saying, Understood, while a strange power radiated from his hands. The bald man wearing only boxers stood below with his henchmen staring at Deep Than. Hearing Deep, then the bald man asked, You want to kill us all? His face looked extremely ugly, and then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Then the bald man shouted, He said he wants to kill all of us. Ha ha ha! Do you know how many experts our Thanmon gang has? None. Even a martial arts master wouldn't dare to say that. Ha 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 ha! The bald man's henchmen followed suit, laughing loudly. Right after that, the bald man flexed his muscles. Showing off his strength with an arrogant look, he said, Turn him into a honeycomb. Let him know our power. Hearing the order, the bald man's henchmen, who were holding guns, fired continuously at where Deep Than was standing. They kept shooting at the container even though they couldn't see Deep Than's figure anywhere. Actually, at this moment, Deep Than was using his own ability to leap toward them. His face was dark, but the corners of his lips curled into a smile, and then Deep Than's eyes glowed red. He flew toward the enemy using both hands to forcefully knock the weapons out of the hands of the bald man's henchmen. Two of the Thanmon disciples were holding weapons. The blonde one said, This kid has some skills. The other one standing next to him added, To dodge that many bullets, despite saying that the two were scared pale. In this situation, another guy appeared. He adjusted his glasses, flashed a sinister smile, and said, Looks like you all don't know anything. This is just a small trick that any internal energy martial artist can do. Daring to come to Thanmon all by yourself, you're very brave. Then he lunged forward, preparing to punch. As he charged at Deep Than, he shouted, Let me test you! Suddenly, Deep Than's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Not letting the guy in glasses do as he pleased, Deep Than attacked first. He punched him straight in the throat, sending him flying away. Deep Than just watched and said, Too slow. The guy with glasses had been punched flying by Deep Than. Seeing that the henchmen were terrified and shouted loudly, Ankit no, sub-boss Ankit has been killed. After that, it was a bloody, messy scene. The bald man's henchmen were now extremely terrified and screamed, Ah, is he even human? He's a murderer! After Deep Than struck them, a wave of energy still surrounded him, and his eyes were completely white. Those who were hit screamed in pain, Damn it, help me! The female police officer was sitting to the side, stunned, witnessing everything that had happened. She thought to herself, every move he makes is a kill move. There isn't a single wasted motion, just like a combat machine. The female officer's expression changed instantly. She thought to herself, how could Jiang City have such a terrifying person? Suddenly, the bald man's face darkened, but a wicked smile remained on his lips. He spoke up, Unexpectedly, Jiang City has an expert like you. It looks like you have peak internal energy strength. I have to handle this myself. Then he flexed his muscles and biceps, looking at Deep Than with a look of contempt. Then the bald man continued, But in front of my perfect body, you can't hurt me at all. Naturally, if you kneel down and pledge allegiance to me now, it's not like I can't take you in. Before he could finish his sentence, Deep then delivered an uppercut to his chin, injuring him and causing blood to spray everywhere. Deep Than's punch was so strong that the bald man was sent flying straight into the air. The female officer sitting to the side was so scared that her eyes widened. After landing successfully, the bald man rubbed his chin and said, "You're asking for death." Deep Than standing behind him just flashed a smile. Suddenly he thought of something. Then the bald man's face changed. He thought to himself, "No, this person is extremely dangerous. I'll risk it all against him." Thinking that the bald man stood up and swung a punch toward Deep Than and, "Damn it, I'm taking you down with me." Before the bald guy could even move, Deep Than slammed a punch straight into his gut and muttered, "Too slow." After landing the hit, Deep Than just stood there chuckling. "Heh heh, my guts are ruptured." Unlike the calm Deep, then the bald guy was in such agonizing pain he couldn't even speak. Suddenly, Deep Than spotted something and said, "Wait." No sooner had he spoken than a massive surge of power radiated from Deep Than, his face darkening. Seeing this, the bald guy immediately pleaded, "How about we make a deal? Whatever you want, I'll agree to it. Arms dealing and human trafficking." Hearing this, Deep Than's eyes blazed with fury. He spat, "Your words," and unleashed a slash straight at the bald man, adding, "You talk too much." As Deep Than attacked, blood sprayed like a fountain. It was a gruesome, visceral scene, corpses and weapons, scattered amidst pools of blood of all sizes, with the female police officer wounded all around. She could only sit there thinking to herself, in just a moment, a faction this large has been wiped out by him alone. She was terrified and bewildered. Suddenly, Deep Than turned toward the female officer and calmly said, "Next." Terrified by his words, she hurriedly screamed, What are you trying to do?" Suddenly, Deep Than reached his hand toward her. Paralyzed with fear, she thought, "He's going to silence me." The officer was terrified, squeezing her eyes shut and begging, "Don't." Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Unexpectedly, Deep Than didn't kill her. He just pulled her leg straight. She cried out in pain, "Ah!" But once she calmed down and realized what was happening, her face flushed with embarrassment. She covered her chest, her face red as a beet. She shouted, "You? Taking advantage of someone when they're down? You low-life scum! I actually thought you were a good person. How could you do this?" Deep Than just leaned down, gently touching her injury. A surge of power like a flame rippled out, and he said, "Your leg bone is dislocated and there's quite a bit of swelling. Do you want to end up crippled?" The officer stared at Deep Than, stunned, and asked hesitantly, You want to save me?" Deep Than didn't reply. He simply channeled his power, a radiant light blossoming like a flame that swallowed Deep Than whole. The intensity of that fire spread everywhere. Deep Than was channeling his power into the female officer. The team captain felt it and thought to herself, It feels so comfortable. Is this a flow of energy moving through my body? Is this his internal energy?" By nightfall at the factory site, the female officer was walking with Deep Than. She said excitedly, "It's healed, Deep Than, thank you. If you were a doctor, you'd definitely be a legendary one." Hearing this, Deep Than simply replied, "No interest. You go ahead and clean up. Their phones probably have some decent evidence. I'm leaving." Hearing that, the officer asked skeptically, "Where are you going?" Deep Than's face darkened as he said, "There are a few stragglers left to deal with. After tonight, I doubt the Thanmon faction will even exist." Corpses lay scattered on the ground, a scene both bloody and grim. The officer approached a body, her expression showing signs of nausea. She remarked, "This is the sect leader of Thanmon, a martial arts grandmaster, and he's dead. Look at his expression. It's like he saw something terrifying before he died." Along with the sect leader's death, the body looked pathetic. He had been shot, with a huge hole blasted through his head and his heart. "Thanmon has turned into a living hell." The officer opened her phone and called someone. Her expression was extremely grave as she trembled and said, "Sir Jiangcheng is about to face a major upheaval." Kin hurriedly asked, "Bak Li Bang Jr. sister, you mean, including martial arts grandmasters? Are all these people killed by Deep Than?" Ah Ping sound echoed on the phone. A photo sent from the scene showed the regional boss's henchman lying motionless on the ground. Bak Li Bang continued, "Yeah, I'm afraid he did it all by himself. And he even saved me." Kin slammed the table and stood up shouting, "I'm heading to Jiangcheng immediately. Remember, absolutely do not make contact with this person again." "This guy is extremely dangerous," Bak Li Bang said, "but senior brother, the mission." He didn't let her finish storming out while shouting into the phone, "Forget the mission, this guy. I want to see exactly what kind of monster this Deep Than really is." The next morning, the weather was clear and refreshing, with birds chirping happily, a sharp contrast to the beautiful day. Jeepthan stretched lazily, cracking his neck. He sighed wearily. Killing people. That part is easy enough, it's just a waste of clothes. I'll have to get rid of these bloodstains anyway. As he walked down the street, he suddenly noticed something. He looked into a nearby cafe where a girl and her mother were chatting happily. I thought, Hanyu tweet. The lives of the wealthy really aren't bad. Having afternoon tea and all. He wondered what the two were talking about that made New Tweet's face suddenly pout in annoyance. Jeepthan shoved his hands into his pockets, deciding not to bother. He walked quickly out of her sight, thinking, too lazy to get involved with her. I'll just pretend I didn't see her. Hanyu Tweet caught sight of the familiar silhouette as it brushed past. Suspicious, she said, Jeepthan. She hurriedly stood up and ran toward the door, saying, Mom, wait for me a second. Hanyu Tweet chased after Jeepthan's shadow, shouting, Hey, stop, Jeepthan, wait up. Why are you walking so fast? He turned back, looking calm, as if nothing had anything to do with him. He asked, What is it? I was just passing by. Don't tell me you want to invite me for coffee. Hanyu Tweet's face turned bright red, looking like a tomato. She stammered, That thing from before. You slept with me. I haven't even settled that score with you. Now's my chance. Help me out with something to make up for it. Jeepthan was speechless at her words and actions, helplessly retorting, You were the one who slept with me. That was my bed. As the two were bickering, Hanyu Tweet's mother walked over. She crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and asked, New Tweet, who is this man? New Tweet was slightly caught off guard. Surprised by her mother's appearance, she quickly hugged Jeepthan's arm, leaning close to him, and said shyly, Mom, why are you out here? As for his identity, she was too embarrassed to say. Her mother's face darkened, her eyes flashing with anger as she sternly warned, New Tweet, do you have any idea of the consequences of doing this if that young master finds out you're involved with another man? Ha! This is dangerous. Hanyu Tweet looked dejected and stammered, But, she cast a pleading look toward Jeepthan, but he pretended not to notice. Her mother marched toward them and shouted, Let go! You're coming back to the Ha family today. With your mother and the Huamai Corporation, our clan will back you up. From now on, you are not allowed to step 1 foot outside the Ha estate. Hearing this, she panicked and replied in a choked voice, No, I'm begging you, mother. I'm a person, not a piece of merchandise. Her mother continued, pulling out one excuse after another. What, you want to defy your father's wishes? At the mention of her father, her eyes filled with fear and sorrow. Trembling, she slowly released her grip on Jeepthan's arm and whispered an apology, her voice shaking. She slowly stepped toward her mother. Jeepthan couldn't take his eyes off Hanyu Tweet. How could she end up in such a situation? He grabbed her arm and pulled her back, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. Without a shred of shame, he calmly declared, Ma'am, I'm afraid that's not possible. New Tweet can't go with you. She's carrying my child. I'm willing to take responsibility for her. Upon hearing this, Hanyu Tweet froze her mind, ringing with only 3 words. Pregnant, pregnant, pregnant. Blushing, she pulled Jeepthan closer and whispered, Jeepthan, that night, did you really do something to me? He glanced at her and replied coldly, Don't you know your own body? Liar, liar. How would I not know my own body? You're lying. Liar. Hanyu Tweet caught his drift and played along, running a hand over her stomach as she bashfully said, It just kicked me. Jeepthan was speechless, watching her act. He thought to himself, She's overdoing it a bit. Hanyu Tweet's mother turned pale with fury. She pointed at the two of them, too angry to speak. You... Jeepthan sighed, thinking, I don't like or care about this woman, Hanyu Tweet, but she begged for my help. He recalled her pleading eyes. Besides, there was something more important. After she agreed to go back to the Ha estate, a streak of blood-red light had appeared on her forehead. The old man had told him to protect Hanyu Tweet at all costs. If she truly returned to the Ha family, that blood-red light would surely accelerate and expand until she died. Hanyu Tweet's mother took a few deep breaths to cool her rage and shock. She hissed, New Tweet, is what this kid said true or false? Hanyu Tweet decided to commit to the role. She spoke firmly as if it were the truth. Mother Jeepthan and I are serious. If they find out I've lost my virginity, they will definitely disown me. Her mother's fury hit the ceiling, her face twisted with rage as she spat, Damn it, the daughter I protected so carefully has been soiled by a low-life bum. She lunged forward, grabbed her daughter's shoulders, and shook her hard. We are going back to the Ha estate immediately. I will arrange for a doctor to abort it. The pain was too much, so she refused. No, the mother continued. From now on, you are strictly forbidden from leaving the house. That is an order. Jeep then grabbed the woman's hand and shoved her arm away from Hanyu-Tuet. He said coldly, "Ma'am, that's not very becoming." She snapped at Deep Than, looking at him with utter contempt and disgust. "What are you? You think you're worthy of touching our Nu Tuyet?" She yanked her arm away from him and looked at Nu Tuet, who was cowering behind him. The woman exploded. "Do you have any idea what the Jiangnanha family is? That is an existence you cannot touch. You aren't even worthy to look up at us. Even the So family, the head of Yangcheng, would have to kneel before the Ha family." Hearing her mocking words, he lowered his head. It seemed his pride had been wounded. A purple spiritual energy began to surround him. He said in a deep, dark voice, "I'm not worthy of looking up to you." He lifted his face, stared straight into her eyes, and asked again, "You say I'm not worthy of looking up to you?" He looked absolutely terrifying right now, like a monster. She backed away a step. The atmosphere became heavy. She clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. She looked at Deep Than, bewildered. "Kid, what's happening? How do you have such a terrifying aura?" He continued, "The So family, the Ha family, whatever. I don't know them and I don't care to know them. But if you give me depth in half a year, I will make you understand what it truly means to be unreachable." He turned Hanyu-Tuet around in the opposite direction. "Let's go," he said, pulling her along. She watched the two of them walk away, pondering for a moment before pulling out her phone to dial a number. She spoke into the phone. "Investigate someone for me. His name is Diep Than, a person from Jiangcheng who seems to have a close relationship with Hanyu-Tuet." Hanyu-Tuet felt guilty and whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what my mother said. Even though she values interests above all else, she isn't a bad person at heart. Honestly, you didn't have to do that." Deep Than, 3 parts cold and 7 parts indifferent, replied, "Don't overthink it. I didn't do it just for you." He thought to himself, "It's a mission the old man entrusted to me anyway." Hanyu-Tuet suddenly felt love-struck, thinking to herself, "Suddenly I feel like this guy is kind of handsome." Just then, Deep Than hailed a taxi and said, "I'm heading off. Goodbye." Hanyu-Tuet let out a startled sound. Then she just stood in silence, watching the car drive away. Hanyu-Tuet thought, "The Ha family's hidden strength goes back 100 years. Deep Than doesn't know how powerful they are. I can't let him get hurt. For now, I'll just deal with the immediate problem." The car sped down the road. Inside, Deep Than was lost in his own thoughts. To fight against other powers relying on physical strength alone wasn't enough. He also needed a force of his own. Currently, he had the support of Diep Lang Thien, but the Jiangnan king was better suited to operating in the shadows. He still needed a force that could operate in the light. Then Deep Than said decisively, "Driver to Long Duok Lone Villa." When he arrived, Tom Hai-Hua exclaimed, "What an honored guest, Mr. Diep, what brings you here so suddenly?" Deep then tossed an envelope onto the table with a thud. "It's done," he said. Tom Hai-Hua asked, "This is—" His face went deathly pale and he panicked. He actually got Trin Can Min to sign it. How long has it even been, and he's already finished it?" Yuchen tossed the envelope down with a thud. Once he finished speaking, Shen Haihua asked, "What is this?" His face went pale, panicked. He actually made Zheng Yingming sign it. How long has it even been? He's already resolved it. How could he? On what basis is he bowing and handing over profits? Shen Haihua is overthinking it. Could it be that Ye Chen has already dealt with Zheng Yingming? But Zheng Yingming is protected by experts from the Qingmen sect. He's actually capable of that. Is this guy even human? Suddenly Ye Chen said, "I wiped out the Qingmen sect last night. It's up to you now." Shen Haihua was stunned. "Even the Qingmen sect, Master Ye, don't worry. I, Shen Haihua, guarantee that within 3 days the Tianjin group will be fully reorganized." Ye Chen replied, "Good. Chairman Shen, what is your take on the Jiangnan Xie family?" Shen Haihua looked worried. The Xie family was a behemoth at the provincial level in Jiangnan. The Xie family financial group has terrifying assets that the Qinghe group can't even compare to. Are you trying to unite them as well? Ye Chen laughed and replied, "Look at how scared you are, I was just asking." Shen Haihua gave a stiff smile and said, "I knew it. How could that be possible?" Ye Chen's expression turned serious. "But if I gave you a sword, would you dare to take on all of Huaxia?" Shen Haihua was shocked. Good heavens, this was even more terrifying. He asked, "Master Ye, this sword, you aren't talking about the Tianjin group, are you?" "To tell you the truth, my group is far stronger than that," Ye Chen said, his face expressionless. "So let's talk about something simpler. if I provided you with a force like the Qingmen sect, but 100 times more powerful and supplied you with highly profitable products for the next 6 months, could you make Tianjin Group unite all of Jiangnan? Shen Haihua replied, if you are serious, Master Yi, I will take it seriously too, but those things aren't enough. I'd also need government support. Plus, I'm getting on in years, and I'm afraid I won't have enough time. Ye Chen thought, Bai Libing's father seems to have a lot of influence. Maybe I can pull her into this. Aloud, he said, I'll handle the government side, and as for your age, that's easily solved. This medicinal pill can extend your lifespan by 55 years. Shen Haihua was startled. 55 years, he thought. 55 years. That's something countless people dream of. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, he knew Master Ye was absolutely capable of it. Shen Haihua completely flipped his attitude. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. As long as what you say is true. Master Ye, I can definitely make the Tianjin Group in existence. That no one can shake. Ye Chen turned to leave and said, Good. We'll meet in 3 days at Tianjin Group. Shen Haihua replied, Take care, Master Ye. Shen Haihua felt like his blood pressure was spiking. Everything has changed. My destiny is about to change. Originally, he would have been stuck in the small city of Jiangcheng, but now he might be able to follow this man toward the entirety of Jiangnan and all of Huaxia, perhaps even the whole world. That night the moon was very bright. Ye Chen walked into the house and said, I'm back. At that moment, Ye Chen noticed Xie Ruxu. You're here, Ye Chen asked. Xie Ruxu replied, Why are you here? Sun Yi called out to Ye Chen. Ye Chen said, You don't stay in your own villa, and instead come to crowd into our house. Xie Ruxu immediately retorted, What do you mean our house? This is my house. The Huame group was seized by the Xia family, and my villa is also property of the Xia family, so I can't live there. My bank cards are frozen, so I have no choice but to stay here. Ye Chen asked, So you're sleeping here tonight? Let me be clear, I am not sharing a bed with you, Xie Ruxu snapped. Who wants to share with you dream on seeing the tension? Sun Yi stepped in to mediate. It's fine, little Shu will sleep with me. Ye Chen said, Why Sun Yi is the owner of the house. You're a freeloader yourself, and you have the nerve to crowd in with her. Sun Yi thought to herself. Aren't you a freeloader too? Xie Ruxu replied, I don't want to be a freeloader either, but the problem is I don't have a job. You want me to work for you, Ye Chen said. That is actually an option. Xie Ruxu was outraged. Fine, give me a job then, Xie Ruxu pondered. Right, I almost forgot this guy took out that valuable pill. Maybe he really is a secret tycoon. It was also on that night. Talking about work, Xie Ruxu said, I've never admired anyone, but as long as I'm in charge, I guarantee your company will thrive. With a probing look, she added, You have to be brave enough to use me. After all, given the current situation, if you really hire me, the Xia family will definitely suppress and seek revenge on your company. Before she could finish, Ye Chen said, Of course I'm brave enough to use you. Xie Ruxu was excited. Really, that's great. Hurry and tell me, where is your company? What's the registered capital? What's the business model? What kind of support policies do you have? Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. It's not established yet. I'm sure it will be soon. As for the business model, that's not decided either. Xie Ruxu was disappointed. I'm such a fool for believing his words. Xie Ruxu started to feel concerned and sighed to herself. This guy must be trying to put on a front to fulfill that 6-month promise to his mother, but he knows so little about this world. Even if you gave him all the assets of Ma Jianyun economically, he still wouldn't be able to surpass the Xia family. Huaxia really does have top-tier financial groups, but they are all hidden in the shadows. Scene change. The madam of the Xia family asked about the situation. The henchman reported, Madam, according to the health check results, the young miss is likely not pregnant. He nervously added, But a while ago the young miss met her friend Sun Yi, and they drank and she stayed the night there. And there was a man at Sun Yi's house, it was Ye Chen. The possibility of an intimate encounter cannot be ruled out. Madam Xia was instantly agitated. If that brat really soiled Ruxu, I want him dead. Tell me his background, the henchman replied. Ye Chen's background is very strange. My resources couldn't find any information at all. It's like he just fell out of the sky. But I suspect he might be the young master of the Ye family who luckily survived the Yunhu Mountain Villa incident 5 years ago. Madam Xia was startled. What? She thought to herself. That incident happened in Jiangcheng, but it shook the entire Jiangnan province. After all, the Ye family offended big shots in the capital. Madam Sia gave a sinister smirk. So that's how it is. That brat must be unwilling to accept his family's destruction and wants to latch onto our Sia family using our power to take revenge for his parents. Madam Sia exclaimed. What a clever calculation if that's really the case. He shouldn't have made a 6-month promise. The lackey guessed he must have some real strength. Madam Ha huffed, turned away, and chuckled. Fine, then I'll give him half a year. I want to see just how he plans to make the Ha family unable to reach him. The next day, Ye Chen seemed to have turned into a suffer boy. Having an extra person in the house, he was dealing with quite a few headaches all night long. Just from showering and using the restroom, they kept bumping into each other. Harushue screamed, Can't you see I'm showering? Walking out, Ye Chen replied, I see you now. Ha-Roksha kicked him out. You damn pervert, get out! Ye Chen argued back. How was I supposed to know someone was inside? Ye Chen muttered to himself, feeling wronged. Forget it. Back to business. The conditions promised to Shen Haihua regarding external forces are easy enough. Ye Lingtian is enough. High-profit products are easy too. My pharmaceutical formulas can handle that. The problem lies in government support. After all, I'm not close to Bailey Bing. She might not be willing to help. Ye Lingtian might have some connections in that regard. Suddenly, Ye Chen noticed someone watching him. He turned around and walked away. While walking, he sneered internally. Ha, playing hunter with me. Let's see who the real prey is. A gaze was observing Ye Chen. The shadowy figure was perched on top of a building. Yang Xing thought to himself, something's off. This kid doesn't look special at all. He even let a woman chase him twice. Where's this superior skill? The food he makes looks pretty tasty, though. Was he really an ancient martial arts master? Ying King had only just pondered this when he was shocked. What, he vanished? Suddenly, Ye Chen lunged in front of him. Ying King was completely bewildered. This is an 80-meter building. He could actually climb up here in such a short time. High as a master. Just then, Ye Chen gained momentum and lunged, his entire body glowing with heat. Ying King didn't have time to react before he was shocked. The collision created a massive tremor. Ying King thought, this kid's power is terrifying. He's about to shatter my left arm. I can't fight him head-on. I have to dodge. Ye Chen seemed to read Ying King's mind. Seeing the evasion, he swept his leg. Ye Chen threw a kick that cut through the wind. It was as if Ye Chen wanted to eliminate his opponent. Let's see you dodge this. In the end, only a thick cloud of dust remained. As the smoke cleared, Ying King had vanished. Ye Chen mused, you can dodge. You've got some skills, but it's a pity you can't beat me. As Ying King approached, Ye Chen immediately gained control. Ying King was extremely surprised. This intel is wrong. Ye Chen isn't an ancient martial artist at all. He's clearly a cultivator. Realizing the truth that he had clashed with a cultivator, Ye Chen. Ying King immediately leaped back, thinking to himself, no wonder this guy is so strong. He easily overwhelmed a martial arts master, and his junior sister's experience is lacking, so she couldn't tell. Seeing the young man radiating an oppressive aura before him, Ying King concluded, Hai isn't a martial artist. He's a cultivator. He broke into a cold sweat, trying to console himself. But cultivators aren't necessarily stronger than ancient martial artists, at least not in this realm. An ancient martial arts grandmaster can still win at the highest level. Perhaps I'm at the lowest realm of a cultivator. While Ying King was still trying to delude himself, he realized the person in front of him had vanished. Ye Chen appeared right beside him like a ghost. He delivered a precise knee strike to his chest, causing pain so intense he couldn't even scream. Ying King flew like a ball, smashing straight into the wall, cracking a large section of it. He landed ungracefully on his bottom. Ye Chen stood before him, looking down and observing him silently. Ying King looked at the god of slaughter before him and was terrified enough to wet his pants. He hurriedly shouted, Brother, let's not play like this. I have no malice. I just wanted to spar with you a little. Do you really want to kill me? Then we talk first. You're hitting me, that hurts. Answering him was a pair of shoes flying straight into his chest. Ye Chen stood under the moonlight and asked coldly, Who are you? Why are you spying on me? Who sent you? The Ha family. Ying King endured the pain and handed a green notebook to the protagonist, sincerely saying, I really didn't come to kill you. We have no grudges. If you don't believe me, look at this. He looked at the green notebook and read aloud, Captain of the Dragon Soul Strike Team, Ying King. The person whose name was just read seemed to have found a life buoy. He hurriedly replied, Right. Important things must be said 3 times. I am a member of the Dragon Soul Strike Team. Can you let me go this time? Contrary to his expectations, the protagonist raised his hand, preparing to attack again. He said, "Dragon, whatever team, never heard of it. If you dare to spy on me, you have to pay the price." Yingqing was startled, his mind racing. He yelled, "Wait, we have a mutual acquaintance. She knows you. Her name is Bailey Bing." Hearing that name, Yochen stopped his hand and said, "Bailey Bing, what is your relationship with her?" Yingqing confessed like a criminal, "I am her senior brother. She told me all about you. I was just curious, so I came to find you. My purpose was to see how strong you were and recruit you. I had no intention of harming you." He thought to himself, feeling lucky. "It's this year. My junior sister's name works better than the Dragon Soul Strike team. What the hell?" Ye Chen thought, "This guy has talent. It's best to nip the problem in the bud." He raised his hand and shouted, "You want to recruit me? You can look for me, but that's no excuse for spying on me." Yingqing felt the warm call of his ancestors getting very close. He raised both hands to defend himself and blurted out without pausing for breath, "I'm sorry, spying on you was my mistake. I apologize. Also, I offer the honor of the Huaxia Dragon Soul Strike team. If you have trouble in the future, I can use the power of the state to help you." Hearing a seemingly attractive condition, Ye Chen thought, the Tianjin group needs to grow. We must have the support of state leaders. Bailey Bing was the first choice, but now this guy is knocking on my door even better. He grabbed the other's collar and questioned, "What is the status of the Dragon Soul Strike team in Huaxia?" Yingjing spoke in one breath as if it were his last chance to say that the Dragon Soul Assault Team is China's response to the third division of the world's mysterious powers aiming to secure their status. "We only answer to the orders of number 2 and the superiors." The protagonist pondered, "If this is only the third division, there must be an even more powerful team in existence. But for the Tianjin group, this should be enough." Ye Qin let go of his opponent and declared, "I can spare you as long as you are willing to build a relationship with a company in Jiangcheng. We'll call it even." Yingjing was surprised. "Not afraid of death?" he asked back. "Ah, a dignified Dragon Soul Assault Team acting as a shield for a tiny company in Jiangcheng." He continued, "You must be kidding, right?" Internally feeling resentful. "Don't even mention it. If word gets out, it'll be embarrassing. This is truly using a butcher's knife to kill a fly." The protagonist, hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "That's right." Yingjing responded, "If I haven't guessed wrong, the company you're talking about is the Tianjin Group, your father's business. I can't make the call on this. After all, our nature of work is special. But I will help you contact my superiors. Even if they don't agree, I'll find another way to help you." Ye Chen replied, "All right," and pulled out a small yellow pill. "I told Yingjing, eat this. It can heal your injuries." Yingjing reached out and snatched the pill, stammering, "Eli. Elixir," thinking to himself, "Who the hell is this kid? What kind of background does he have? Not only is he a cultivator, but he also has elixirs. I've only heard of these. It's my first time seeing one." He held the pill with both hands like a treasure, acting cute, and asked the protagonist, "This elixir, do you have any more?" Yochen, wanting to show off, took out several more and juggled them in his palm, replying, "You mean this stuff? It's just the most basic kind, there's plenty." Seeing the handful of pills in his hand, Yingjing coaxed, "How many of these do you have? If you hand them over to the country, the military would be willing to—" Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Chen coldly interrupted, "What are you thinking? This isn't some rare treasure. Why should I hand it over?" He turned his back, walked away, and waved goodbye. He tossed back one final remark. "If you really want to do this well, get someone with some authority to come and talk to me." Watching the protagonist calmly jump off the 80th floor, Qing said, "That big shot is so busy. How could he personally come to see you?" He closed his eyes and sighed again. Time and again, Jiangcheng has truly produced a prodigy, haha. At Tanji's house, a no-peeking sign popped up large in the middle of a scene, all in pink with hearts floating around. The shower was running at full power. Tanji's voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, not only is the shape beautiful, the feeling isn't bad either." Immediately followed by Xiarushu's reply, "So annoying, stop touching me." These two really make one's imagination run wild. Ye Chen, having just handled the big matter, leaned his head against the wall, murmuring, living with two women. The bathroom and the sink are completely occupied. I have to queue for everything. It's really infuriating." He took out the ancient magical artifact stone and decided, forget them. Recently, my strength has improved quite a bit. Let me try entering the reincarnation tomb. Ye Chen closed his eyes. Light slowly radiated his figure, gradually turned into an illusion. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes. He had entered the space of the reincarnation tomb. Ye Chen stood on a path in the dark space surrounded by endless stretching tombstones. He marveled. Entering this time didn't cause a headache. There's no uncomfortable feeling at all. The graveyard no longer rejects me. Could it be because my strength has grown? Suddenly he noticed a tombstone right beside him. On it were carved 6 characters, Fist Sect Master Luo Wantian. The atmosphere in the reincarnation tomb was extremely gloomy with rows of graves, interspersed with thousands of swords stuck in the ground. Black mist floated about, making the scene appear incredibly mystical. Ye Chen stood deep in thought before the tombstone inscribed with Fist Sect Master Luo Yantian. He thought to himself, according to the voice in the reincarnation tomb from before. It seems that as long as my strength reaches a certain threshold, I can trigger the obsession of a powerhouse. The protagonist was certain that now the one I can trigger is this Fist Sect Master Luo Yantian. Then he channeled his energy and slowly reached toward the tombstone. Suddenly, Ye Chen remembered an extremely important thing. Right, but how do I trigger it? Finally, he decided in a domineering way, let's try every method. After endless attempts, returning to the real world in the grand metropolis apartment, warm sunlight shone down on the high-rise building. Xia Ruxue instructed Tanji, I have something to take care of today. No need to cook for me. Tanji happily replied, okay. When you get back, remember to bring some snacks. Ye Chen stood to the side holding a glass of water, silently observing. He slumped down on the sofa exhausted. The protagonist thought, for 2 days I've tried every method, but I still can't trigger that tombstone. Could it be that my realm is still not high enough? Learning is truly important. The protagonist thought about the alchemy furnace, calculating right now to increase my strength. I have to borrow the help of elixirs. The stuff made in a microwave has no effect on me. I need an alchemy furnace. Ye Chen recalled what Zhou Rende said about an auction happening today. But I don't have any news and he doesn't have my phone number. Should I go look for him? Suddenly his phone rang, beep, beep, beep. He looked at the notification. It was a familiar number. He wondered, is Shen Haihua calling? He must be looking for me to report on work. He had just answered the phone when Shen Haihua's voice rose up. Mr. Ye, I have now taken full control of the Thanhua group and all the staff have been changed. He proudly boasted, I'm currently working on renaming the group. In 2 days we can hold the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Ye Chen heard this and happily replied, great. You didn't break your word. He hung up and laughed triumphantly. Heh heh, I announced that by then everyone in Jiangcheng will know. Tanji looked shyly looking at the guy standing in front of her, looking like a goof holding a glass of water while saying the Tianzheng group is back. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered something. And what about Yingjing's side? It's been so long and still no contact. That guy didn't run off, did he? 3 rapid knocks echoed at the door, tap, tap, tap. Both Tondai and Deep Than looked surprised. As he opened the door, Deep Than said, is that you, old Chow? Handuk saw the protagonist and immediately blurted out as if afraid he might run away. Mr. Diep, I finally found you. I waited all morning at Thuongtan Nyat Pham, but there was no one there. I had to use a few methods to track you down here. Seeing how eager old Chow was, Jeep Pham thought, no wonder I hadn't heard anything all day. He replied apologetically, I'm sorry I forgot to give you this address. My apologies. Come on in. Old Chow, have a seat. Chow Nanduk handed him a deep blue invitation, acting with great generosity as he said, don't worry about it. Some things have come up at home and I need to stay and hold down the fort. This is an invitation to the auction. Just take it and you'll be set. Jeep then took the invitation and said, thank you. What exactly happened at your place? See if there's anything I can help with. Before he could even finish his sentence, Old Man Chow vanished like a gust of wind. Deep Than thought, left already, it looks like the Chow family is really in serious trouble. At the Thien Tui Hotel in Jiangtan, Dieptun appeared in a sharp suit. He looked at the girl beside him and called out, Chow Tu Tuyen. The girl responded looking worried, Mr. Deep, you're here. He noticed something was off with her and asked with concern, what's wrong? You don't look well. Chow Tu Tuyen dodged the question saying, I'm fine. Since you're here, just come in with me. In the luxurious auction hall, a few guests had already arrived and food was laid out lavishly. Tu Tuyen explained, this is what we call the social hour, a time for acquaintances to relax and mingle. The real auction won't start until later upstairs. Let's grab a bite. Suddenly a voice called out, Tu Tuyen, so that's where you are. A guy with slicked back hair flanked by 2 girls chimed in mockingly. So you actually showed up without saying a word. A girl with short purple hair added, better yet, it's a miracle she could even make it. The young man sneered, after all, the Chow family is struggling to keep its head above water. Tutuyan's face darkened and she pulled Diepthen away, whispering, ignore them, let's go. He asked, what is happening back home? She adamantly denied it, saying, it's nothing. You'll handle things well enough, you're just a guest, so just focus on the auction. Diepthen looked at her and thought, well, it is their family business. If she doesn't want to talk about it, I shouldn't push. Suddenly, a woman's voice called his name in surprise. Han Hu Tuet appeared looking stunning in a purple dress and asked intimately, why are you here? Diepthen replied coldly, I should be the one asking you that. Tutuyan, standing nearby, sighed, wow, such a beauty. Tutuyan quickly coughed and said, I'm going to the restroom. You two talk. I won't be a third wheel. Han Hu Tuet eyed him and asked, who is that girl? How do you know her? He explained patiently, the daughter of the pharmacy owner who helped me out. What are you doing here? Is your bank card frozen? There's no way you can participate in an auction. Are you here for a free meal? She shamelessly replied, that's one way to put it, I guess. Since you haven't opened your company yet, I have to find some work. I received an invitation here a while ago. If you're here to bid, how much money did you bring? I'm just here to watch. Diepthen confidently replied, 90 million. Hearing this, Nu Tuet spat out the wine she had just sipped. She was truly impressed by the confidence of this newcomer who didn't fear death. She asked, you dare to come to an auction with just 90 million? Nu Tuet thought about the terrifying people behind the scenes and kindly explained, this auction isn't as simple as it looks. The people running it from behind the shadows are entities you absolutely cannot afford to provoke. Aside from normal people like you, there's a special type martial artists. They are incredibly strong and can kill you in the blink of an eye. He replied casually, oh, and then what? Nu Tuet asked in surprise. Wait, why aren't you surprised? The protagonist pretended, wow, martial artists are so cool, that's so scary. She got annoyed and exposed him. Diepthen, you are such a terrible actor. In the lobby of the Thien Tui Hotel Jiangtan, Nu Tuet with good intentions told Diepthen, let me tell you, on the surface the four great families are the strongest in Jiangtan, but in reality there are even more terrifying existences. She revealed, these are the mysterious martial arts families, the ones manipulating everything behind an auction like this. It's the Kim family of the martial arts world. His mind immediately pictured a bunch of gadgets belonging to those ancient martial artists like scrolls, cauldrons, pills, and so on. Nu Tuet continued, like this auction, it's divided into two stages. The first stage is for antiques for ordinary people, and the second stage is for things related to martial arts. It could be secret cultivation manuals, medicinal pills, weapons, or cauldrons. Any one of these items can go for at least 100 million. Diepthen thought to himself. According to what Han Hu Tuet said, the cost of refining pills is definitely not cheap. The money I have is truly not enough. I need to find a way to get more. He asked her, can I put my own items up for auction? Nu Tuet happily replied, of course you can. You must have realized you don't have enough money and want to sell some medicine formulas, right? Upstairs is the place specifically for appraisals. You can go try it out. The protagonist calculated that based on the reaction of the heaven manual alchemists in Jiangtan and in China in general were definitely rare. Pills will definitely fetch a high price. He decided, I have to go check it out. After that, Diepthen stepped onto the stairs, standing in front of a door marked appraisal room. The room was noisy. A white-haired old man laughed joyfully. Ha ha ha, I've got a winning hand, pay up! Pay up, each of you owes me 10 million. Don't even think about welshing on me. The other three shouted. Do you think we can't afford 10 million? Who are you looking down on? Nobody knows mahjong better than me. Diepthen stood behind them, watching this scene speechless. He thought, these people are actually playing mahjong and the stakes are quite high, 10 million a game. The white-haired old man noticed his presence and asked the protagonist, little brother, what are you here for? Want to have something appraised? He held out a small yellow pill and replied, I want to auction this. As the pill neared the old man, the white-haired man panicked, saying that the scent was just like that of a real medicinal pill. The only thing is, I don't know what it looks like yet. A crowd gathered around to gossip, saying that when it comes to medicinal pills these days, none are the real deal. Most are just pellets made of compressed internal energy. Pipe down! No one understands pills better than I do. The curly-haired woman with a cigarette in her mouth urged impatiently, hurry up and verify it. We still need to squeeze in 2 more rounds. The old man with white hair said, preparing to examine the pill in his hand with a magnifying glass. He concluded, wait, the scent is different from that pile of trash. I need to take a closer look. Through the lens, he spotted something unusual and shouted, "Pill patterns! There are pill patterns! This isn't just a pellet, this is a genuine medicinal pill." The rest of the crowd reached out trying to grab the pill to get a better look. They couldn't believe it and kept asking, "What pill patterns? You're not pulling our leg, are you? Let me see." Yachen watched the whole scene silently, looking down on them. The old man with white hair held the pill high and affirmed, "No mistake about it. It's definitely a pill pattern. Plus the medicinal scent is so strong and the markings are so clear. This must have been freshly crafted." The group started gossiping like old busybodies again. Could it be that an alchemist has finally appeared? Little brother, where did you get this? Did your master give it to you? Could his master be a master alchemist? The protagonist heard this and wondered to himself, there isn't even a single alchemist around here. Could I really be the last alchemist in Huaxia? Yachen replied, "That's not convenient to discuss. You lot stay behind and talk to me." The old man with white hair happily told him, "Little brother, follow me to the chairman's office." He knocked on the door and reported that a VIP had arrived to visit. A female voice called out, "Come in." The two of them entered the room. The old man spoke up, "Miss, this young gentleman has an item for auction. It's a medicinal pill." Jin Lanyan sat on her chair interested and asked the old man, "Are you sure it's a pill?" The old man hurriedly showed off the sparkling gold pill in his hand, insisting, "It's true. It's absolutely a genuine medicinal pill that glows with a golden light." A faint white mist drifted off it. Jin Lanyan reached out to take it, examining the pill closely. She praised it. "Indeed, it's a pill that has formed its essence. This was crafted less than a month ago." Jin Lanyan's mind raced, and she secretly thought, could it be? The old man took the hint and said, "The rest is not for an old man like me to participate in. I'll take my leave first." Jin Lanyan gestured for him to sit and said to Yachen, "Little brother, please have a seat." She introduced herself cheerfully. "My name is Jin Lanyan. I don't know how I should address you, little brother," he replied coldly. Yachen then added impatiently, "No need for small talk. Can my pill be auctioned or not?" Jin Lanyan smiled and replied, "Of course it can. How many does the little brother intend to sell?" In her mind, she thought, he's too young. He can't possibly understand alchemy. After all, alchemy requires deep study of formulas. Getting familiar with many medicinal herbs and their properties takes a lot of time for every batch, yet this pill was just freshly made. The protagonist spread out 5 fingers and calmly replied, "I brought 5 with me." "You're selling all 5? Jin Lanyan was so shocked her jaw nearly hit the floor. She asked again, five pills." She immediately speculated, "There must be a real master alchemist behind him." Jin Lanyan negotiated, "Mr. Yi, if all 5 pills were sold, they would be worth at least 1 billion. Of course, rare items command high prices. I suggest selling them one by one. This time we will only auction off 1. Yachen looked satisfied and replied, "If that's the case, give me a price for the other 4, Miss Jin. Your Jin family can make as much as you want. I just need a number I'm happy with." Jin Lanyan was absolutely stunned by the protagonist's big spender attitude. She broke into a cold sweat, secretly wanting to give him a like, and exclaimed in her heart, "Good heavens, if we just drag out the time and sell the pills slowly, the profits will absolutely skyrocket." She stuttered, "Mr. Ye, you are truly generous." Jin Lanyan handed over a card. She explained, "There is 1 billion on this card, and the password is the last few digits of the card number. This is all the liquid cash I have on me." She held up a finger and added, "Of course this isn't enough to buy 4 pills. So I'd like to add a condition from now on. The Jin family owes Mr. Ye a favor. No matter what happens, the Jin family will help you clear the path." Yachen looked at the card in his hand, lost in thought. Jin Lanyan smiled to herself, calculating, "This kid's value is immense. No, the alchemist behind him is immensely valuable. As long as I secure this favor, I'll have the opportunity to interact with him in the future." The protagonist spoke, "The price is acceptable. It's about to start. I'm heading out now." Jin Lanyan suddenly tossed a phone toward him. Yachen caught it by reflex and asked what she meant. Jin Lanyan looked insightful and said, "People who come to the auction alone like Mr. Yi always like to hide their identity." The protagonist felt a flicker of contempt, thinking, "Probing me, so what? Based on you, you can still probe my background." He waved his hand and left behind 2 words, "I'm off." Jin Lanyan cheerfully replied, "Have a safe trip, Mr. Ye." The door shut immediately. Jin Lanyan analyzed, From those reflexes just now, he's definitely a martial artist. I just don't know how strong he is. She pressed the call button on her phone and ordered the person on the other end, investigate someone for me. His name is Ye Chen. At the auction hall, it was now packed with people. Seeing Ye Chen sit down in the chair next to her, Han Ruoshui happily asked him, "Did you scrape together enough money?" He smiled and answered, "Scrape together 10 billion. That should be enough." Zishan sitting next to them let out a startled, "Ha!" Han Ruoshui looked like she didn't believe a word of it and teased, "Look at that, even Zishuan doesn't believe you. The formula you have is indeed precious. But it's not worth 10 billion. Stop blowing smoke." The auctioneer raised his gavel and announced clearly, "The final item in the first stage is a piece of jewelry. Its name is Tear of the Spirit, a necklace shaped like a droplet." The jade necklace was brought out, and the moment ManhwaCapped saw it, her expression shifted instantly. The auctioneer announced that it was the final masterpiece created by Din Nguyen before he passed away. It was carved from Jiangnan gemstone, though it remained an unfinished piece. Word was that the late Mr. Din wanted to finish it in his final moments to give to his granddaughter. Unfortunately, he couldn't complete it. He continued excitedly explaining that the necklace known as the Spirit Tear had been stolen and passed through many hands across various countries before finally arriving in Jiang City today for auction with a starting bid of 60 million. Each bid must increase by at least 2 million. ManhwaCapped watched in dread as the crowd frantically drove the price up to 65 million, then 68 million, then 71 million. She clutched her dress tightly, mourning why it had to be now. Facing her grandfather's Spirit Tear, she thought, "Grandpa, I'm sorry I can't buy it. You gave your life to create it for me." Her eyes welled up and she gripped her chest in agony. "If I hadn't been so stubborn with the Ha family, even if I had to sell the whole my corporation, I would have bought it back. But now I have nothing. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm sorry." Deep Than had noticed something was wrong with the girl beside him. I glanced at the phone Kim Lan Nan had given him and sent a message. Miss Kim read the text, frowned, and muttered, "That kid is insane. Bidding such a high price, just to buy a necklace without a shred of spiritual energy. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't be this wasteful." She thought to herself, he must be trying to impress some woman. Whatever. It's not my money. Let him bid. In the auction hall, the Spirit Tier had already been pushed to 81 million, 88 million, and 90 million, with the crowd's excitement showing no signs of slowing down. Cao Min-kai arrogantly spoke up, 96 million, this Spirit Tier is mine. He switched to gossip mode, snickering to himself. The others don't know, but I know full well that the young lady from the Ha family has a deep connection to this necklace. Winning it will surely make ManhwaCapped swoon, and I can use the Ha family to elevate my status. I've prepared 140 million. I'm bound to win it. Ha ha ha. ManhwaCapped heard him and could only remain silent, filled with indignation. Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice cut through like a bucket of ice water over Cao Min-kai, announcing that a gentleman who wished to remain anonymous had placed a bid of 200 million. Cao Min-kai shouted in a rage, Who the hell called 200 million? Are they crazy? Where are they?" The auctioneer patiently explained that the gentleman wished to remain anonymous, and the staff was placing the bid on his behalf. Cao Min-kai lost control and snapped, "Bidding on behalf of someone? Are you effing kidding me? Are you trying to scam us? How could anyone spend 200 million on jewelry? It must be you, the auction house, playing dirty tricks. I only have 140 million. A pair of high heels appeared in front of him, cutting his outburst short. It was Kim Lan Nan. She arrived with her bodyguards and asked coldly, "Are you questioning my Kim family?" The crowd, eager for a show, began whispering. A male guest remarked that it was the representative of the auction house, clearly backed by the Kim martial arts family. He added with interest, "Finally, they've shown themselves." The person next to him chimed in, Tisky, that kid is done for." Cao Min-kai was scared out of his wits and stammered, No, that's not what I meant." Kim Lan Nan ignored him, warning, "The reputation of the Kim family is not to be insulted. Drag this guy out and break his arms and legs." As the two bodyguards approached, Cao Min-kai began begging, "Please forgive me. I'm Cao Min-kai. You can't touch me. You can't." Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Kim Lan Nan looked on with disgust and turned away. She left a final command. From this day on, the Cao family is not allowed to set foot in this auction house. Disobey, and you die. Watching Cao Min-kai being dragged away, someone remarked, "This is the aura of the Kim family, the power of a martial arts clan. Ordinary families simply cannot compare." The friend beside him mocked Komin Kai, saying he deserved it for daring to provoke a martial arts family. The auction instantly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The auctioneer enthusiastically shouted, 200 million going once, going twice sold. ManhwaCapped thought sadly, I intended to find out who bought the spirit tier no matter the cost to get it back. She worried that now, I don't even know the person's name or what they look like. How can I find them? It's like finding a needle in a haystack. The auctioneer slammed the wooden gavel down and declared, sold. The subsequent part of the auction was conducted by Kim Lan Nan. She announced that the auction was moving into Phase 2, and due to unforeseen circumstances, the final item was no longer the 100-herb cauldron. As for what it would be, please wait and see. A shimmering gold robe appeared on the auction table. Miss Kim began. Next up, the first item, the golden female robe, starting bid 90 million. The auction dragged on, and by the seventh item, the Mac family gold technique. The starting bid was 150 million. Bids of 160 million, then 180 million erupted from the floor. Tuyen sitting below was completely stunned. She shouted, wow, so many items have been sold already! Every single one is incredibly valuable. She clenched her hands to control her excitement, saying, there are even cultivation manuals, it's such an eye-opener. Deep then listened in silence. He cursed internally. A bunch of trash. The protagonist crossed his arms indifferent, while a wave of dissatisfaction flooded his mind. A pile of garbage being fought over like this. The martial arts world here is so different. These so-called martial artists acting all high and mighty have no idea that in the real world, they are nothing more than grains of sand. ManhwaCapped sitting next to him saw him frowning and felt confused while Tuyen's attention was entirely focused on the items. Auctioning up there, Kim Lan Nan continued to introduce the next item. This is top-tier quality. The cloth was pulled back, and a golden cauldron appeared standing proudly. It was the 100-herb cauldron. Miss Kim explained, this is the 100-herb cauldron, the Kim family's. The veil was just lifted, revealing a proud golden tripod. Miss Kim explained that this was the 100-herb tripod, a treasure of the Kim family. I stumbled upon it back at Shenong Mountain. It can be used for refining medicine, and it was supposed to be the final item in this auction. But now we're down to the second to last item. The starting bid is 300 million with increments of at least 10 million. Yachen whispered to himself, interesting. I realized the grade of this cauldron was higher than I'd expected. The auction hall erupted as the 100-herb cauldron appeared. People were bidding frantically, with one guy holding up a sign yelling, I've got money, 350 million. The guy with the double-up sign shouted 400 million. Another one with a grab-it sign bid 430 million. Suddenly, Jin Lingyan's phone pinged with a message. It was from Yachen, the guy she had saved in her contacts as rich idiot, telling her he didn't care about the cost, he wanted that cauldron. Jin Lingyan smirked. Heh, so you really were aiming for the 100-herb cauldron. If I'm not mistaken, the alchemy master behind him must want this. Just then, Zhang Wenlin arrogantly bid 450 million while his servant held up a sign saying extreme treasure. The crowd buzzed with gossip. That's the third young master of the Zhang family. With the Zhang family and the Jin family both involved, this was a showdown between three great martial arts clans of Zhang City. You can't compete with him, you'll only bring disaster upon yourself, people whispered. Everyone knows Zhang Wenlin is ruthless. Whatever he wants, he'll get it by any means necessary. Yachen read the message Jin Lingyan sent. Mr. Ye Zhang Wenlin is trouble. He has a powerful martial arts clan behind him. It's best to give up on the 100-herb cauldron and not cross him. He bluntly replied with one word, buy. After receiving his message, Jin Lingyan pondered, if I help him buy this, I'm making a fortune on his pills, so I suppose I should chip in a little. This time I'll help you out. Zhang Wenlin frowned when she announced, an anonymous gentleman bids 500 million. The crowd was ecstatic, gossiping like crazy. Someone actually dares to challenge Zhang Wenlin. There's going to be blood tonight. How reckless. Even if he hides his identity, what then? The Zhang family will surely find out who he is. Zhang Wenlin suppressed his rage and bid 530 million. Jin Lingyan repeated 530 million. Number 138, 530 million. He gritted his teeth, thinking smugly, that's it. 530 million. The 100-herb cauldron is as good as mine. No one else dares to challenge me now. Jin Lingyan quickly slapped him down. An anonymous gentleman bid 700 million. Zhang Wenlin finally snapped, screaming, what? He was furious, listening to the crowd whispering and adding fuel to the fire. This guy is looking for trouble, isn't he? He's clearly provoking the Jiang family. 550 million was already the ceiling for that cauldron. And he just bid 700 million? Jiang Wenlin slammed his hand on the table, absolutely fuming. He pointed a finger at the ceiling, declaring, I don't care who you are, but by provoking the Jiang family, even if you try to hide, I'll drag you out and make you regret what you did today. Jin Lingyan suddenly felt worried. Oh crap, he's actually lost it. She quickly regained her professional composure and cheerfully announced, 700 million going once, 700 million going twice, 700 million sold. She hammered the gavel. Yochen smiled excitedly, thinking, with the cauldron I can finally boost my cultivation level. Jin Lingyan pointed to a small box held by the white-haired man from the appraisal room earlier. She smiled and continued, next, this item was just acquired by the Jin family. To call it priceless would be an understatement. It is the final item of tonight's auction. As the box opened, revealing a shimmering gold pill, she added, a true medicinal pill. A guest shouted, if Jin Lingyan says it's genuine, it's definitely the real deal. Another guest chimed in, look at that. People nearby added rumors that the pill could not only heal injuries but also rapidly increase one's cultivation. Jin Lingyan announced the starting bid 400 million with 20 million increments. The guests went wild, shouting bids of 500 million, 560 million, 680 million. Hiruakshui felt confused. She wondered, is this for real? Is that thing actually worth that much? This is my first time seeing an auction go this crazy. After a period of intense bidding, Jin Lingyan declared the auction a success and invited everyone to enjoy the evening gala. Yo Chen looked at the two girls beside him and chuckled. Seeing Jiang Wenlin acting so high and mighty, the protagonist thought, who would have thought Jiang Wenlin would spend 800 million on that pill? If he knew that pill was refined by the person who stole his cauldron, I wonder what he'd think. Suddenly, his phone pinged. Jin Lingyan had messaged him, Mr. Yi, please come see me. My father heard about what happened and wants me to give you some compensation. Hiruakshui said, Ye Chen, let's skip the gala and head back. Right. Didn't you say you had 1 billion? How come you didn't buy anything the whole time? The protagonist brushed it off. Nothing caught my eye. He told her and Zhou Zixuan, I'm going to the restroom. I thought to himself, I wonder what kind of compensation Jin Lingyan will give me. At the Tianxi Hotel in room 001, Jin Lingyan happily handed him a black card. She said, Mr. Yi, there's 1.5 billion on this card. My father told me to give it to you as compensation. After all, you really got the short end of the stick on that sale. Of course, the Jin family's favor still stands. He took the card. After pocketing it, he said, I didn't come to see you for money. I just came to get the 100-herb cauldron. She replied, for security, please leave your address and phone number and I will personally have it delivered to you tonight. Jin Lingyan asked sweetly, oh, and Mr. Ye, are you staying for the gala? My father would like to invite you for a meal. He immediately responded, no need. The young lady asked, surprised, hey, but Ye Chen had already turned, waving goodbye as he said, I'm not eating at the gala. My friend already cooked at home and I'm not really used to eating out. He left 2 words, goodbye, and walked away. Jin Lingyan stood there bewildered, not knowing how to react. She thought, does this kid not realize that my father inviting him to dinner was entirely for his own protection? He offended the Zhang family. Without the protection of a major power, he's as good as dead. Watching the boy's back as he walked out the door, she sighed softly. Sigh. The Jin family gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If something happens, don't blame us. At the long-standing Thian Hai Hotel, the surveillance room looks like hell on earth. Several security guards are sprawled out in pools of blood while a young man works calmly at a computer terminal. Blood is flowing everywhere across the floor. It's clearly the scene of a gruesome murder. Elsewhere, Tuong Van Lam is admiring a medicinal pill in his hand, happily saying, who would have thought I'd get such a pleasant surprise today? This pill is incredibly pure, completely different from the pills our Tuong family has collected. Intrigued, the zombie master tells Tuong Van Lam, young master, judging by the texture, it was likely refined within the last 10 days. Hearing this, he asks in surprise, oh, any idea where the Kim family got their hands on this? They're actually willing to auction off a pill this good. Could it be they've discovered the source of the pills? The zombie master replies, it's very possible. If the Kim family truly controls the source, they'll rise to the top and surpass our Tuong family in one fell swoop. The young man from the surveillance room rushes in and reports, young master, we've got the footage. Wait, that line was split footage. Watching the screen, the man notes that today Kim Lan Nan only met with this one man. He must be the one who stole the 100 herbs cauldron. The Kim family's pills likely came from his hands, too. The young master grinds his teeth. He even dares to touch the Tuong family's property. With a wicked smile on his face, he declares, "I'll make sure you learn what death really feels like." Outside the hotel, Chow Tutuyen says to Deepthan and ManhwaCapped, "Well, I suppose this is where we part ways." The protagonist speaks up. Tutuyen, wait a second. He thinks to himself, with the Chow family's status, Tutuyen should have a driver every time she goes out. Now she's reduced to having to call a cab. He places a hand on her shoulder and asks gently, "What on earth happened to the Chow family?" She looks away flustered and replies, "Mr. Diep, no, nothing's wrong." Jeep then tells her, "Give me your phone." Tutuyen looks surprised and gives a soft "oh," then obediently complies, watching him curiously as he types on the screen. A moment later, the protagonist returns the phone and instructs her, "I've saved my number. If anything happens, call me. If I can help, I will." He thinks Chow Nanduk has helped me a lot. I can't just ignore the Chow family when they're in trouble. Afterward, Diep Than says, "We'll be heading off now," and turns to leave. As they walk away, Chow Tutuyen is moved to tears, clutching her phone to her chest and whispering, "Thank you." After they've gone a bit, ManhwaCapped teases Diep Than, "What's with the Mr. Deep thing? That little girl calling you Mr. feels so stuffy and awkward." He replies, "It's just how they address me, I'm already old." Combined with previous line, the protagonist feels something is off. ManhwaCapped notices him stop abruptly and asks, "What's wrong?" He points to a cafe across the street and says, "I suddenly really want some coffee. Go in there, order a cup, and wait for me." She asks, "Right now?" ManhwaCapped asks, "Wait, I go in and wait for you. What are you planning to do?" Diep Than gives a vague reply, "I'm going to the restroom. Go quickly, grab a seat. It's on me today, order whatever you want." ManhwaCapped is confused and asks, "Isn't there a restroom inside the cafe?" He says, "Nonsense. That one's too gentle, it doesn't have enough kick." She feels something is wrong, thinking to herself, what does not enough kick even mean? He reaches up, grabs his tie, and says, "I have a personal rule." With a face full of excitement, Diep Than rips off his tie and declares, "Any threat must be nipped in the bud." A few minutes later, he appears on the rooftop of a building. Dung Van Lam and the zombie master Fearless speak up, "Found you." The zombie master warns young master that Brat seems to have spotted us. The young master arrogantly replies, "So what if he spotted us? He's still going to die." In his head, he calculates, "That woman in the cafe isn't bad. Once I finish off this Brat, I'll seize the 100 herbs cauldron, force the secret of the pills out of him, and take her for myself." Suddenly, a hand strikes with lightning speed. Diep Than had closed the distance without anyone noticing. He grabs Dung Van Lam's head with one hand and asks, "Is that so?" The zombie master screams in terror, "A sneak attack. You have no sense of honor." He takes a Wing Chun stance and tells Diep Than, "You dare lay a hand on the young master. You're a dead man today." The zombie master leaps into the air, shouting, "Electric whip!" The protagonist, amused, slams Dung Van Lam's head down, making him howl, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the zombie master senses a terrifyingly powerful killing intent. The attack arrives. He thinks, "Oh no." Diep Than's fist strikes his head directly. The zombie master's final thought is, "I was careless. I didn't dodge." Dung Van Lam watches his subordinate get sent to meet his maker in a single blow, terrified out of his wits, thinking, "That zombie master. He was a half-step grandmaster. I was killed in an instant." Seeing the master he respected lying face down on the ground, Dung Van Lam shouts in panic, "Zombie master!" Diep Than glares at him with murderous intent and says in a low voice, "Now it's your turn." Even though he's terrified, Dung Van Lam tries to bluff, "You brat, you dare kill my servant. Have you thought about the consequences?" He relies on his family background to keep yapping, "Kneel down now and agree to be my dog." Diep Than says nothing, simply raising his hand to gather, a source of powerful purple energy. Dung Van Lam is still delusional, shouting, "I might spare your life and ensure you live in glory." Before he can finish, Diep Than's strike crashes onto his head. Looking at Dung Van Lam sprawled on the ground, Diep Than mocks in a low voice, "You idiot." After finishing, he turns his head and asks, "How much longer do you plan on watching?" A brown-haired man immediately bows. "Mr. Deep, please spare me. I'm Kim Team from the Kim family." Kim Team thinks to himself, "Protect my foot. This guy's strength is at least 10 levels above mine. How am I supposed to protect him?" He recounts the situation. "The young lady discovered the surveillance room had been breached, so she sent me to protect you." Hearing this, Deep Than sneers, satisfied. Kim Lan Nan, she has her heart in the right place, but I don't like others interfering in my life. Deep Than turns away coldly and warns, go back and tell her not to do unnecessary things. Kim Team quickly replies, yes, 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 I will definitely pass on the message. I hesitates and calls out, but there's one thing I'm not sure if I should say. Deep Than tilts his head and says, speak. Hearing this, Kim Team says, Mr. Deep, you are powerful. I suspect you have reached the Grandmaster realm, but the Tuong family's influence is vast. The family head Tuong Bao Quoc is ranked 14th on the Hua Grandmaster board. Tuong Van Lam is Tuong Bao Quoc's son. Killing him will likely bring disaster upon yourself. Deep then wonders to himself, what is this Grandmaster board? And there are over 500 people ahead of him. It seems Zhang Baogu is one of those ancient martial artists from Huaxia. It's not as simple as I thought, he thought to himself, waving goodbye and saying, thanks for the heads up, while secretly contemplating his next move. For the safety of Sun Yi and Xia Ruch, leaving Jiang Wenlin alive would be a reckless mistake that could lead to serious trouble. Just then the eldest miss called Jin Qian. Report, miss, we have a big problem, he said anxiously. Jiang Wenlin is dead. Jin Lengyan rushed to the scene as Jin Xian recounted that Jiang Wenlin, the third young master of the Jiang family, was indeed dead. Jin Lengyan worried, thinking, this is bad, this is huge. Zhang Baoguo's fury would shake all of Jiangcheng, she thought. She asked, are you sure Ye Chen killed them all by himself without them being able to fight back? Jin Qian replied immediately, I'm sure, and that old man was there too. With his half-step Huajing cultivation, he could only have done this if he were a grandmaster. Jin Lengyan worried that having such a young grandmaster, with an alchemist backing him, plus the death of the Zhang family's third son, Jiangcheng was about to be turned upside down. With that, Jin Lengyan ordered the bodies to be handled, sending people with clean backgrounds to take them to the Jiang family, and instructed that anyone involved in transporting the bodies be removed to erase all evidence. She whispered to herself, this isn't something the Jin family can control. If the Zhang family still finds out it was Ye Chen, we can only watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the lights were on at the Dadu apartment complex in the quiet night. Inside Sun Yi's place, all kinds of delicious food were spread across the table as she softly asked Ru Shui, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Having just had a conflict with her family, Xia Ruch wasn't in the mood to enjoy the meal and replied, just a little. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was deep in thought, wondering if he should ask Ye Lingtian about the Zhang family's grandmaster rankings. It seemed a bit complicated. The ranking system was divided into many levels, the most transcendent being the Shendu realm, followed by Zhenyuan realm, Lihe realm, Qidong realm, Kaiyuan realm, and Tuiti realm. Ordinary practitioners were often categorized into Grandmaster Huajing, Neijing, and Weijing, but Ye Chen felt that wasn't the whole truth, because the ancient martial arts lineage of Huaxia was incomplete. There were no clearly defined realms above Grandmaster, though in reality there were differences in strength among Grandmasters. Since there were no higher levels defined, they created a Grandmaster list to rank their strength. I'm not sure where I would rank on that list. I'll only know once I fight them. Ye Chen thought, popping a shrimp into his mouth and continuing to ponder. If Zhang Baogu was ranked 514th after a fight with him, I could roughly deduce my own strength among the Grandmasters of Huaxia. Just then Sun Yi spoke up. Little Chen, our beautiful Shi, will be celebrating her birthday next week. Have you thought about what gift to get her? Ye Chen replied calmly, at this age, why bother with gifts? Should I just send a red envelope of 250? Hearing that Xia Ruja couldn't help but get annoyed, kicking Ye Chen under the table, Xia Ruja pouted and said, you clearly meant to send 250, as Ye Chen teased. No, I just got the order of the numbers wrong. How about 520 instead? Hearing that number, Sun Yi was taken aback. You're really going to send 520? So the relationship between you two is that good? With no other choice. Ye Chen said, 502. I'll send 502, is that okay? Suddenly he received a message. Shu Zixuan had contacted him. Master Yi, I beg you please save my grandfather. He was a bit confused. Zixuan was at the Zhou family estate. There was a sleek luxury car parked right in front, surrounded by men in black suits and military caps, their expressions stern. Seeing this, Ye Chen was momentarily worried. The situation wasn't looking good. As he approached the front gate, there were 3 snipers aimed at him. What on earth happened to the Zhou family, and why was the military involved? I thought to himself, to get inside now I have to pull some strings. I don't have Ying Qing's number, I'll have to contact that other person. Ye Chen took out his phone and called someone. When they picked up, he quickly explained the situation. Hello, Biley Bing, do me a favor, I need to get into the Zhou family estate. I'm being blocked by the military. The night was getting late and things were still at a standstill. Ye Chen, impatient, clenched his sleeves and muttered, "Ugh, why aren't they here yet?" Just then, Luo Shengguo walked over slowly and said, "Master Ye, Miss Bailey sent me to help." Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry to trouble you." Luo Shengguo reached into his pocket and pulled something out. He presented his credentials and said in a serious tone, "We want to go inside. Is my rank high enough?" Seeing this, the men in black immediately saluted, "Yes, sir." Finally, Ye Chen managed to get inside. Shu Zixin said happily, "Grandpa, I found someone to help." Shu Darren, exhausted, said, "It's useless." He held his head and told his granddaughter, "Don't waste your efforts. Things have reached this point. Finding anyone is useless." Just then, Ye Chen arrived in time and said, "That may not be certain." Shu Darren, worried, turned to scold his granddaughter. "Why did you call Master Ye here? Aren't you just letting him make a trip for nothing?" Shu Zixuan whispered, "But he's the most capable person I know." Ye Chen asked softly. "What on earth happened, Master Chao?" Chao Daknan said, clutching his head. "Mr. Diep, I'm so sorry for getting you involved in this mess. Don't you get involved in this, I'll take the fall for it alone." Then he began to recount what had happened. A few days ago, a high-ranking official came to Jiang City. He wasn't feeling well and got some herbal medicine from our pharmacy Daknan Duong, but after taking it, he ran into serious trouble. It turns out there was a toxic herb called heavenly poison grass in the medicine. Chao Tutuyan chimed in, but Father personally selected and checked those ingredients multiple times. There's no way that herb could have been in there. Hearing this, Jeepthan thought to himself, the Chao family has zero motive to poison a high-ranking official they don't even know. It's obvious the medicine was switched. He spoke up and asked, "So what is his current condition?" Chao Daknan replied helplessly, "He's still in emergency care. If anything happens to him, it's not just the Jiang City branch that's finished, the entire Jiangnan province branch will be implicated." Jeepthan calmly said, "Which hospital? Take me there. As long as he's still breathing, I can save him." Hearing this, Chao Daknan's eyes widened in shock and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. You can save him," Chao Daknan thought to himself. Mr. Diep is a martial arts grandmaster, which is impressive, but grandmasters are good at killing, not saving lives. Jeepthan, losing his patience, said, "This is the Chao family's only chance. I'll say it one last time, take me there." A while later, they arrived at the hospital. The operating room light was still on, and soldiers were waiting outside. A man who appeared to be high-ranking was pacing back and forth, looking stern. Just then, Law Chin-Kwok loudly commanded, "Make way, we need to go in." Behind him was Chao Daknan. The man shouted in surprise, "Chao Daknan, you old man, you've been peddling herbs your whole life." And he was terrified. Fearing what might happen next, the man roared furiously, "You old geezer! Damn you, you poisoned my father and you still have the nerve to show your face here. Do you really think I'm that easy to push around? I'll kill you right now." Deepthan stepped in just in time to block his attack. Deepthan said in a stern voice, "Before the person inside wakes up, you have no right to throw your weight around." With that, Deepthan flicked his finger and pushed the man back. The man sneered with contempt, "So that's why you dared to come here. You brought a grandmaster to back you up. So what, China isn't short on grandmasters. Relying on him alone won't save the Chao family." Just then there was a commotion at the operating room door. Two doctors walked out looking devastated. The man loudly demanded, "How is my father?" The doctor trembled and said, I'm sorry, Commander. The poison has spread throughout his system. We've truly done everything we could." The commander's son grabbed the doctor by his collar and shouted, "Useless, a bunch of useless trash." Deepthan brushed past them and remarked sarcastically, "Well, if all you can do is shout and not solve anything, you're the one who's truly useless." The son screamed in anger. "What did you say?" "Stop right there." La Chin-Kwok stepped forward to explain, "Give Mr. Diep a chance. Perhaps he can save the commander. If he fails, I'll turn myself in to the military court." Seeing someone from the field step up, the son was taken aback. "La Chin-Kwok, why is he here?" The son crossed his arms and said, "Fine, I'll trust you once. But if he fails, not even Bok Li Hung will be able to protect you." He thought to himself, La Chin-Kwok is always careful with his actions. If he said that, maybe this kid really has some skills. The operating room fell into silence again. Deepthan began to observe the commander's vital signs and noticed that the life force was fading. Looking at the current situation, Deepthan thought to himself, "This old man has an incredibly strong will. Anyone else would have died already, yet he's still clinging to life. Deep then thought, consider yourself lucky to have met me. He clenched his fist, then opened his palm and began to unleash his technique. A green energy of healing instantly flooded the room. Deep then shouted, "Energy into the needles!" He pushed the energy into the victim to begin detoxifying. The green light quickly enveloped the commander's body, seeping deep into his organs. After 5 minutes, the light in the operating room was still on. Deep then breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Detox complete. He should wake up soon, he thought. He observed him for a moment and muttered, but then again on this old man. Deep then turned to walk away, whispering to himself, I suppose I've done a good deed for the country. Suddenly a voice called out, Miracle Doctor, wait! Deep then jumped and turned around. What? He hadn't expected the commander to recover at such lightning speed. He woke up too fast. The commander struggled to sit up and said softly, Miracle Doctor, please tell this old man your name. Deep then replied, There's no need. I only saved you for someone else's sake. I didn't come specifically for you. You just need to remember 2 things. He turned his back and continued, First, the poisoning has nothing to do with the Chow family. You need to clear up this misunderstanding. Deep then added, Second, the poison you were given is a type of chronic toxin and you've been ingesting it for over a month. Given your status, no outsider could have pulled this off. So you should start cleaning up your own house, the commander said in a low voice. Thank you. After finishing, Deep Than confidently opened the door. Everyone saw him and immediately shouted, He's out. The son was furious and shouted, I thought you actually had some skill. Turns out you were only in there for 5 minutes. Are you joking with me? The commander suddenly stepped out of the operating room on his own and said, Stop. Seeing the situation, the son couldn't help but be shocked. Stunned, he cried out, Father. The doctors couldn't believe their eyes either. The commander was alive again. My God, he's actually alive. La Shin Kwok behind them sighed in amazement. The surgeon muttered in disbelief, Am I dreaming? Just a moment ago he was lying down and now he can already stand. The commander smiled and said, If it wasn't for him, you all would have been preparing my coffin by now. I never expected to meet such a miracle doctor while I was still alive. His son turned to him and spoke softly. Young man, no miracle doctor. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. But before he could finish, Deep Than had already slipped away. The chief's son looked around frantically. Where did the miracle doctor go? Just then the chief called out, Chow Dak Nyan. He immediately replied, Yes, chief. The chief bowed his head and said in a low voice, I apologize. The Chow family is innocent. My son misunderstood you. I made things difficult for your family, and I am sorry. Chow Dak Nyan quickly said, It was no trouble at all, sir. Please, you must not say that. I couldn't possibly accept your apology. The chief placed a hand on Chow's shoulder and asked softly, That miracle. Doctor, he was invited by your family, wasn't he? Do you know how to get in touch with him? Chow Dak Nyan replied immediately. Chief, his name is Deep Than. He is a friend I happened to meet by chance. As for how to contact him, Mr. Diep doesn't like being disturbed. I just happen to know the identity of our benefactor. The chief smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha, is that so? Meanwhile, although it was late, the Tuong family estate was still brightly lit. The family head Tuong Bao Kwok gripped the side of the coffin, grinding his teeth in a rage. Who exactly dared to kill my son, Tuong Bao Kwok's son? The young master of the Tuong family spoke softly. Father, we are currently investigating. We only know that while Van Lam was at the auction, he saw a pill cauldron taken away by a mysterious person. Not long after that, Van Lam was killed. Tuong Bao Kwok commanded, You will investigate everyone at that auction, every single one of them. Understand? The young master replied, Understood. Tuong Bao Kwok clenched his fist, his eyes burning with vengeful fire. Even if I have to turn all of Jiang City upside down, I will find the culprit. I want him dead. I want him to watch everyone he cares about die a miserable death with his own eyes. In the dead of the night, Deep Than was on his way back home. His phone suddenly rang. Ring, ring. Deep Than picked up and asked quietly, Tham Hai Hoa, what is it? The voice on the other end got straight to the point. Mr. Diep, the situation with the Thien Chin Corporation is basically stable. Should we name you as the legal representative or appoint someone else? Also, by tomorrow at the latest, the news about Thien Chin Corporation will be all over Jiang City. Will that cause any trouble for you? Deep then smirked calmly. What is there to worry about? There is no need to hide anymore. Just use my name. I want to tell everyone in Jiang City, he said confidently. Deep Than is back. Shortly after Deep Than stopped by Kim Team's villa. She said happily, The 100 herbs cauldron and the spirit-nourishing liquid have arrived. Please, Mr. Diep, check them over. Deepthan inspected his treasures and smiled with satisfaction. Very good, he thought to himself. With this cauldron, my pill refining efficiency will increase by at least 100 times. Just then, Kim Team whispered anxiously, "Oh, right, Mr. Diep, my lady asked me to pass a message to you. Currently, the Tuong family's anger has exceeded our expectations. They have started investigating everyone who attended the auction. It won't be long before they track it down to you," she continued. "My lady has arranged a private jet. As long as you are willing, Mr. Diep, we can immediately take you to Ba A. We have assets there, and the Tuong family's reach has not extended that far yet." Jeepthan replied, "I appreciate the kind offer from Lady Kim, but I am not going. In fact, if they come to deal with me, that might actually be a good thing." Hearing this, Kim Team couldn't help but be shocked. My goodness, does Mr. Deep mean he wants to face the Tuong family head-on? How could that be possible? Jeepthan quickly dismissed her. "You go back first. I have my own plans for dealing with the Tuong family. I won't see you out." Kim Team replied, "Yes, sir," left alone in the villa. Diepthan put his hands in his pockets and muttered, "Now let's use this 100 herbs cauldron to refine the spirit cleansing pill and see how it works." He began preparing the ingredients, then placed them into the treasure he had just acquired from the auction. Deepthan spread his arms and shouted, "Fire flow of energy!" His immense power caused the flames inside the spirit-nourishing liquid to roar. Deepthan continued refining thinking to himself. Pills are divided into 9 grades, and each grade is divided into 9 levels of pill patterns. The higher the grade, the more patterns and the better the effect. This was quite energy-consuming, so he felt a bit exhausted. Deepthan thought, the spirit cleansing. Pill is a 3rd-grade pill used to refine spirit energy and speed up cultivation. I wonder if using the 100 herbs cauldron can produce pill patterns. After a moment, a powerful blue light erupted, forcing Deepthan to shield his eyes. He shouted joyfully, "The light is so strong it succeeded. A pill rose from the spirit-nourishing liquid." Deepthan cheered happily. The spirit-cleansing pill is complete. He then reached out to draw the pill toward himself. It flew into his hand instantly, holding the pill. Deepthan realized, this is a 3rd-grade 7-pattern pill. The quality is excellent. He had assumed that given his current level, he would get a 3rd-grade 3-pattern pill at best. This has completely exceeded my expectations. After all, the ingredients I used aren't top tier. It should have been impossible to refine a 7-pattern pill. Deepthan looked at his new treasure and thought, could this be the 100 herbs cauldron? He whispered, if I guessed correctly, it must be the 100 herbs cauldron enhancing the quality of the herbs. It must be that. Jeepthan happily hugged the spirit-nourishing liquid container. It looks like I really hit the jackpot this time. This 100 herbs cauldron is a true treasure wherever it is kept. I've made a huge profit. Jeepthan chewed the spirit-cleansing pill and said, time to start cultivating. As soon as he swallowed it, a massive surge of power flooded his entire body. Deepthan, startled, quickly checked his stats. After meditating for a while, Deepthan realized he was about to break through. Just then, a stone flew out of his pocket. Deepthan remained focused on his cultivation. A golden, powerful light enveloped the entire room. Deepthan shouted, break through! Energy surged from his eyes and mouth. A brilliant light radiated forth. Deepthan cheered with joy. Level 6 of the opening origin realm. He checked his strength and smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha, the effect is excellent. Let's continue refining pills. Let's keep going. Just like that. Deepthan continued to cultivate until dawn. As he was busy refining pills in his room, he muttered in surprise, in just one night I've broken through 2 realms. How is this possible? Even a 7-striped spirit cleansing pill shouldn't have such an effect. Just then, Yachen noticed the stone above his head. Could it be because of me? He quickly reached out to touch it. Yachen softly muttered, holding it now it feels a bit different than when I first entered the Samsara tomb. Let me take a look. Yachen quickly stepped into the tomb hall, which was surrounded by an incredibly bleak atmosphere. A tombstone glowed with a sharp, lethal aura clearly inscribed with 6 characters. Kill Fist Sects Luo Yuntian. Yachen thought to himself, it must be because my cultivation realm has risen, allowing me to see different things this time. I can sense it now. As long as I want to, I can activate this tombstone at any time, and that's when Luo Yuntian will appear, Yachen continued. At the same time, I can also sense he will only appear once. After activating his tombstone, it will be destroyed. This is an incredibly precious trump card, one I should only use when I have absolutely no other choice.